Welcome to the 7th edition of JakartaOne Livestream. We are delighted to introduce this year's theme. Celebrate evolution and precision by creating the Jakarta EE logo as pixel art. We can't wait to see your amazing creativity. Now, let's meet the hosts behind JakartaOne Livestream 2025. Welcome to JakartaOne Livestream 2025.
Are you doing the video again?
Nope. We're live on the host.
Hello everyone. Good morning here from Ottawa. We're live in our studio, Jakarta studio. And of course, this is the beginning of the JakartaOne Livestream 7th edition. Can you imagine 7 years? We're super excited, and even though it's not really bright here, but it's very early in Ottawa. I don't know where you're dialing from, but please do let us know and make a comment in the chat. We're looking forward to hearing from all of you. Now, about the live stream, we really have an amazing conference coming up. So, Ivar, do you want to tell us where people can watch us from?
I can, but did you introduce yourself, or should you
I forgot.
tell people
I
who you are?
Newer people.
I assume
Joining.
everyone knows us after 7 years,
Exactly.
but yeah, it's a very good point. We're happy to have new people, and we're especially happy if you let us know that you're dialing in for the very first time, and even if what is your particular interest in Jakarta EE. So, anyways, I am Tanya Obradovic, and I work as the Jakarta EE program manager.
Yeah, and I'm Shabnam Moyel. I'm the marketing manager of Jakarta EE at the Eclipse Foundation.
Yes, and I'm Ivar Grimstad, the Jakarta EE developer advocate. And as you noticed, we are live on a different channel this year. So we've switched to another technology, so we're using YouTube. Mm-hmm. We also have some polling coming up there soon. And we have a whole new setup here. You may notice that we have camera angles in all directions and lots of lights. We have the studio dog is here. So we're all set up for the day, a long day of shooting. So we'll look forward to this. And I hope you will enjoy this new experience on YouTube.
Oh, and we have an amazing lineup of speakers this year.
Yes.
As you can see on the screen, they're going to cover a wide range of topics. So there's going to be something for everyone. And a special thank you to our program committee members for reviewing the submissions, for shaping up the agenda. We couldn't have done it without them. And also we will have a number of vendor talks from member organizations. And yeah, it's going to be a great day ahead of us. Right?
And you will see us all the time. So,
Exactly.
just, bear with us.
Yeah, we will be back here in the studio. And as we mentioned, we want as much interactivity as possible. So you can comment in YouTube. We will try our best to answer. And we have the polls, as we mentioned.
Yes.
We still have the contest open for creating something pixely about Jakarta EE. So create the logo with pixels, and we will look at it. You can win great prizes. I'm pretty sure Shabnam will send you something cool.
Yeah.
if you win.
Yes, for sure.
And we did get one very cool pixel art this morning,
Already,
which
yes.
is really a surprise. And then we will amuse you with some of our well, kind of great-ish pixel art, but still interesting to see.
Do you mean that they were able to create a better pixel art than the
Than
one
I
Oh no,
I did?
I'm not comparing.
Oh,
I'm just saying there is a variety there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if you want to do a pixel dog with the pixel Jakarta logo, I mean
Yeah.
a dog on a ship.
Yeah, dog
not?
on a ship, yes, yes. Or GG outfit with a Jakarta logo. Like, do let us know. We're open to very different ideas.
Yeah. Yeah. So, anything else you want to mention now before we get started with the first
I
speaker?
think we covered everything, and you mentioned polls, so we have a wide variety of questions. We definitely need your insights, so do let us know.
Yeah, and social media. We
Oh,
don't
yes.
forget social media. We want to be all over the place.
Yeah.
And we will amplify. So just make sure to tag it with JakartaOne or Jakarta or whatever handles we have.
Yeah.
Hashtag JakartaOne Livestream, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So tag us on social media and we will amplify.
Or
and,
hashtag Jakarta EE, like
yes,
that works as well.
Anything works.
Yeah, anything works. And yeah, do stay in touch. We do want to hear from you. As you know, all of you are the reason why we exist. So the community is a very important part. And we will talk about it a little bit more later. However, I do want to put the emphasis that every contribution matters. So if you just amplify our message, that's your contribution, and we're happy with it. And we'll be extremely happy to celebrate any of your contributions, including amplifying messages on socials.
Yeah, and it can be as easy as put on some Jakarta EE swag. We've been out on conferences.
Yes.
Show yourself with the swag, and maybe the JakartaOne live stream in the background.
Or even the pin.
Yes.
Yeah, that you're watching this. If you don't want a picture on yourself, just take a picture of us on the screen and send it out.
Yes, absolutely. So, great day ahead. It will be a long day for us, but you can tune in and out and
We're going
keep
to
in
be
touch.
here in the studio, right? Throughout
Yeah,
the day,
we're
between
here.
every talk. So
Yeah, we'll check our phones for your messages. So, yeah, we'll have. Do we want to say the word AI topics as well? So just to let you know, there are so many different topics. You will find something for you.
But
for
there is
sure.
nothing artificial about the intelligence in this room.
no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
So I think we have a couple of minutes before the first speakers, but maybe we shouldn't bore them with our chatter here and have them get a cup of coffee or tea or some breakfast or dinner, wherever you are in the world, and get ready for the next speaker, which will be online in about 5 minutes. So we will have a short break. And after the break, we will have a talk about Eclipse Glassfish in 2025, from reference product to production and beyond. And the speaker is Andro Mihaile. So we look forward to that talk in a couple of minutes. So go get your coffee and come back for Andro's talk.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Ukubona ngami, ikukheshubu
Okay, so we're ready for Andro Mihaly and Eclipse Glassfish in 2025 from reference to production and beyond.
Okay, so hello. Welcome to my session about Glassfish and its story, and especially the voyage from reference to production and what's beyond the current state. So I'm Andro Mihaly, committer on Glassfish, committer on several Jakarta EE specifications. I have a long history with Jakarta EE as a consultant, and I've worked with several application servers. And now I'm a co-founder of a company named Omnifish, which now currently stands behind most of the, or at least half of the improvements and changes in the Glassfish in the Eclipse Foundation. So with this presentation, I want to challenge the myth that a lot of people think, because Glassfish has history of like not being maintained, not being really active. I want to challenge the myth that it's not used for suitable for production. Everybody thinks and everybody remembers how Glassfish used to be a reference implementation. At that time, a very long time ago, it was also a supported Glassfish server with a commercial version supported by Sun Microsystems, later Oracle. And then Oracle stopped supporting Glassfish and kept it only for implementing new features that came from in the Jakarta EE standard. Then a lot of other applications servers stepped in, and that was the true success story of Java EE and Jakarta EE, that if some application server doesn't suit your need or is not suitable for production usage or whatever you need, you have options to migrate to some other server which behaves more or less the same, follows the same standard, and migrating applications to other application servers is not very complicated. But several years ago, several years into the future, Oracle decided to donate Jakarta EE and also Glassfish and all the related Jakarta EE and Glassfish components to Eclipse Foundation. And that took a while, but after everything settled, there's a new Eclipse Foundation project, or that was formed, a new Eclipse Glassfish Foundation project, and starting having releases. First, it was still used as Jakarta EE implementation to be able to release new versions of Jakarta EE. But later, the community grew bigger around Glassfish, and Omnifish as a company was formed and pushed, led the development of Glassfish server to make it production ready application server. So currently, Glassfish project has monthly releases, or used to have until very recently, when there was high activity around core improvements and new major Glassfish versions. So for some period of time, these monthly releases are paused, but they will come later, or Glassfish will come to monthly releases after all these major development is completed, and that should be very soon, sooner than you might think. Even maybe this week, we plan to release a new 7.1 Glassfish version, and later this month, new major version Glassfish 8 with Jakarta EE 11, and all ready for production. Glassfish now runs on latest Java versions, so the latest version runs on the one that will be released this month runs on Java 25. So if you build Glassfish from from repository, it already will run on Java 25. The last release version runs on Java 24 because it was released before Java 25. And there were some issues discovered later on. It has fast startup and optimized performance, so it's not only fast to start, but it also so fast to process requests. And it has a lot of enterprise features from the past, like clustering and single sign-on for applications, and also added recently, like do with authentication token support and OpenID Connect authorizations. And you can now deploy Glassfish as a server as in a traditional way or as a jar for microservices, like an XML jar. And either of these options can be deployed in Docker. And with the benefit of having Omnifish as a steward backing the project is that you can also opt in for commercial support on critical projects, or if you need some assistance, troubleshooting, or you need to work on some new features and you'd like to have a bigger partner than just random people from the community. So how it happened, it's history. First, just very shortly, it started even before 2006, but when Glassfish was not named Glassfish, but there used to be a application server used as a reference implementation for early J2EE specifications, and it was also production ready and commercial server. But then it was redesigned as Glassfish 1.0, I think for J2EE4 or Java EE5, I don't remember now. That was in 2006. And later it evolved together with Java EE. And then the story that I explained happened, but it concluded with Oracle donating the Glassfish between 2017 and 19 to Eclipse Foundation. And Eclipse Glassfish 5.1 is the first release from the Eclipse project, was released in 2019. That was still basically the same thing that Oracle donated, with no new features. But later on, there was work ongoing with Glassfish to make it production ready, fix critical bugs, make it stable, make it and reliable. And with Glassfish 7.0, there was not only a release that implemented new Jakarta EE version. At that time, it was Jakarta EE10. It was the first application server that did it. So and Glassfish 7 was used to really enable the release of new Jakarta EE10 specification. But it was also first production-ready release of Glassfish since very long time ago. Version 3, which was released, I think, around 2008 or 2009. And this marks the milestone when Glassfish comes back to the game, and it's worth to upgrade to Glassfish 7, running on production, and even build new stuff on it, because it's going to be maintained and updated regularly. Coming to this year, what we are expecting is Glassfish 8, or what happened this year was Glassfish 8 milestone 12, which enabled Jakarta EE 11 release. That was half a year ago, but since then the team was working on 7.1 because there were some significant improvements needed to enable future development and stabilization. And that was going to happen for both 7.1 and 8 releases. So the users of Glassfish 7 can still benefit from those improvements, but they also go to Glassfish 8. And we also needed some time to make everything stable in Glassfish 8 with all the new features and polished, and implement some things that are not covered by the tests and Jakarta EE tests, and give overall great experience and production quality with Glassfish 8 final version. So both of them are very close to be finished. It took a bit longer than expected, but they both should be out by the end of this year. So basically this month in coming weeks. For those who don't know so much about Glassfish, I want to compare how it stands now against popular servers like Tomcat and Jetty. Probably everybody knows Tomcat. Fewer people know Jetty, but I believe that it's still a very popular application server or a Java server, actually. The difference between them is that Tomcat and Jetty are not usually referred to as application servers. There are either called servlet containers or just servers. Nowadays, a lot of people use them embedded in Spring Boot as embedded servers. Although Apache Tomcat didn't start like that, it was traditionally just an installable server. It used to be a servlet reference implementation. So the reference for the servlet specification, which is just one of the Jakarta EE specifications, one of the core ones, but still just one out of many. And then some microsystems donated Apache Tomcat to the Apache Foundation, and it started living its own life, and it became very popular because it was lightweight, flexible, and easy to use. Eclipse Jetty started about the same time, but it wasn't very popular until it was, I think not until it was donated to Eclipse Foundation, when it became an alternative to Tomcat, and where it excelled, it was embeddable since the beginning without any tuning. It supported embedding out of the box, while Tomcat needed some tweaks to be able to be embedded, and Spring Boot team did a great job taking all the internals from Tomcat and basically making it embeddable. And later on, Tomcat started supporting these features out of the box, but it wasn't there by design; it was there by necessity, and it was adapted. While Jetty was embeddable from the start, it's also lightweight. What they have in common, they roughly have the same features. They implement servlets, they implement JSP, and few basic server functionalities like server send events and WebSockets. But they don't implement most of the Jakarta EE and enterprise features like transactions or connection pooling. You have to install these things into Tomcat or Jetty, or if you don't need them, you just don't use them. Where Eclipse Glassfish stands here is it's also lightweight, not so lightweight as Tomcat and Jetty, but it strives to be as lightweight as them. So that's the ultimate goal, to make everything lightweight. The reason why it's not so lightweight is that it implements a lot more features. It just has them. It's like a Swiss Army knife. It has a lot of features in there, and the aim is always to just have them. If they are not needed, they shouldn't be causing slower performance or slow startup or higher resource usage. Although that's in practice not so easy to do. So even with a lot of effort, Glassfish still starts a little bit longer than Tomcat and Jetty and needs a little more memory. And the difference is then when we compare different Eclipse Glassfish distributions, because there's also a lightweight distribution, and that is very close to Tomcat and Jetty. Plus, it has all the or most of the enterprise features. So the story of Glassfish, as I already told, but it's very similar to Tomcat. It used to be a Java EE reference implementation, while Tomcat was just servlet implementation, reference implementation. Later, Glassfish took over the servlet reference implementation, so it was both the reference for servlet and Java EE, and it was donated to an open source foundation, although to a different one, but to the same one as Jetty. So now we have these three major application servers in the two major open source foundations, and you can choose whatever fits your needs. With Glassfish having the advantage that it has all the power of Jakarta EE and still is very lightweight, almost as Tonkaler Jetty. So with Glassfish, I want to say, because this is a talk about going from reference to production readiness, I want to say that the team behind Glassfish has currently the quality as the priority number one. Traditionally, the priority used to be to implement all the Jakarta EE and Java EE features so that it's used as a reference to release the new version of the specification, so that everybody can play with it, learn new Java EE and Jakarta EE features. That's still a core value of Glassfish. The team still focuses on that, but all the versions that are just focused on this are released as milestones or beta versions. It doesn't end with a final release. There's still focus on quality, and the final release or like final releases of Glassfish includes high quality assurance. So every release runs against the TCK again and again, even after a patch release. The team developed a new comprehensive test framework. It also, like what is not very visible, it's the Glassfish now has a lot of tests that were there in the project, but were never enabled, never were executed. So it was like they were not there, but we managed to rescue them, and now they are repetitively executed against each release. These are usually for the old features like EJBs, transactions, clustering, and things like that. But it still matters for projects that were developed a long time ago. And now we, with these enabled tests, we make sure that everything works as it used to be when it used to be supported by Oracle and some microsystems. Plus, we created a new framework to make it easier to run and develop new tests. And this same framework is based on Maven and runs the tests very fast and very flexibly. And our policy is that for every new significant feature or improvement, it should be covered by tests in this test suite. And the reason is that it's not so complicated to create a test. It's problematic if a feature is released and doesn't work. So you see that there is a trade where it's just a little more effort to make sure everything runs as it should and keeps running like that. And it's worth it. We also added some tests for cluster testing, like when you deploy Glassfish to a network or a cluster of multiple instances. That's not very easy to do on one machine or with a traditional technique where the test suite runs a server. It would be possible with our new framework, but it's still you would have a lot of issues, and it's not easy to install, for example, a third-party database and things like that. So for that, it's much easier to create a self-contained environment with Docker test containers, which can spawn multiple containers for each instance and database, a new container, and they are isolated on the Docker network. And there we can test that everything works together and simulate production. So with all these testing, we continue improving things while not breaking other stuff that works. And that's really a core focus, because when you want to use something in production, you need to update things. If there is a vulnerability or there is a defect you want to fix, or even if you want to benefit the new features in the product in Glassfish, that would make your work more productive. But it's always risky to upgrade to a new version if you don't know if it works as it should, as the version before. So that's what we with the project want to assure, that anytime anybody wants to upgrade to a newer version of Glassfish, if it's a patch version, it should contain just fixes. It should be stable, as at least as stable as the previous version. And there might be some differences, there might be some portability issues that are easy to discover by smoke testing and testing in test deployment. But when everything looks to be running, it should be running, and should because it's tested and bulletproof from the start. I wanted to just show you how it looks like. Not only talk about it. So what is real is Glassfish continuous integration system, which is running on Eclipse infrastructure. And if you go there, it's CI Eclipse org Glassfish. And you will see, you can also see it or access it in Glassfish project page or GitHub page. If you, for example, go to some pull request, every change is covered by a test suite, not the whole comprehensive test suite, but for example, there is a pull request which is very fresh now, not yet merged, and it seems that it passed all the tests. And here we can see that everything that is run. So there are some tests executed in GitHub for multiple platforms, for even Mac OS, mostly for development, because I don't think that anybody uses it in production. But there is a bigger test suite in Ubuntu and on Linux and Windows machines. And then there is a link to Jenkins, which tests some more tests on Linux machine. And we improved or designed the workflow. Oh, it just gets slow. So that a lot of tests run in parallel, so where we can run the tests very fast. And by very fast, I mean half an hour. But in the past, it used to be hours with this comprehensible test suite. So our aim is to shorten the time that tests take to run, and then we can run more tests more regularly. Now we are at this test suite that runs about half an hour if everything works, and then there is a TCK job that we run manually before every release, and that takes a couple of hours, but I think it's just like 1.5 or 2 hours. Is much less than it used to be before, because also Jakarta EE TCK got improved, and what previously was running as a custom test with a custom test suite on several hours. Now it runs on Mavenized test suite, which runs just around 2 hours, I think. So this is about things that you can see for yourself, how the tests are being executed for every pull request and later also for every release. So because we also edit microprofile features, not all the standard microprofile features, but some APIs for microprofile. We also run microprofile TCKs together with Jakarta EE TCKs to ensure that everything keeps running as it should. And then this allowed us to do some serious refactoring. We redesigned the logging system because it was very flaky. If you enabled more detailed logging, that sometimes caused logging to halt, and I think even the server halted under some conditions. So now with this redesigned logging system, it became asynchronous. It has a very little impact on production performance. and it's stable so that it doesn't cause any bottlenecks in Glassfish. We also optimized connection pooling because there were some sub-optimizations, there was sometimes requests were waiting for a connection that was already in the connection pool, but under some conditions it had to wait until some other pool uses it. So now it is more optimized the time which needs to be synchronized when different threads, different requests, exchange connections was reduced to a minimum. And yeah, it was also recently we also optimized connection pool usage because it even though there were more connections, for some reasons not all of them were transferred to the application. So sometimes there were just some idle connections while some requests were waiting for them, and it took a while to get them. We also discovered that some monitoring metrics, which are already implemented in Glassfish and have been there for a long time, they don't give proper values in some cases. So we made these monitoring more bulletproof and always show the exact numbers as it should. And then regarding security, we address vulnerabilities promptly. What a lot of people don't know and don't see is there is a dedicated GitLab space in Eclipse Foundation, which is accessible only to Glassfish committers. And that's where security vulnerabilities are being reported. So it's not visible that somebody reports a vulnerability against Glassfish, but we see it as committers and we react to that and fix the issues as soon as possible before they are published as a vulnerability in Glassfish. So sometimes it's not even visible that we fix a vulnerability because if we publish the information that there is a vulnerability, somebody could expose it in older versions of Glassfish. So it's not very visible in the project, but we can give a list of security vulnerabilities fixed in every release. We do it for customers of OmniFish, and if somebody from the community asks us, we can also gather the list. There's also, with the help of Eclipse Foundation, we implemented SBOM generation. So every Glassfish release generates SBOM, which is a bill of like a software bill of materials, which lists every component in Glassfish with their versions. So if you want to run this, you can run this through some security tool that will report if there are vulnerabilities for these components or no. We also focused on developer experience because production can only live if there are developers really making changes and working with the project. Otherwise, it's a basically dead project because if something goes wrong, then you have a problem and you cannot easily fix things in production. So to be able to use Glassfish also for new development and fixing stuff, we focused on improving startup times. Now Glassfish starts in a few seconds. It's comparable to Spring Boot, but remember that Glassfish, when I'm talking about Glassfish server, it's the server that is capable of clustering, connecting through over network to other instances, managing them, and it has administration interface, a lot of other stuff that you don't need in small applications. That's why it takes a bit longer to start. But there is also a distribution which is called embedded Glassfish, and a while ago we added an option to run it from command line. Before it was only possible to run it from a Java application as a library. And embedded Glassfish, when you run your application with it, it starts comparably to Spring Boot. It's roughly the same time, maybe 10-20% less, but you wouldn't notice. Then there is Eclipse Glassfish has support for major IDEs, for all the 4 major ones: VS Code, Eclipse IDE, NetBeans, and IntelliJ. all of them have plugins, or NetBeans directly supported without plugins. There's an improved Arcane container. This one is donated or maintained by Omnifish, so it's not within the Glassfish project because of intellectual property issues. It's simply said we cannot donate it under the license that the Eclipse project requests, because there are some copyrighted code released under a different license. So it's all open source license. We can publish it, and it's publicly available. The source codes on GitHub is just on Omnifish GitHub, not in Glassfish. But we maintain this, and it's usable, is documented. So this is, I would say, the official plugin now, or semi-official, because the Arcane project itself doesn't really have a very good plugin for Glassfish, and the Glassfish project itself doesn't publish any official Arcane container. With this new improved Arcane container, it supports all the flavors or variants of running Glassfish as a remote server that is already running, and then deploying applications to it, or as an embedded Glassfish server inside the same test suite, or it starts as a server, a normal server, and then stops it after the test suite is done. But it has also nice options to execute things, commands before the server is started, or start a database embedded in Glassfish, and things like that. Start the Glassfish in debug mode or suspend mode if you want to debug the test. So everything is there, configurable via properties. And then there is an enhanced embedded Glassfish Maven plugin. This is in the Glassfish project. We just made it a little more easy to use, so that it can be just added to the project and start the artifact from the build with embedded Glassfish. No extra configuration is needed. Of course, if you want, you can redefine the port or anything else. But without configuration, it should work out of the box with defaults and run your application. And then, yeah, this is basically what I also already said, just in different flavor. So there is always a focus on Glassfish and in running things in various ways. So there is an embeddable distribution. It's been already there, but only possible to run from Java code. Now it's also possible to run it from command line, and this version that you run from command line can be configured via command line arguments or simple properties in property file. No longer needed to execute any commands against the running instance or configure XML or anything like that. So I'll be more brief about new features because I think I'm running out of time. But let me summarize the most important things. The Glassfish now implements microprofile, all the most used features, config, REST client, authentication using GUI token. And in Glassfish 7, 1, and 8, there will be health check. It's already implemented, already tested. It's just waiting for the release. What's coming is other microprofile things like telemetry and other APIs. But that's for the next year. In deployment, as I said, it's possible to use embedded or runnable embedded Glassfish. Glassfish provides Docker images so that you can use them out of the box, and they're optimized for memory and Docker usage. And then there are flexible distributions, so you can also choose if you want a full Glassfish or just web profile Glassfish, which uses a little less memory and fewer libraries. And you can use the embedded Glassfish. For enterprise usage, we added admin command logger, which has two main usages. One is in development and configuration. You can run administration console, the UI interface, and with this enabled, you can configure Glassfish and then see which commands were executed, and then you can copy the commands and put them in script so that you can repeat the same thing and automate setting up Glassfish in other environments. Another use is if you have it enabled, then it also logs the user that did it and all the administration commands. So you can use it as an audit service in case it's a server that multiple people have access to, and you will see who and when changed the configuration. There's also support for remote nodes via native Windows SSH and a lot of performance optimizations. So just to summarize how Glassfish is good in production and which best practices are used, it matches, is the first is monitoring. The Glassfish used to be very good in monitoring. It just needed some fixes here and there, so this is fixed. And the monitoring is available via JMX or REST service. You can already connect monitoring tools like Prometheus via JMX, because it's a standard way of getting metrics from JVM, from Java applications. But in the future, we know that there is OpenTelemetry standard, and we are already working on native OpenTelemetry support, so that you can just connect Glassfish to an OpenTelemetry server and send information to that. For testing, you can use embedded Glassfish because that's much faster than running the full server and deploying things. And it runs in the same JVM, so it's also simple to set up. But for more complicated testing, test containers are much better. And okay, and then you can do either deploy server or Glassfish on-premise, either with traditionally centrally managed cluster by an admin server, where you go to the admin server, configure everything in one place, and manage all the instances, and the instances share session and data and configuration and work as a unit, and can be scaled up to multiple instances or scaled down to a few instances based on the load. And in the cloud, the Kubernetes, the modern approach is to handle everything like that with cloud infrastructure and Kubernetes, and just run a service in Docker, where runnable embedded Glassfish is more suitable. And that's why we added also microprofile health support, so that it can be easily attached to Kubernetes, which can monitor the health of the service. And we're going to implement telemetry in the future. Yeah, I will skip this and jump to this one because of lack of time. So to summarize what we achieved until now and what we plan in the next year or so is, right now we are actively preparing for Glassfish 7.1.8.8.0 release candidate. 7.1 will be new final version of Glassfish 7, which brings some new features. It also drops support for older versions, so it doesn't run on Java 11, on Java 17 and higher. But there's fixed or enabled Glassfish, embedded Glassfish monitoring, which didn't work before and wasn't possible to use monitoring with using Glassfish in embedded modes. It brings microprofile health and also supports the more modern certificates than the old Java standard, and has a lot of improvements in startup. And final version of Glassfish 8 we plan later this month, because almost everything is settled. We just need to make sure that everything works and then run all the required tests. It brings Jakarta EE11, which is already there in the milestone version. It brings Jakarta data, which is now compared to the milestone one, which was just basically hacked into Glassfish. Now Glassfish implements its own Jakarta data over JPA persistence, and also NoSQL entities. So it's very well integrated with other specifications. And there are other things like virtual threads in multiple places, support for them. And in the future, we plan to add telemetry, improve Kubernetes support to be able to externalize configuration and even dynamically manage Glassfish via Kubernetes config maps. And we want to create a separate embedded Glassfish Docker image. Right now, there is one Docker image from which you can either start embedded Glassfish or Glassfish server. And then we're also working on some other side projects as Omnifish as a company. So we're building a new monitoring console that can be deployed on Glassfish and visualize the data from metrics. We'll support automated upgrades, so you can just trigger a button to upgrade Glassfish and to revert back to the old version if something goes wrong, and detects vulnerabilities in your applications and helps you find them and upgrade your applications. And another thing is we started implementing Glassfish 9.0, which is in very early stages, but this is to be able to progress with Jakarta EE12. Yeah, so I think I ran out of time. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. So maybe one question from the audience is, so what are the expected dates of Glassfish 7, 1, and 8? So as I explained at the end, we planned to release Glassfish 7.1 sometime in September or October, but then we discovered some problems with the underlying refactoring and improvements. We needed to make things stable, and at the same time we took time to fix other things, especially monitoring, to make a new version more robust while we were already prolonging the release. So it took a while, but the new 7.1 release will have a lot of improvements. It's just not like a simple upgrade to a 0.1 release with some new features, but it has a lot of deeper improvements and also new features like microprofile health or improvements and fixes in monitoring. But it's ready right now. Actually the pull request I was showing you is one of the last pull requests and is already passing tests. So we hope this week will be the week when we release 7.1, and 8.0 is already being worked on in parallel. So it kind of delayed 7.1 and everything got delayed because everything happened at the same time. But 8.0 is already there. We're just finalizing some things, but we don't know if it will be into 8.0 or 8.1 or some later version, and that is related to Jakarta data support for NoSQL entities, because it's not finalized yet, it's not yet stable. Jakarta data for JPA entities is stable. But we hope to also support NoSQL in 8.0. But we'll see. If we can fix it very soon, then it will be Glassfish 8.0 will be released later this month, probably as a Christmas present. If not, then we will probably release Glassfish 8.0 final anyway. With the note that NoSQL still is not supported and will be supported a bit later. So another question related to this from the community is whether Glassfish supports Jakarta data with both SQL and NoSQL. So yes, Glassfish 8 currently, even the milestone version, supports Jakarta data with SQL. The way it works is you basically use JPA, an entity defined persistence unit, as traditionally you would access it with an entity manager. but Jakarta Data supports bridging in Jakarta Data interfaces to an entity manager, and then you can call a method on an interface, and it will turn it into a query method, a query call on entity manager using your persistence XML configuration. For NoSQL, this is implemented with a component that we're bringing to Glassfish 8, which is called JNoSQL. This is a reference implementation for Jakarta NoSQL, and it will work the same way. You configure the JNoSQL in or NoSQL database driver in Glassfish, and then repositories, if they use NoSQL entities and with NoSQL annotations, they will start using this NoSQL data source and invoke queries using JNoSQL on the NoSQL data source. So, for example, Mongo database, but also I think 25 other databases are supported out of the box by JNoSQL. You just need to drop your a driver for that specific database, so that you would need to add to your application. But otherwise, Glassfish will do all the rest, and turn Jakarta Data repository calls to the underlying NoSQL database. So I think that's about it. Time to stop talking and say thank you very much for your attention. So, what I maybe wanted to show as the last thing. So first and foremost, Glassfish is made by community for community. It's also backed by the Omnifish company, which funds most of the development. And to be able to do that, it sells services around Glassfish. So in case you like to have a partner in your commercial projects, let Omnifish know, let us know how we can help you and how we can work together on making Glassfish as efficient or as as convenient to use for you as possible. If you're just curious or want to use Glassfish on your community projects, just try Glassfish. Follow the updates. There are mostly now in GitHub. There are this GitHub discussions forum or pull requests or issues. The web page will be soon updated, but unfortunately we had some infrastructure issues, so it wasn't easy to update the web page and keep it filled with current information. If you discover any issues, report the issues on the GitHub tracker, or if you want to help us, you can contribute not only code, because that's probably too complicated from beginning for somebody who doesn't know the internals, but you can help us improve guides, documentation, or at least tell us what's not clear, where you struggled, and so on, so that we can help, we can fix it. So thank you very much and have a nice rest of the conference.
Okay, that was an interesting presentation from Andro. We now know everything about Glassfish, I think, and Gigi, the Jakarta dog, was sitting here paying attention all the time.
Yeah, we'll task her later
Yeah.
to see how much she remembers.
Just keep her out of the, out of the way of Shabnam, which stepped on her yesterday and thought she was a carpet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have some people that selected these talks for us.
Yes, and I do want to give shout out to our program committee. So thank you so very much for reading through all the submissions, to selecting and helping us shape the agenda. It is greatly appreciated that this is our independent committee who was helping us create this day. So thank you very much once again. So let's talk about Jakarta EE. Maybe we should start with that little video that we created about the release 11.
Let's go.
And let's go with it.
Jakarta EE11 marks a significant advancement in simplifying enterprise Java with new features that enhance performance and increase developer productivity. It maintains a 2-year release cadence, providing stability and dependability for these widely used specifications. Key highlights include the new Jakarta data specification, major updates to the existing specifications, and support for the latest Java LTS release, which enables developers to leverage enhancements in Java 21, including virtual threads. This new Jakarta data specification simplifies data access and boosts productivity by separating persistence logic across databases. Key features include Data Repository, a built-in supertype that is the root of all repositories. Basic Repository, a built-in repository supertype for performing basic operations on entities. CRUD Repository, this facilitates basic CRUD operations, making database interactions more straightforward and less error-prone. Pagination, support for both offset and cursor pagination. Jakarta Data Query Language, JDQL, a streamlined language designed to specify the semantics of query methods within Jakarta data repositories. This release has streamlined the specification with multiple changes designed to make building applications faster and simpler for developers. These enhancements include the removal of managed beans. The managed beans specification has been deprecated and removed from Jakarta EE11 and replaced by CDI alternatives. The removal of all references to the Java SE Security Manager. Aligning with JEP 411, all references to Security Manager have been removed, paving the way for more modern security practices. The removal of optional features to lower the barrier for new vendors. All optional specifications have been removed in Jakarta EE11. And finally, embracing Java records. Continued support for Java records with various specifications. Example, Java validation to ensure data integrity and reduce boilerplate code. The new release supports Java 17 or higher that enables developers to leverage enhancements in Java 21, including virtual threads. The updated concurrency specification enables developers to leverage virtual threads in Java 21 to significantly boost performance, allowing more efficient handling of concurrent tasks without the overhead of traditional thread management. Jakarta EE11 offers many features and updates that enhance performance and increase developer productivity. To learn more about the new features available in the Jakarta EE11 release, please visit our website.
Okay, so hopefully that was really informative for everyone who is not familiar with the Jakarta E11. Now, I think what we should talk about a little bit is about our staggered approach for 11. Do you want to comment on that a little bit?
Sure. So Jakarta 11 was supposed to be released in 2024. And we managed to do that. And we managed to do that by releasing the core profile in December. So previously we released the platform, the web profile, and core profile at the same time. Mm-hmm. But now we released core profile in December. Then in Q1 this year, we released web profile. I think it was in late March or beginning of April, yes. Maybe. Mm-hmm. And then in June, we released the platform. So we could release these independently of each other. And that was a first time we did that. Since we usually do it in a one release approach. So that is a good thing to bring forward for us.
And actually that was really a consequence of something else. I mean, it's great, and I think we decided already, or the community rather decided that we're going to keep that approach going forward of the staggered release. but it was a consequence and silver lining of some other work that was happening, and that is about the TC case. Do you want to
Yes.
touch on that?
Yeah, sure. So we did a major refactoring of the TC case, or the technology compatibility kit. It was written in a technology invented 30 years ago. So it was time for some modernization there. So we lifted it to newer tools and technologies like using Maven rather than Make or Ant like we used to have, and JUnit 5 and Archillion. So and some other technologies around there. So we modernized it, made it more modular. So it can be run a little bit more independently of each other, and it also runs faster.
Yeah.
I think the old build times, I'm throwing out numbers there that I'm not sure about, but I think that was in the range of like 10 hours to run the TCK.
Yes, that's
and
right.
now it's down to 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So it's significantly faster to run the TCKs now with less resources.
Yeah. And it's more kind of lowering the barriers for anyone trying to pass the TCKs. It's far more inviting than before. And also, I think it's important to say that we are actually welcoming anyone who is interested in testing to join the TCK team and actually help out further development of the TCK.
Yes, and by moving to these newer technologies that younger developers know, it is easier for them to get onboarded, so they don't have to learn to use the Java test harness that was invented a long time ago. Yes, so that's important. It's faster to run, it's easier to run, and it's easier to contribute to. So it was a big effort. We were delayed a little bit with the release, but it was totally worth it.
And we learned how to do the staggered release. The community welcomed that.
Yeah.
So there are many benefits. Okay, so I think we need to move on with our program for today. So our next talk is by Ottavio Santana and Nathan Raw. And the talk is about Jakarta data and the new era of persistence from JPA to polyglot persistence in Jakarta E12.
Hello, everyone. Super glad to be here to discuss more about what's going on in the next step of Jakarta EE data. And I'm not alone. Oh, good morning, good evening, good night. So super happy to be here in this conference online with everybody. And I'm the greatest new Jakarta EE persistence committer, Jakarta data spec lead. So this person handle basically and cover and all the persistence layer inside enterprise Java. Hello, Nathan. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Super excited to discuss more about what's going on. So let's cover a little bit on what's going on with Jakarta data and the new age of the persistence in Jakarta EE12, right? So what people can use to make their life even easier. So let's go to the next slide. So on Jakarta data, we have right now in the version 1.1, basically 3 features that I love that much. So projections, one way to use different structures with records, meta model, where it allows us to use super smart way to do queries using what I love, that is the Fluent API, and constraints and restrictions. Nathan, you want to talk more about this?
Well, we have slides to go over them, so we'll. Oh yeah.
Okay, let's go.
I will. Yeah, I can take it over from here. So this slide covers a little bit more detail in some of the planned features in Data 1.1, and one thing we're going to call out here is that although some of these are already in milestone 1 of Data 1.1, you know, they're being worked on, they're already out there in the code. There's no guarantee any of these will be in 1.1 exactly as they are. There may be changes, there may be things dropped, there may be things added. So there's no promises here. This is just a preview. So Otavio went through the list, and there's a few other ones listed here, and we'll go through all these in detail. The first one that we'll take a look at is projections. And in each of these, we're going to look at what you had in Data 1.0 and what is changing in 1.1. And that will be largely the focus of our presentation. So in Data 1.0, you could retrieve entities, basically, and you get the whole entity, and if you needed the whole entity, that was great. If you didn't need the whole entity, maybe it was a little inefficient. But Data 1.1 will let you retrieve parts of entities, which are the projections. And you could retrieve only a single entity attribute, or you could retrieve multiple entity attributes that are a subset of that entity. The way we do that is a little bit different, but based on whether you want just one or whether you want multiple. Here's how you do it with a single attribute. So instead of returning the entity type, you'll return the entity attribute type. In this case, we were looking to get a person's name, so we'll return that as a string. And the rest of this query is a normal query. It's a normal find query. But you'll notice that we have also added the person.class, the entity type, to the find method, because we need to somehow identify that you're finding it from that entity. The entity attribute on its own is just a string. You can see the select annotation there identifying which one, and that's accessing the meta model, which is a string attribute there. So there is no identification of the entity except for what's in the find annotation. You could also have that inferred from the repository class, but in this case, it's a standalone example, so it doesn't. And then you can also retrieve multiple, and there's multiple ways to retrieve multiple. We showed 3 of them in the presentation on consecutive slides here, and I'll really just go through the first and then kind of, briefly show the next ones. But the core concept here is you return a Java record. In this case, we want 2 attributes, so we've created a record that has 2 different strings, the email and the name. And we're returning a list of them because you can have multiple. That's normal. Again, indicating what we want to find. And in this case, we're finding it from an entity called customer class. And then you might be wondering, how did we map these? How did we figure out that certain fields of customer map to email and name on the record? And in this case, this is the most optimal case, which is the record component names match the entity attribute names, in which case you don't need to do anything. And then the other slides will briefly show you that there are some other possibilities there, which we use the select annotation to map them. So there's a couple of places you can do that. So here's one of them with the select annotations identifying that, and in another place. So then we'll go on to constraints, which is another major feature in 1.1. What did we have in 1.0? In 1.0, we had your find and delete repository methods can only filter on one condition, which is equality, which had limited usefulness. And we knew that. We couldn't do everything in 1.0. And this is the solution to that, is to define constraint types. And these constraint types, because we certainly did have in 1.0, we had the ability to do greater than, less than, and like in the query by method name pattern. So now you have these same sort of constraints that don't need to be encoded into the method name. Now they can be used with the find and delete pattern with the types. And so let's show you how to do that on the next slide. First, I'll show you what they all are. They should look very familiar. These are almost a one-to-one correspondence with the method name queries, with a few differences. You have at least and at most, and instead of greater than or equal to. So there's a couple ways to use constraints, and this will really vary depending on how your application wants to use them. The first way is to specify them with an is annotation. So we let you write this upfront into your repository method, and this reads very well in English here. In this case, we're looking to find a list of people who are eligible to vote. And we put in here, we're querying by their age is at least the min voting age, right? You can basically read these things. And by the person's zip code is in a set of zip codes. And by encoding that information into the definition of the repository method, usage of it is very simple. So you simply invoke the method, sending in the values. In one case, you have an age. In the other case, a set of zip codes. Let's go on to the next slide and see how to use it differently. So there are cases where, though, you want more flexibility at runtime. And this slide isn't actually going to show you that. It's going to show you the other usage pattern, and then it'll become clear on the following slide why that's useful to sometimes use this form. So instead of using the is annotation, you could simply type the repository method with the constraint type, and then the parameter type of that is the entity attribute type. So in this case, the person age is at least, and that's a type integer, and so forth. And you have the in constraint on the next line there. And then when you're using it, you'll see that little note there is that usage of it has to type in the constraint class every time you use it, which could be inconvenient, but it could also be useful. So here it's a little bit inconvenient. You had to type in at least, and then you're constructing a constraint off of that with static method of that type of constraint, passing in the age, and the same thing with the values. So let's go on to where it gets really useful to have these constraints. So now we look at, there's a couple of constraints here that are much more flexible than just enforcing a minimum or a maximum, because they let you do pattern matching in a variety of ways. This is the like and the not like constraints, which you're probably familiar with from the method name query pattern. But these get even more flexible than that now. Because in the other case, you really just had to match a pattern, a couple of special characters for pattern matching, which were the % for 0 or more characters, and the underscore character for matching exactly one character. So you could see in the first example is very consistent with what you did with method name queries, where you would have a pattern that in this case, it's going to match a version of Jakarta data where you can have multiple characters in the first part of the number, the dot, and the minor version, which must be, well, at this point, 1. I guess that could someday be multiple. But anyway, here's the flexibility, though. So you could decide that you don't want those to be your, maybe you need the % to mean something else, or the underscore to mean something else. You can change those pattern matching characters. In this case, I've changed the multiple one to the star and the singular one to the exclamation point. So I've used a variant of pattern that lets me pass those in. And then there's another one for an escape character, which is also quite useful. In this case, I've chosen that to be the caret. But you also have you have a variety of different variants of that method. Then you have prefix, suffix, and substring. So you can give a lot of flexibility to your user to decide how they want to match stuff. All right, so let's move on to another key feature, which is meta model enhancements. And why we have these meta model enhancements will become clear when we get further on in the presentation. But to start out with, the meta model was extremely limited in data 1.0. So you basically had static string constants for attribute names. You saw those used already in a couple of our examples. And something you didn't see used, but probably remember from prior usage, is that you had static representation of sorting. So something like name.ascending or descending or whatever. Well, data 1.1 expands the static model greatly, both in terms of the different types of attributes you can represent, and then the ability to offer expressions, functions, and to use those to build custom restrictions, which is another key enhancement. So let's take a look at the static meta model. It is, in this screen, you can see the three types that were there in 1.0 in the middle that don't have the green, whatever that is, green icon on there, indicating 1.1. But now you have all sorts of new ones. And these are customized to different types of entity attributes like time, temporal types, numeric types, and different types of comparables that are text, aren't text, and so on. Let's take a look at them in more detail. So you have those attribute types that you were looking at before, and those attribute subtypes are also types of expressions. So you have this distinction now that you have attributes and expressions, and attributes themselves are expressions. And we have a similar tree of those. So you have expressions of all these different types. Let's take a look at what you get from the basic attribute in the expression. Now you get the ability to create restrictions that will, you have the inequality and equality, and you have some other sorts of things that are similar to that, equality with null or not null, and so on. So those are just the basics. Then we get to the comparable. So if an entity attribute that is a comparable type, now you get everything from expression, because it still has equality, but you also get these sort of order-based comparisons between, greater than or equal to, less than, not between, all those sort of things. Moving on from that, what if it's a number? Well, if it's a number, now you can create not only those restrictions, but you can also create expressions that would express the attribute as its absolute value, as a different type. And you can, ones that expressions that represent functions, like all these arithmetic functions. And then, of course, you get everything from comparable. You can see the inheritance hierarchy working there. Temporal, and more may be added to temporal at some point. Temporal is comparable, so you can compare times in an order-based way, but you also get these functions for representing expressions of the current time, which can be quite useful. Then you get text attribute, which is something you already had, but also text expression, which adds a bunch of new things. So text expression inherits from comparable expression and gets all of that ability. And it also lets you perform these sort of manipulations, expressions that represent having appended onto a text attribute, prepending, contains and not contains, ends with, starts with. You have like, and all those different forms of that you would have seen from constraint, and a number of other ones. You have length and one of the most important ones that people should be excited about, which is uppercasing and lowercasing, which will help you do case-insensitive comparisons. Then you have navigable, and navigable is, I think, in my opinion, the least certain thing in here in 1.1. It's certainly not complete at the moment, and whether we include it at all or whether we include it in a different form or in the same form is still up in the air. But this one allows you to jump from one entity attribute that's an embedded or a relation into the fields, the attributes and fields of that embeddable, and so forth. So you can navigate a hierarchy, and so on. and perform different expressions on that. So let's see an example of using the meta model. So it was probably a lot here. And hopefully this becomes more clear in how this is useful. So for one, you can see this is being built at runtime, right? And then you also have these ability to create these more, expressive restrictions, more functional capability here. So let's see what this one's doing. This one's going to figure out if a person has an Eclipse email. So first of all, people can have emails in different cases. So we want to actually lowercase this thing or uppercase it, right? I've chosen to lowercase it to compare it with a lowercase value. And that will perform an case-insensitive comparison, essentially. And so I've gone to my attribute from my metamodel class. The metamodel class, and always starting with the underscore by convention, as it did in 1.0, person, and then you navigate. Well, I shouldn't say navigate. This is not navigable at this point, but you're choosing its text attribute field. And then from that, you're creating an expression, a lowercase expression of that. And then from that, one of these terminating operations, essentially, that turns it into a restriction. Does it end with? So does it end with eclipsefoundation.org? So that was a restriction, but what do I do with those? We'll look at that in the next slide. If I can get to the next slide. There it is. So in 1.0, repository methods were very limited in that you had to define everything up front, except for sorting. You had to define it all up front during development time, and that is just not reasonable. And we knew this, and we knew there was, you hear people asking for it. We knew we wanted a solution, and that solution is restrictions. So data 1.1 gives you a new special parameter type that you can put on your repository method, and that lets you fill in restrictions dynamically at runtime. So if you have forms of things on your web application, you can, compute. This is what I would like. A customer decided they wanted this one and this one and this one to be filtered by, and not the other ones. You can do all that at runtime now. So let's take a look at how that works. So here's a simple definition of a repository method. It combines a constraint that is upfront hard-coded, which is the person must have a particular zip code. They live in a zip code. That's a method is named for that. But then you can filter it by whatever restrictions on person you want. And in this case, we've decided to restrict it to people that are born in December. So people who live in Northwest Rochester there in that zip code and are born in December, person month born equal to December, right? If I wanted it to be not equal to December, I could have said month born not equal to December. If I wanted it to be in a range of months, I could have said person month born in, and then the list of December, January, or April. I don't know why you'd want that, but yeah. So you get all sorts of flexibility. Now, you can do even more than that with restrictions. So another way of doing negation, this restriction interface gives you basically on its own, just gives you a single method. So everything is about creating the restrictions, but for the user, you get a single method off of it, which is to negate it. You can easily do that. Another way to negate it is to go to this restrict utility class. You can see there's a restrict.not. Those do exactly the same thing. But there's other really useful stuff on the restrict utility class. You can now create multiple restrictions, composite restrictions that combine multiple together in different ways. The ways you can do that, you can either require that they all be true, all conditions are met, or that any one of them, at least one, that is true, the any. You have the not, and then you have this other, probably not often used, but if you ever have a method that you need to call that requires a restriction, you don't want to restrict anything, you can use this utility class to get an unrestricted restriction that doesn't restrict anything else. Let's see how it's used here. So a simple example is that I want to create a composite restriction, and I want to use the all method in this case because I want to find people who are born on a leap day, which means they were born on February 29th, right? So I have, combined together two different equal to restrictions, equal to February for the month and equal to 29 for the day born. Let's see a more complicated one. We can do a whole hierarchy of these things by combining the any and the all in whatever ways we want. So this is one that figures out, is a person old enough to vote? And this might seem simple, especially if you had a date that you were comparing it against. But in this case, we're going to compare it against a year born, month born, day born. And so we need to figure out, well, what's the election day and the year? And subtract that, right? Or subtract from that the year the person was born to figure out if they're greater than that, then they're old enough. They're actually older than they need to be to vote. So they're good. Otherwise, only one of these has to be true, right? With the any, we have a restriction of all of these things. And what are all the rest of them is, well, they could be born the same year, but only if they were also born in a month that was less than the election day month. Or, right, you have, and so on. It goes so forth. Or, if they were born on the same day, or sorry, the same month, then it has to be a day that was at the same day or earlier. So you can put complex logic into that, and that's what this is trying to show, rather than actually all the logistics of how you would compute that. All right, so what's another feature? Another one here is that we have some integration with the concurrency specification in that you can put the asynchronous interceptor. You could use a lot of interceptors in 1.0, like transactional, which is very useful, but now you can also use the asynchronous interceptor to integrate with Jakarta concurrency. And you could not do that before. So here's how you would do it. You just slap the asynchronous annotation onto there and then make sure that you're returning a completion stage, and it will give you a completion stage that's running async and with the concurrency feature. Another feature we have is lifecycle events. So in Data 1.0, you didn't have any way to get notification of certain lifecycle operations, updates, inserts happening, and you will in Data 1.1. I don't have an example of that one here because we can only fit so much into this presentation. So we'll take a look at stateful repositories, which is another feature. People have been asking for this, that they don't, in Data 1.0, everything is stateless. In 1.1, you do have the ability to have this persistence context and these certain operations. So we'll take a look at what those are. Well, they're annotations, and they look almost exactly like entity manager operations. They have same names, but they're annotations. And if you put those annotations on your repository, it becomes a stateful repository. And then those stateful repositories are not compatible with stateless. So you could basically have to choose one or the other. You could have both. You could have two types by having two different repositories that are each of a different type. Let's say it that way. So here we go. You can see this is extending from data repository, not basic or CRUD repository, because those have stateless operations. We only want stateful in this case. There's a persist that made it into stateful, and then we could do that. Here's some usage of that same thing. And you can see here that we have retrieved an entity with that method, and then we have mutated a property on it, an attribute, it's email, and then we just committed it. We didn't actually do anything to write it back to the database. You don't need to, because it's in the persistence context, and the persistence context will then flush that either immediately or on commit according to whatever the provider does. All right, so let's go and hand this over to Ottavio for some other related specifications.
Oops, my bad. Thank you, Nathan. So yes, one thing that I'm enjoying a lot on this new version of Jakarta EE 12 is not only because we are releasing just a new specification, right? So we are working to have this integration among the persistence layer. So we have, in the previous one, we had Jakarta Data 1 integrating with both Jakarta Persistence and Jakarta NoSQL. Right now we have a second one that is Jakarta Query. So we are able to speak polyglot persistence inside the enterprise Java right now. So Jakarta Query 1.0, Jakarta Persistence, and finally Jakarta NoSQL 1.1. Right? So let's start what is for me my favorite one, that is Jakarta Query. Oh, I really enjoy this specification because we're gonna have a common language among those persistence layers. So the idea is using a common language to the object-oriented, we are able to handle the queries. So you can do queries to SQL and NoSQL database in a single way. To handle all of those persistence targets, naturally we will have what we don't define the name yet. So we have the core language or the core grammar to handle with the common specification that will be the minimum requirement to work with both SQL and NoSQL database. And then we have a full grammar that is compatible with Jakarta Persistence and Jakarta Persistence query language. So the name is still undefined because we're discussing if it does make sense to have just two persistence or allow it more specialization, such as a query to graph, a query to vector database, and so on. So moving to the next one, we have a couple sample here. So initially, nothing changed that much. So for everybody, so as you can see, so this query is valid to Jakarta Data 1.1. But the goal here is from now on, we will keep moving and make sure that all of those specifications, when we talk about query, can go to the same direction. Then we have Jakarta Persistence 4.0 that we have a couple of improvements like anti-agents for stateless repository. Naturally, it was what we need to Jakarta Data. The NT lifecycle events naturally to Jakarta Data as well. So we are working to work both together to using just the specification. We are capable to run the implementation of Jakarta Data. The implicit select new. So it is good. So we are simplifying input some syntax sugar inside Jakarta Persistence. And this one here, that is annotation configuration, the query, that is a pull request that people can discuss and vote to see what's going on. But for me, it's super nice to see all those specifications look to work together and make super simple to you to see what's going on. And the next one is Jakarta NoSQL, where basically we have the integration with Jakarta Query, finally, and one API to handle with this query. Naturally, we got a huge inspiration from Jakarta Persistence, especially to have a tiny impact between what you're doing Jakarta Persistence, what you're doing with Jakarta Data, and naturally what you can do with Jakarta NoSQL. So this is a sample code in the next slide. So we have our template. You can think template as the persistence context on NoSQL database where we are running a query. We are binding type with the type sport, and finally got the result. So we are doing a from car where type is sport and then returning this information. And that is not all. So we can have, for example, binding and returning a single value. So optional car, just return one. So from car where ID equals 42, and then I'm returning a single object. And naturally, as we do have on Jakarta Data, as we do have in Jakarta Persistence, we are able to handle with projection. So as you can see here, we have a record class that is a take car view, where we are doing query by car that is sport, and we are returning a typed query for this projection. It works like a magic, right? So we are super excited to make those things work. And naturally, we will keep enhancing this fluent query. So we're still working on this query as well. So you can have both. So in this case, as you can see, so have the select car, but where the type is sport, ordered by name. naturally you can use the Jakarta data method model to make it possible. So you don't need to use those strings in your code. And naturally you can do with the delete as well. So delete car where type is classic and then execute. So you can have both using Jakarta NoSQL right now. But I guess we have talked too much, right? Nathan, let's see a little bit of code. So Nathan are able to finally show some code for us. So
Yeah.
Nathan, the stage is yours. Back to you.
So we're going to do a demo in Open Liberty here, which has at least 4 of the new features in it in the 25.012 beta. We're going to look at projections. We're going to look at constraints, both with the is annotation and as method parameters, and we're going to look at asynchronous repository methods. So let me jump out of the presentation back into the browser here, and we'll show you some code. So an entity that we're using here, we actually took it from the Jakarta Data TCK, which it represents a country in the world and information about it, some demographic information, its size and name and population and other things, and it's got a embeddable under it and stuff. And we have a repository that that uses this entity. You can see right here the CRUD repository using that, and the primary key was its, I don't remember, was it the name or something, country code, something like that, which is of type string. And you can see that the repository I've actually chosen to use, I'm specifying a particular database to use for it, which is specified as the data source definition, which is one way to do it. It's a nice way for testing, at least. And then we're going to have several methods here. So let's look at our first one as a simple find operation. Well, it's sort of a simple find operation, but it returns records instead of the entity. So we have this population record. Let's see what that is. It's the name of the population. So I'll jump back to the repository, and I can return those as a page. So all these different sorts of new features are they interoperate with each other well. You can combine all these constraints and record, return types for subsets, and still use pagination and all that stuff together. And then it takes pagination information, and then we can order it. So let's find out where that's used. Should be the very first thing here. We have okay, so population and then page, and I'll put in a page number. So I've got to put in a page number to do this. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to call that method get populations page. It says I'm going to hard code 10 for my page size. I'm only letting you choose the number in this example, and I'm going to order it by the country name ascending. So these better, if I start at the beginning, they better start with A. There better be 10 of them, because we know there's more than 10 countries in the world, right? Well, let's hope my server is still up. So there it is. We got 10 countries, alphabetical, starting with Afghanistan through Aruba. So let's keep going, and let's see if we can get the next page. Does it work? Yes, it works. Somebody wants to give me a number. Actually, I won't be able to hear him. So I'll just make up a number. Well, about 28. We'll see what countries those are. Oh, I guess there aren't that many countries in the world. That's fine. We'll go and find a... So here we go. Starting in page 16, we have Poland all the way through St. Lucia and St. Pierre and so forth. So that was that one. Let's take a look at what else we got. So what else do we do with our repository? So here we can do that one, and we can use the projection, which was the first thing. But now let's go back to selecting entities. And in this case, we're going to use the is annotation. So you can see this one, we have 2 different, we only used it in one of our parameters. This one is an equal to, and we could have put is equal to if we wanted to, but if you don't, you just default to what you had in data 1.0, which is equality. So we're going to search for countries, again, ordering by name, ascending, and we're going to look for them in a particular region of the world. And then with a population of at least a minimum. All right, so let's see what we've got there for this one. This one, first we need to figure out where our application is using it. So that would be, I've tried to order these so they're all one after the other. We'll take a look at the in region method. I'm going to accept the region as one of my path parameters, and I'm going to accept a min population. And then we're going to look at, well, we'll go through there and pass in, we're going to uppercase just convert it to a constant, right? And then just print it out a few things about it. So let's see that happen. This must be the one for that one. This is so what have I chosen? I've chosen Africa. So let's go in Africa and let's get its minimum size of, how about 50 million? Oh, you can tell I tried that one before. Is that cheating? I can do a different one instead. Let's go with 100 million. So now there's even less. So you can see that that shortened the list. All right, so let's go back to our code here. And we'll jump back to our repository. What else have we got in our repository? We just used the is annotation and let you pass in that value. But now we're going to let you pass in we're going to use the like constraint. This is the flexible one here. And we're going to use like a name pattern. So we'll see how that's used. Move down to the next one. The next slide has that method, and we get to pass in this case, I've chosen to do the prefix. I could have named, what does the name start with? And I could have chose something else. I could have chose, what does it end with? If you want, I can change that on the fly, but first we'll take a look at what we're doing here. So that was the last one I did. This is the one we're going to do here. And so there's a great example. No countries start with X, but we know that some countries start with, anyone have a choice? We'll do O for Otavio. Well, there's only one. Well, we need something better than that. How about, well, we'll do A. Everybody knows there's countries that start with A. And then we could, doesn't have to be a single letter. We could, countries that start with South. So I better get things like South Korea, South Africa. There we go, and South Sudan. We could change that one if we want to. Do we have time for that? Maybe we don't have time for that. I'll just go back and show you the rest of the ones here. So what else did we have? We had asynchronous, and you just slap the asynchronous on here. We'll get back a completion stage. And then this is one's going to find a country and select its population. It has an order to it, and we're going to limit how many go in there. So you can combine that with limit. That's a 1.0 feature. And here's another asynchronous method. So we've got two of them. And this one's going to select the sum of population from country. This is the running a query asynchronously, which is the entire population of the world. So we can get the population of the largest X number of countries and the world population, and you can guess what we're going to do with that. Maybe you can't. But one thing we could do with that in our example is we could compute them both. We'll do that both at the same time. Usually it'd probably be, if you're going to do something asynchronous, it's probably more useful if you're going at different tables, not the same one. But hey, this is an example and it's not too complicated. So we're going to actually, well, I didn't show what we're passing in. People might want to know that. So we're passing in the number of that limit, the number of largest countries that we want to add up, or not add up, we want to fetch. So we're going to fetch those things in one case, and we're going to combine that with the world population in this way. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to take the sum of the largest, which, go and sum those things, and then divide it by the total. And so we'll get the percentage of population that the number of largest countries in the world take up. So kind of generating some interesting statistics here. And so let's choose, how about the 10 largest countries? Already did that one. Okay, we'll do another one then after that. So here it is. 10 largest countries took up 56% of the world's population. And let's try it, maybe half that. Well, now it's 45%. So that was it for the demo there. We can go on to questions. Are there any questions?
Oh, let me look in the chat. So people talk to me that I should drink more coffee. Besides that, sorry, I still enjoy more water coconut instead, or even juice. The maximum coffee that I drink is cappuccino. Maybe next year. Again, there's no questions. So
there's no questions. I can change something in the demo if we still have time and see it go into effect.
Let's see if we have time, because
we'll just go until they tell us to stop. So let's look at that other one. And here we have, I was talking about you could do something else. Let's change this into a suffix.
Okay, there's one question.
Okay.
When is data 1.1 be expected a final container? Final container, I guess, final release.
So it's a you know, there's providers of data 1.1. So the spec itself will have to be released, and that will line up with EE12 timeframe. And then you'll have the different providers, which will, you know, there'll have to be a compatible implementation for that, which might be a beta, it might be a fully available one. This demo that I'm doing here is running on top of OpenLiberty. I know Micronaut's doing some stuff with data. I think NoSQL is also doing some stuff. So you can get previews, but
Yeah.
when the actual release will be up to those particular vendors. Hibernate has data as well, and probably others.
So if you keep a tradition, right after the release of Jakarta data, you might have at least 3 vendors implementation, right? At least for this one here. But for application server, naturally, at least in Glassfish, we need to hold until the whole specification being implemented, so the whole platform. But you can test just Jakarta data 1.12.
So here I've switched this to a suffix. So we should now see, even though I still have I think it's called prefix, now it should actually give me a suffix instead. Let's see if that works. I've never tried this before. Things that end in H. Well, there's only one. You never know. How about A? I bet there's a lot of things that, oh, that's a capital A. We've got to get a lowercase a. Nothing ends. That's why case sensitivity matters. This is the browser is being annoying. Okay, we'll see things that end in N. There they are. Lots of things end in N. So you can see it changing on the fly like that. Any other questions? Great. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
That was an interesting talk from Ottavio and Nathan, talking about Jakarta data and persistence. And for those of you who were not able to join the earlier sessions, we are going to make the recordings available on the JakartaOne website as well as our YouTube channels on the next, within the next 1 or 2 weeks.
Yeah. And just are dialing in from all sorts of, all sides of the world. And we're greatly appreciative of your comments and all the encouragement. So that is great. So let's just talk a little bit about the community and contributions, if you don't mind. So I do want to mention that Jakarta EE is the community-driven, open source and vendor-neutral project. And we cannot be doing anything without contributions from the individuals and organizations who are actually our members. So we are more than excited to actually always celebrate our contributors. And why don't we talk about some news in that area?
Exactly. So speaking of contributions, we have recently launched a new Contribute to Jakarta EE page that walks you through why contributing even matters, what's in it for you, and how you can get started. So when you go to this page, you will see that there are some tangible benefits, such as contributor badges or career development opportunities, exclusive swag even.
Yes.
So it's a great place for you to get started, to know how to get involved in Jakarta EE.
And how to develop your personal brand. So do not forget that we are really taking special attention and special care to celebrate our contributors. Okay, so but before we dive into a little bit more on contributions and how to actually contribute, Why don't we have a quick look in our in the video and hear from our members about their experience with the contributions?
Good idea. Let's watch that.
Oh, that's a good question. I do remember first contribution. This probably was not the first, but I think it was a template for a website that I was using for my own personal blog. But probably the most relevant one, I would say, it was a contribution to Eclipse Collections, which is part of Eclipse Foundation. So that was much later, but that was probably a bit more substantial thing. It was still a small thing. It was fun.
My first contribution to open source dates really back. It was probably year 2000, and we got interested at the time in the enterprise technologies that Sun was putting out, namely the enterprise Java. And at the time I was working for Hewlett-Packard. We were exploring these. We needed a way to try these technologies in open source AGB container, and we discovered JBoss at the time. And the time that we discovered it, JBoss was kind of functional but had many parts that were not implemented yet. And so I started looking at it more, started contributing to the JBoss project. And that's how I started.
I absolutely vividly remember it, yes. My first open source contribution, if you want to call it that, actually was a issue I created in the EJB 3.1 specification. For those of you in the know, basically it's an open standard. Technically speaking, it's not really open source, but essentially all the EJB 3.1 work was done in an open source way. In other words, all the issue trackers and everything else, the reference implementation is really all open source. So it actually counts as open source, although its first contribution, if you will, is really open standards.
Sure. My first contribution was as a marketing manager with IBM. I joined the Jakarta EE marketing committee, and my first contribution was to the marketing plan for, must have been 2018.
Oh, my first contribution to open source. Yeah, that was like a Swing component, so a UI component for Java, and I was like curious to know how open source worked, and based on that I started to create a component and posted it online without knowing what I'm really doing here.
Right, so my first contribution to open source, I think if we count GitHub contribution, it was possibly around 5 years ago, and it was microprofile. So it was part of the cleaning up the GitHub issues. So I don't have technical background, so I'm not a technical person, so I would not contribute code. But as part of the microprofile committee or community, I managed to contribute some of my time to help with GitHub issues. But I've been contributing to open source through various marketing activities and just advocating for Jakarta EE and microprofile.
So the first one, the website thing, I just needed to solve a problem that I had, and then I thought that might be nice to actually give it back to the community. But with Eclipse Collections was that I really wanted to support them, so I did that.
Well, we were writing a book on EJB. It was a EJB 3.0 book back then, and the author and I, my co-author and I, obviously talked about the technology as we were writing the book, and we sort of thought, hey, these are some great ideas, that we're coming up with, discussing. And we know that EJB 3.1 was going on at the moment, so we said, why not just go and document these features and say, hey, these are the features we'd like to see in a future spec. And in fact, some of the things that we entered, in fact, I believe the one that I entered, my very first open source contribution, actually wound up being included in the EJB 3.1 release. So, little fun fact.
I'm very passionate about Java. One of the first languages I ever learned as a developer. In this role of marketing manager, I wanted to be able to contribute to evolution of Java into Jakarta EE, make sure that the role that IBM plays in the Java world, and now with Jakarta EE, is shown to the industry, and make the most of the opportunity to really grow the community.
Yeah, as said, so I wanted to learn new stuff I think I wanted to learn about, maybe it was SVN, that was quite new then, and Google had an open SVN for Google Project. There you were able to create your own repositories, kind of like open source repositories, and I just created a repository there with some Swing components and created a blog and wrote a blog post about it. It was like my first contribution, actually. Yeah.
As I am a community builder at Payara, I am very passionate about Jakarta EE, and one of the things that I do pretty much day to day is contributing to advocating about Jakarta EE and teaching and educating about the technology, both to developers, engineers, but also other marketers in the industry.
I think I have to blame the people involved in Jakarta EE that kind of dragged me into the whole thing. It's Ivar and the others involved there, so that through them we kind of slightly started getting more and more. There was this thing called microprofile, and then there was Jakarta EE involvement, and there was quite a few things between that. I started doing talks about that, writing blogs, and all this kind of stuff. So it started gradually, but it kind of escalated quickly.
Well, I've been involved in Java EE for forever and a day. So I was involved in Java E6, Java E7, Java E8. So frankly, I was intrinsically involved in the transition process from the JCP as Java EE into Eclipse Foundation as Jakarta EE. So it's almost difficult to answer, when exactly, perhaps from day 0 or day -1 from what we know as Jakarta EE today. After a few years later, of course.
Strangely enough, I was brought into the developer marketing organization within IBM, and one of our focus areas was Java, and Jakarta EE was really taking off in terms of the evolution. And I was asked if I would take the lead in the marketing committee from an IBM perspective, and I was happy to do that.
So I'm getting involved into that before it became Jakarta EE, actually, because I was part of expert groups in the JCP, in the Java community process, and one group I worked on was Java Bean validation, and that was then later part of Java EE that transferred to Eclipse, becoming Jakarta EE, and Java Bean validation, where I worked on, is Jakarta Bean validation now. So I started to be part of it before it moved actually to Eclipse. Yeah.
So my involvement in Jakarta EE started pretty much at the very beginning of Jakarta EE. Again, as part of Payara team, we were involved from the very beginning, and we are now members of the Eclipse Foundation, and I am part of the Jakarta EE marketing committee. So I do work a lot with other members of Jakarta EE and Jakarta EE committee and Eclipse Foundation. And yes, it is something that is really important for Payara, because obviously our Payara platform is compatible with Jakarta EE, so we want as many Java developers to be aware of benefits of Jakarta EE, and as many of them adopting the technology so they can also use Payara platform.
I would say that is not even specific for Jakarta EE, that is for all the open source projects coming from Eclipse or other foundations, to get in touch with the community. For Jakarta EE, there are open calendars, like Google calendars, there you can subscribe to their community meetings that you can just join and listen. So the easiest thing you can do is just join those meetings and listen. And there are special community meetings where you can go to and say like, oh yeah, I would like to contribute, I have no idea what to do. So those are the right places to be, and then how a contribution can look like depends on what you're interested in, right? You can contribute by doing a talk about Jakarta EE, doing TikTok videos about Jakarta EE, or contributing to documentation or even spec. So there are a lot of possibilities, but the first thing always is to get in touch with the
Those were some inspiring stories from our community members. But we are out of time, so we will talk more about contributions in the next studio sessions. But the next talk is by Rustam Memandarov, and it's API equals some REST and HTTP, right? Right?
So yeah, take it over to Rustam.
Oh, that's a good question. I do remember first contribution. This probably was not the first, but I think it was a template for a website.
All right. Welcome to this talk. Let's get started. So I would like to talk a little bit about APIs and generally the way we treat APIs. And also I would like to see your comments and your thoughts and ideas and suggestions and all that in the chat. So please feel free to use it. I can see all the messages, so keep writing them, and I'll try to read them up as soon as I see them. Welcome to this presentation about APIs and how hard can it be, really. My name is Rustam. I am a senior software developer here in Norway, joining from Oslo, I generally talk a lot about technologies related to Java and JVM, clouds and containers and all this kind of stuff. So what is a REST API? Really, we usually call them REST, but what does it actually mean? What does it mean when we talk about RESTful APIs? And what does it actually mean to build those and to even maintain those? So this is some of the things that I quite often work with, both at work and also as on my hobbies and all the other things that I'm doing for fun and work as well. So that's the first part, right? So I want to talk a little bit about what does it actually mean. But also before we get to that thing, we'll get to that very soon. Before we get to that, we can also talk a little bit about this. And usually when I do this with a live audience, I ask them what people think when they see those pictures. And you can, of course, you can try to see if you can, if you're quick enough to type it in the chat, and you can comment on that. And it's something API related. It's something we used to do before. And let's see if there is any ideas. So if not, okay, let's see. I think there is a little bit of a delay, so I might not see your messages right away. So just that is said. So this is something we used to do. So this is something I used to work with when I started as a developer, my career some years ago, around 20 years ago. This is something that we've been doing quite a lot. And this is also related to this picture that I found in one of the hotels some months ago this year. Yes, exactly. So I saw, now I see that there was somebody said SOAP and VSDL. That's exactly what we used to do, right? So we used to work with APIs, and APIs were not just JSON over HTTP with some extra stuff, and what that means, we'll talk about that later, but it was XML, and it was very strict schemas, and there was WSDL files that would actually tell you what you need to provide and what kind of data formats it has to be, and you know, all those kind of things. And we used to generate huge amounts of code that would just to create what we now call a REST server, right? So REST client. So SOAP client kind of code was a lot of code, and then you had like different issues with that. Like, what do you do with that code? Do you generate it and commit it into your repository? Do you just generate it every time? What happens if libraries go out of support and versioning and all that? What happens when your code does it? A lot of people ended up committing it in the repository, and then some other people ended up editing all that. So it was a bit of a mess, right? But it had some really nice ways of controlling content as well. So we had the WSDL files, right? So we had a very strict contract, and you would know exactly how to generate those clients, right? But things have changed, and now we have something a little bit better. There are other things than REST as well. It never means that API equals to a RESTful service or RESTful endpoint, but it's really it's very often is connected to it, right? We'll talk more about the other alternatives as well in a bit, but let's talk about REST first, right? So like I said, before REST, we used to do this thing called SOAP. We used to do this thing called WSDL, and it was like everything would be in a big envelope where you would have like SOAP envelope, SOAP header. There was like headers in there. There were a SOAP body inside there. There was some other data. So it was a lot of encapsulation and XML just to make things work, right? But now things are a little bit different. So now things are a little bit better. And since this is a Jakarta stream, I would like to show examples and ways of creating API endpoints with Jakarta, with the libraries that are part of the Jakarta package. But again, you can create those with some other both frameworks, but also for other languages and all the other things. But the general idea would be the same. Syntax might be different. Maybe it will be different kind of annotations or different way of doing that, but very similar idea most of the times. Because like if you're creating something, I don't know, let's say in another language like Python, it's going to be quite similar. You will do some annotations, you will do some stuff, and it's going to be kind of similar-ish enough, right? But you're here, you're on JakartaOne Livestream, so we're going to show Jakarta stuff, we're going to show Java, obviously. So now we have this thing, like I said, a REST client, where you don't really have to write any code. You don't have to generate, well, I mean, it's getting generated somewhere in the background, but you don't have to do anything of that, and you don't see that code, and it doesn't end up somewhere in your repository or in your project, so you have to think about, should I commit it, should I not, and all these kind of things, right? So now you can create the REST endpoints, REST clients for REST endpoints in a much easier way. So this is an example where you can actually create, you say, hey, I want to register a REST client for that endpoint, which is called Web Service Backend running on port 8080. That's the first line up there. Also, I'm defining a path that it needs to talk through. And also, I'm defining a different messages or endpoints that like message endpoint and backup endpoint. In addition to that, I can also create things like failovers and fallbacks and all these kind of things. But this is a kind of a different story. But it's also a very nice thing that when you're creating those clients, so whenever you're talking to another API, it might be a good idea to think about things like that, things of resilience, fallbacks, circuit breakers, all these kind of things. So, but now we have a lot of helpers, right? We have the client that's being generated for us. We have JSON-B and JSON-P and all this kind of serialization and all these kind of things that are really nice. Personally, I'm lacking a little bit. I'm missing a little bit of that part when it comes to a very strict schema definitions. We'll talk about that. There is schema definitions and all that, but it's not as strict as it used to be. So if there's something I really liked from the SOAP world, I would say that would be that. But I'm not really missing that, to be honest. Actually, funny enough, even quite recently, this year, not that many months ago, I still had to write a web service doing some doing some SOAP stuff. So, it's not dead yet. Not yet. We're trying, but it's not yet. Anyway, let's talk about the REST basics. So basics are quite, okay, what do we have there? Well, we have status codes. And status codes, you would think like, well, we have HTTP codes, it's easy, right? If you have any ideas, if you have any experiences with what usually goes wrong with the status codes while I'm talking, please put it in the chat, and then we'll see if it's a match or not, because there is around 10 seconds delay. So while I'm talking, you can type, and then I'll see it eventually, and you will hear me reading it and with a little bit of a delay. So status codes, all right? How hard can it be? Again, right? Easy. Well, the problem is that it's not. The problem is that very often we do things not in a, well, let's put it in this way. We don't do them in a very optimal way, right? So we return HTTP 200, which is okay. And we say, well, there was an error. Well, that kind of sucks. But then, sometimes we can also return HTTP 500. And this is actually a real example. I anonymized it a lot, but this is an example of something that I have experienced in person, in the code out there, and I'm going to show you line by line to give you a little bit of more of a dramatic kind of feeling to that. But, so this is, I sent a request, I got error 500, which is a server error, right? Well, response, right? Ready? Status 500. Okay, so far so good. It makes sense because this is the same thing that I got from the web service. Cool. And then there was a message in there. I was like, okay, that's interesting. Well, received status 404. So we'd probably have like a big try catch saying if anything happens that is not okay, just return 500. And this is really bad idea because, we cannot do that. It's impossible to debug, and it's very hard to understand because now I cannot do it based on a machine-to-machine kind of interface. I cannot automatically try to understand what's going on and what's wrong. I actually have to have a human in the loop that will read the message and say, oh, it's not 500. It's actually file not found error from some kind of class somewhere in there. Right. And this is not just me. It's not just my experience. I'm pretty sure that quite a lot of people here on the stream actually have seen that. And also, this is another screenshot. And I mean, apologies for the quality, but this is a screenshot of a screenshot that a friend of mine sent me from official documentation for a rather big product, which says, you know what? It's actually not a bug. It's a feature. And all the response codes, all the responses, including errors, will always return to 200 OK. But then we'll tell you what's wrong. And this is really, really not a good idea of doing that. So I really, really put that under the category of REST basics and under the category of basics that we should not do. Right. So now, what do we have in Jakarta EE when it comes to building those APIs and creating those? Well, we have basic things like basic annotations for path and get and post and, all those kind of things. A lot of those we've seen already in the slides. In my first example, we'll see more in a second. But, it's the very common things like you define a path, you define a verb if we're going to be going with get, post, and all the other ones. We'll get that in a second. And then we can also define content negotiation. So we can actually tell what the endpoint will produce. So whether it's going to return JSON or it's going to return XML or it's going to return text or whatever. And also what it consumes, it expects to get. So again, if you're going to send a JSON in there, or it's just going to be nothing, and so on, so on, so on, right? And then we have serialization and all this kind of thing. So again, if we talk about basics, we have verbs. Like I said, I mentioned get, I mentioned post, mentioned put. We also have patch and delete, and those are not used enough, in my opinion. I think we should use them more. I think we should actually be very aware of the difference between, for example, post, put, and patch. And also, well, delete is a bit more probably common, but very often we just go get, post, done. So that's one thing, right? You define what verb it should respond to. And also you define what it will produce. So in this case, in our example, it's producing JSON. So you do media type application JSON. So let's talk a little bit about more. It's still kind of basics, but it's a bit more advanced. It's one level up. It's this thing called hypermedia as the engine of application state, abbreviated to those letters there, right? It's another thing that we kind of, a lot of us know that it's there, but not that many of us are using and experiencing, giving that experience to users. So on the left side, the first short JSON you'll see there, it's kind of the thing that we usually do. We're like, oh, you know what? We're going to build the REST service. It's going to be basically JSON over HTTP. You go to an endpoint, you send a GET request, and then I'll give you a list of all the IDs or whatever. This looks like books, right? So I'm just going to give you a book. Well, I have only one book. I'm going to say this author and title and all this, and it's all good. But we can do more. We can actually, if we're actually doing proper hypermedia and REST services and all these kind of things, we should do more. So we can actually provide links. We can provide links to itself. We can provide links to all the list of the books, because now it's itself. So it's like /1/ID, right? List to all the books, list to how you can update it, what you should do and all this, which URL, maybe it's different URL, and also how to delete it, and so on, so on, so on, right? So you're actually providing a bunch of links so your machine or your code can automatically understand, okay, if I want to go to list of all books, what do I do? What is the URL of this exact object? What is, and so on, so on, so on, right? So it gives a lot more, it takes a lot of guessing out of the equation, right? Okay, let's talk a little bit about something else. And this is a bit bigger thing in a sense that there's a lot of opinions and there's also a lot of ways of doing it. And I'm not going to say that one way of versioning is better than the other one. But we're going to talk a little bit about that in a second. So versioning, very often, most of the services, most of the times you're using your endpoints or somebody else APIs and endpoints, you will see most of the times it will be path versioning. It will be versioning based on path, where you will go with something like this, right? You go /v1 / some kind of resource. But then we have other things. We can talk about a bit more about that in a second, where we're going to be talking about how do we version with request headers or media type, or maybe that's a very questionable kind of choice, but maybe you kind of have to do it through request parameters. That's why there is a bunch of question marks at the end. It's probably not a good idea, but maybe. And also when we talk about versioning, we can always talk about creating new versions, right? But we need to also have a little bit of a chat about how we actually deprecate old versions, because they can't live forever. I mean, they can, but then it's a technical depth. It's probably something that you have to maintain and not necessarily a good idea. And it's a reason there is a new version, and so on, so on, so on. So we need to talk about deprecating things as well. So versioning using path. It's quite easy, right? You just create a new endpoint. You just say, hey, I'm going to create a new path saying something like /v1 / resource, and it's cool. Now we can also do v2 and so on, so on. But there is a problem. There is a problem where with deciding where do you put the version. So are you versioning the whole API? Is this a version of the whole API, or is it a version of that particular resource? Or where do you want to version them? Do you want to version, if any small change happens, maybe a breaking change, maybe some kind of critical change, are you going to create a new version of API, or you just create a version of your resource? So that's a bit of a thing, right? And then if you create a bunch of versions, how do you maintain them? How do you keep control of all of them and all this kind of stuff, right? So it's really nice, but it's also, it can be a little bit confusing. So in the code, you do add path, and then it will do like this. So at the bottom there in the corner, I created an example of both how you would create that GET request using curl and also using the HTTP file in IntelliJ as well. So you can choose the one you like. So the commented version is that the command line, the curl version, and then there's the HTTP file version of that as well. So, you know, I want to do a local host, that's my URL, and then /API/random/v2. This is the one I want to talk about or with. But then you can do custom headers. Custom headers is a little bit different, right? So now you are still, you're not doing anything with the path. It still has some path something something. In my case, it's a path height 2, which has nothing to do with the versions, obviously, which is a lie, but let's just ignore that for a second. It's just an endpoint. And then we're going to providing a GET service to it. And then we also say, well, it's going to produce some JSON back. But the point here is that we're actually creating a accept version in the header parameter. And then you see there is a header param accept version in there. And this is the one that will actually tell us which version to be run, to be executed. So you can actually control if you want to do a version 1 or version 2. The reason it says height 2 is just because it's the endpoint that was added to show you the difference. But that's a different story. So now you can provide accept version, and you can say, hey, my accept version is 2. So then inside the code, you can actually handle that. So in my case, it will just return a text or a little JSON object saying that, hey, you know what? We're going to use this version and then do something and return some kind of JSON back. Again, so far so good, but different, right? So now we have to send it in the header. So now you see we got another header parameter saying, hey, accept is JSON and accept version is 2. Now we can also do with media types, and then you can create your own custom media types as well. So then you can also go with something like it produces version 3 and version 4. And based on what I'm going to send in as accept, it will trigger different methods. So if I'm sending version 2, it will not get in there. If I'm sending version 3, it will actually go in there. It will do the same for 4, because here I'm saying I'm only answering to 3 and 4, for example, right? Just to give an example and to show you it's possible to do several versions at the same time as well. But now you have to do accept application, and then you do this version inside the JSON there. Right. Let's talk a little bit about not creating, but deprecating endpoints as well. So we created a bunch of new versions. We need to kill off the old ones because, you know, we need to clean up. We have this thing called OpenAPI, right? So we have OpenAPI spec, which is which a lot of documentation, automatic documentation and all that will be based on. And you can update the at operation there. You can actually say what's going to happen. You can also add at deprecated annotation. And also consider returning other HTTP codes after a while. Instead of just 200, you can also return something like temporary redirect, or at some point after a while when it's like totally dead, you can also do permanent redirect and maybe redirect to newer versions or to docs or whatever that might be needed. You can also, it's a very good idea to also log and count calls for your own reference, to know that people are still trying to get through using old APIs and give them some kind of heads up, try to understand where it's coming from, try to understand how to make them go over to newer versions and all that, because you cannot just turn it off and just cut it. I mean, you can just remove it from your code base and people will just be getting like 404 or 500 or whatever, but that's probably not the best user experience, developer experience that you want. So this is an example where I went totally overboard to signal the users that is really, really, really deprecated. So I'm like doing, for example, I put it in @operation. I added in the text saying it's deprecated. And in the description, it says deprecated function. I also added counter. So actually in metrics and using Jakarta EE metrics, that it will actually give me some kind of an idea of how much people are calling that method and how many times it's been instantiated or run. And then explain me or give me a better picture of what's happening, right? But also I added @deprecated there. I also am returning a new version. So I'm saying like, link to a new version at the bottom there. I say response okay, but I actually create a redirect to a new version and so on, so on, so on, right? Right. Okay, one more thing. We talked a little bit about documentation already, and like whether you want it or not, I ended up talking about Open API spec and all these kind of things. And well, there is a thing that is a little bit of an add-on on top of the regular core profile in Jakarta EE. There's something called microprofile, which has a few useful functions, and one of them is the Open API integration or Open API spec that will let you generate Open API spec that will give you something, will bring you somewhere closer to VSDL, to VSDL, but it's going to be still different, but it will give you an idea of or developers give an idea how to use the API, not only listing all the endpoints, but also doing things like potential errors, explaining what they mean, and so on and so on. We'll see an example in a second, but I want to again reiterate that you should focus on annotation driven, so you can regenerate the documentation based on your code, because then you don't have to update it several places. You do code first, right? So you don't want to, you actually create the documentation in the code so it can be generated, and also treat it as a living contract. It's not just something you do just to get rid of somebody telling you that you should write documentation, but it's actually a living contract with living human beings and other machines or whatever using your API that is actually a thing, that thing is alive. So this is an example. This is actually a screenshot from, there's a link on the side there from Eclipse website, where it actually is a very good example of how that kind of example from Open API spec can look. And it will also pick up things like, for example, at the bottom, we were also documented that, you can get an HTTP 400. And if it is 400, it's because user is not found and things like that. So you can also document possible responses in a good, everything is happy-go-lucky scenario, but also in the case of there are errors. What else? Yeah, also you can document user parameters, so like username, for example, and or path and description, all these kind of things. And all of this is based on the annotations that you can see on top on the code there, right? Yeah, so think about that. It's a very, very good idea to be aware of that, and also not only be aware of that, but actually use it and use it actively. Again, like when it comes to things that we don't use often enough, I would argue it might be the errors or error responses and explanation of why those errors can happen. Usually you would just return 500 and say, well, you know what, something happened bad. We don't want to go. When you do that, because I know that the next slide is security, When you do that, it's also very important to think of security and make sure that you don't expose too much, because then it's still another problem. Then you're exposing too much of your internal system. Bad people can figure out things and try to figure out how to attack you better. Other things that we need to think about when it comes to security. Well, it's just the general things of authentication and authorization, right? So there are authentication options in Jakarta EE. There is a JWT or JWT integration using microprofile JWT that can also help you a lot with when you just create tokens and you can send them around and you don't have to do too much of this boilerplate coding to create an application that will support that. There is also role-based access control, RBAC, and you can also do that in Jakarta using things like roles allowed, deny all, permit all. So if you want to do authorization, you can actually say, hey, this endpoint is accessible for everyone. This one is denied for everyone, but except for those people or something like that, right? Or you can also just do only allowed roles. So for example, only admins can call this endpoint, and then based on the role of the user authenticated, it will decide if you should or should not get access to it. You can also declare your own roles. You can also do a security context. So you will be provided with a class called security context, and then you can also do operations with it. So you can say, for example, hey, if security context is user in role, for example, manager, then something, something, something. Another thing that is important to say, we talked a bit about the output, right? But we also need to talk about input as well. So validating and sanitizing your input is also a very, very good practice for all kind of APIs, and be very strict on how things should be, and try to follow all the best practices when it comes to security, OWASP, and all these things as well. Right. Let's talk about, and obviously there is also CORS, right? Cross-origin resource sharing and all these kind of things that you should also consider thinking about. If anyone have done any front end, you probably know what it is. If you haven't, you will if you do any front end or if you talk to some other services so at some point. So I'm not going to go too deep into that. We don't have enough time for this, but just be aware of it, Google it, figure it out how to do all this kind of stuff and handle it in a good way. Let's talk a bit more about advanced patterns towards the end. I mean, it's not crazy advanced, but it is still something that I don't see again often enough, and sometimes I would love to see it more often. Sometimes there is no point in having it. But the point is that you can also create things like pagination. That's kind of common things that we always expect on the front end to happen, but we can actually do that on the endpoint as well. You can actually, sometimes you don't want to return all 300 million thousand objects that are in that list, right? You can actually implement pagination. You can say, hey, I want the first 20, or I want the number of results returned limited to 20, for example, right? Or you can also introduce offset. So if you want to do pagination, you say offset is 0, max is 20, so you get first 20, but you get next 20, you will get offset is 20, max is limit is 40, and so on, right? You can also do filtering. So you can actually provide parameters to do filtering. So I want all the books, but they're written by Jane Doe, and the year is 2020, in 2020, for example. Sorting parameters, so you can also do, that's actually fun. That one I don't see very often, but you can also do dash publish date, and you can do ascending, descending, all these kind of things. And you also tell what to sort by. So you still have to implement those things, but you can actually do a lot of those things that are really, really useful. Right? What else? Another thing that we need to talk about is what if things are not synchronous? What if it takes some time before we get an answer? And to do that, we need to think and keep in mind that some operations can be long-running. And for long-running operations, you can do, for example, this is an example of what you can do, but you can actually say, you know what, that might take some time. So you can actually return 202 and say, you know what, we're working on it, and the response will be in the, I see your questions. I will I will read them in a second. Very good, great questions. Thank you so much for comments and questions. So what you say is that HTTP 202, and the results will be in that location. So you can go to that location and actually get your status. That will tell you, well, maybe it's processing, maybe it's done, maybe there was an error or something like that. And also you can provide a different URL that will actually give you the results, like for example, /results. It's up to you. This is just an example, but it's a good way of showing that things that are possible. Right. Another thing that we don't do often enough, but we can or should, is doing bulk updates. So sometimes you don't want to do one, and you don't want to do a bash script that will loop through all the curl requests and doing updates. You can actually do it in bulk. You can say, hey, you know what, if you send the post request to book/bulk, you can actually update all those books, or you can, for example, put them all in, or create books in this case, right? And then it will do it for you, so you don't have to do this loops and weird stuff. So before we go there, okay, let me do a quick. So I see the comment. First of all, thank you very much for the great presentation. Microprofile, OpenAPI, REST client, and controllers really take development experience to much nicer. And yes, it is, and it's really nice. And I think they really worked very well with what Jakarta has to provide, and it's really playing really well when you're creating microservices and stuff like that. A little bit off-topic question. Even though REST, mostly JSON, is everywhere, I feel like this wrong way to. On a one-way track. It's when designing very new Java applications. Yeah, see, we're going to talk about beyond REST in a second. To choose for the internal communication between Java-only services. Oh, what to choose? Yeah, we're going to talk about that. I mean, there are different ways, but we'll talk about some options. Is REST really best solution when you have performance? You're reading my mind. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the performance point of view as well. And give me a second, and we'll be there. We'll be there literally in like a minute or so. Is there any benefits compared to EJB invocations, especially when some part of systems could be designed to use local interfaces where serialization isn't required? Ooh, this is fun. I love your questions. Keep them coming. That's nice. Okay. So, by popular demand, we're going to talk about beyond REST. Who would have thought? So, there are things that are not just JSON over HTTP or, hypermedia and all that, which is supposed to be. There are things like gRPC, for example, right? There are things like GraphQL, and there are different use cases very often for what to use when, at least in my opinion. I mean, your mileage may vary, you might disagree with me and all that, but I don't think this is very controversial opinion. I would be very surprised if there's too many people disagreeing with what I'm going to say now in a second, is that, if you're going to do CRUD, like create, read, update, delete, and all that stuff, just go with JSON. It's easy. It's human readable, it's machine readable, it's fine. If you want to do performance, and if you want to do client-server stuffs, and you don't want to do what you mentioned, like EJB invocations and all that stuff, and you still want to go like some kind of communication protocol, maybe look at gRPC. So gRPC it's a binary format. Humans cannot read it easily, but it's much faster because it's binary. You don't have to parse and put all the prettiness for people and human beings and serialize and deserialize all that. It's just there. That might be a good idea. So if you're looking for performance, have a look at things like gRPC. And here I want to stay with like an endpoint kind of interface, right? You can do also internal invocations and everything, but that's a different thing, right? We're talking about services talking to another service. It's probably a good idea to have some kind of a boundary. So gRPC for performance, and also if you want to go very flexible endpoints, so you can ask and query about all kind of things. I would go with GraphQL. So GraphQL is really nice. And actually, speaking of, since we mentioned microprofile in Jakarta and all that, there is also an umbrella project for GraphQL as well. So you can actually create your own queries. You can create your own ways of getting data. So you create an endpoint and let people query more fine-grained data, and instead of returning everything and then letting them as in users, sorting it all out, right? So it's one endpoint to, I said rule them all, but I kind of want to say to query them all, but you know, it's a reference, right, to a certain movie. All right, so now I'm gonna do a quick recap, and then we're gonna go open for even more questions and discussions if you're up for that. So I'll give you some time to type more stuff. Keep it coming. I see there is another question from Jason as well. So okay, let's see. We talked about the old days, right? We talked about SOAP and what was good and bad about it, what REST brings to the table, what makes it better. We talked about basics, you know, using correct HTTP codes and error codes whenever it's needed, using correct verbs when it is, using correct media types and all these kind of things, right? Also talked about API versioning, how to version, 3 different ways, and that it might be actually different kind of use cases based on which one to pick and choose, and most of the times it will be a path-based, probably, but you can do other things. It's also probably the most human readable, I would argue, but it depends. Again, it depends a lot on the use case. We talked about some security issues or security things to think about. We talked about advanced patterns and also stuff what is beyond REST, so not just REST, but something more, right? So this is me on the social media. If you want to find me on all kind of social media, just go to rustam.no. You'll see all the links to whatever you're using, if it is X or LinkedIn or Blue Sky or Mastodon and all the other ones. All the links will be there. Just go to rustam.no. That's the easiest way to find me on all these things. GitHub and, you know, you name it. This is pretty much it. So let's see if there are any questions. And so there is a question about. So we talked about all the questions so far, and there is also a question about gRPC support in the browser. I would say it's pretty okay because a lot of browser stuff is being done. Well, I mean, most of the times it will be a service-to-service communication, I guess, but you can also do it as a front. Well, I mean, I'm not a front ender. I'm more on creating those gRPC services and letting others use it. But I don't know if somebody else has a better experience and better comments on the gRPC support in the browser, please put it in the comments and then we'll take it from there. If not, I'll have to look more into that and come back to you, because I don't want to say something that I'm not 100% sure about, but I'm pretty sure should be quite okay. We'll see about that. Okay, there is one more. Time for only one question. Is REST is really the best solution from a performance point of view? Oh yeah, that's the same kind of question that we already had, right? So it's because why should people care about human readable formats when services modules are communicating internally? And that's exactly what I said, right? If you don't care about that, if you don't need to debug that, if you don't need to think about that, if it's just machine to machine, use something binary, maybe gRPC or maybe something else, right? There are different ways of doing it depending on media you're moving as well, right? So use something else. It's not a solution for everything as the way we're treating it, really. All right, I think we might be running out of time. since time for only one question. Yes, so that was it. And I think it's time to say thank you all very much for joining, and hope to see you somewhere, both online and also live at somewhere at the conference near you. Please feel free to ping me and contact me again. Just go to rustam.no, you'll find all the links where to find me. Thank you very much.
That was a great talk from Rustam, right?
Yeah, it was.
And we talked about contributing in the previous studio session, Ivar, but we get this question a lot, whether the contributions have to be specifically about specifications or code. Is that the case?
No, you can contribute anything, and it's kind of weird thing to say that, yeah, you can contribute anything, because what is anything? And I mean, one contribution is actually just showing your support. So if you have meet us at a conference and get a sticker from us, just putting it on your laptop, that's contributing to spreading our brand and
yes,
out there. So it can be as easy as that. If you want to contribute things, the easiest way is obviously, as we talked about, code and do it on GitHub.
Right.
But you can help us write some documentation. You can file a bug if you find something. You can talk about what you need for improvements. Some projects need some graphics like logos and stuff, so there are multiple ways of
or even a blog, right?
Even a blog post,
exactly.
or a post on social media.
Exactly. So every contribution matters, right?
Yes.
And you know, to make things easier, this year we actually launched a new program, mentorship program, which is going to make it easier for everyone who wants to start contributing to Jakarta EE, but they don't know where to start from, right? So they can actually get guidance from the community experts.
Yeah, and a huge shout out to Ottavio, who had a talk earlier here today, but he is our first community mentor, and he helps supporting new contributors and help them onboard to projects and stuff. And we actually have a short video from him where he talks about this program.
Yeah.
So let's roll that one.
Yeah.
When we talk about software engineering career path, we need to understand several points and capabilities. Naturally, the first one is about there is no magic involved. That means a career path is a long-term investment where we need to increase our capabilities, if possible, every single day. When we talk about capabilities, we usually go to skills that we summarize on two types. The hard skill, the most known capabilities where we as software engineer spend a lot of time, the capabilities of writing code, writing tests, writing software architecture, and so on. So this one is precise. When you go to the soft skill, on the other hand, it is the most forgetting and underestimate skill. However, it is crucial for us as software engineer to increase that skill to move forwards, especially because soft skill is not because it is easy, but because it is flexible. On soft skill, we will understand our capability to communicate with our colleagues and also non-technical people such as directors, managers, and so on. So soft skill and hard skill both are crucial to move your career forward. It is impossible to only have the soft skill and only have the hard skill. Join both. We need to think more also about the impact and the result that you are making along your career. To get the stage of understand that the best job is not the job that we're looking for. It is when the job start looking for you, because people trust in you, people know that you can do, especially because you increase your reputation. So congratulations, you get of that stage. One way to achieve that stage of your career naturally is using and exploring more open source. Yes, you can join on the number of contributors inside Jakarta EE or the Enterprise Java. Doing that, you can enhance both soft skill and hard skill. And the hard skill you can learn with the best. So you can join discussions with the best software engineer in the globe, join the best tech companies around the globe as well. You can participate in, give your thoughts, and talk directly to the people who is defining the future of the enterprise Java. I mean, let's get better. You can be part of this team who is defining the future of the enterprise Java right now, contributing to the Jakarta EE. So you can enhance your capability of writing tests, writing code, understanding more software design and software architecture. And it goes beyond. You can have opportunities to practice your communication and your soft skill using those open source, doing presentation around the globe and remotely about those specifications that you are contributing with. So imagine that you are joining one specification, you can write articles, you can do presentations, so you can enhance your communications, writing and doing presentation. Furthermore, you can also learn a new language. For example, I'm Brazilian. Right now, I'm practicing English every day, and I got a job that I need to speak English every day. Thank you for the open source. So open source can help you with both soft skill, hard skill. Furthermore, can help you to make a huge impact in the whole globe. Imagine right now you put in your resume or your LinkedIn, mention that you are creating the Java enterprise with Jakarta EE, right? So it is an amazing opportunity to you move your career forward, contributing to open source. At the same time, you are impacting the whole enterprise Java platform. So join us. We have a good step to it. We have a mentorship that can help you to move your career forward. And we are super glad to have you being part of this amazing team.
So whether you're new to open source or looking for any ways to deepen your knowledge and involvement, there's a place for you in the Jakarta EE community. And we also have some new stuff coming, a new Learn page. So
Right.
Shabnam,
Yes.
why don't you tell us about that one?
So earlier this year, we launched the Learn page. As you can see on the screen, it's really becoming our one-stop destination for all the informations around Jakarta EE. So if you are a developer who wants to get started or you just want to find information about Jakarta EE, this is your page to find that information. As you can see, there are a number of specification guides, starter guides, videos that you can find there, and we are actively working on adding more content there. But Ivar, what are the updates? I saw Get Started there. What are the updates about that?
Yeah, so we created a starter page where you can generate projects. We did some UI refresh there earlier this year, so it's aligned with the other web pages we have. And we also created a beginner's guide on the Learn page that describes how you can use it to generate a project.
Yes, so stay tuned. We are going to have more content there. But also, I think now is a good opportunity for them to let us know what type of contents they want to see more. Is it the guides? Are the videos more helpful? So do let us know in the chat section what type of content you're looking for.
Yeah, we maybe even have a poll question about that coming up.
Yes, that's
I'm not
true,
sure.
actually.
Yeah.
We might have.
Yeah. So
yeah, so let's switch gears and talk about Java user groups. Ivar, have you been traveling to any jugs this year?
yes, I have. Not as many as I planned to, but I did go to Madrid in the beginning of the year. Then I was at the East Coast in the US, where I went to New York, Connecticut, and Boston.
Okay.
And I also, next week, I'm going to Paris to speak at the Jug there. So
Nice.
hopefully next year I can go to more Java user groups. So any Java user groups out there that want to have us visit and come and do a talk, let me know and we will make it happen.
Yes, exactly. And we want to see that level of engagements with our community for sure. So that's why we actually launched this new basically open community meetup program that enables the Java user groups to be able to organize some Jakarta EE themed meetups by leveraging on the working group. So I think that's one of the initiatives that we launched this year, and we have seen some good, it was pretty well received, isn't it?
Yes, and we've had them in Japan, China, and New York, and the other places.
I think next year we will have more.
Yeah, we should have more. And we want to cover all continents.
Exactly.
So wherever you are, don't be shy.
Yes.
Just ask us, and we will see if we can make it happen.
That's right. So talking about the community, we actually have interviewed a few of them. So let's take a look and see what they had to say.
I would say maybe 30 right now on the slide.
Okay, well, I don't want to tell you anything. We'll see. We'll reveal that later on.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a good question. 29, maybe?
Oh, am I so? A lot? Is that a good answer? Is that a good number? Let me think. I have the picture of the list, so I mean, I don't know, 40?
Oh, in all the fields? Well, it's probably just for the Java side of things, probably gonna exceed 100, but I don't know the exact number. Like in total, including all the efforts that are been there, like open hardware and stuff, I think they're way more than that, like, I don't know, 300.
How many specs in Jakarta? 21. I think it's more. I just said a number. I think it's more than 21 actually. So this is quite long. Yeah, but I say 21. So what's the correct answer? Okay, I need to look it up. But that's good. You can look it up on the Jakarta.ee page. I like that URL, Jakarta.ee. Actually, and there you see a list of all the specs.
Roughly about 30 plus. So most people don't really realize that. They look at the Jakarta EE spec release diagram and they think, it's something about a dozen plus or minus, but actually it's a bit more than that because a lot of the specs are broken down into smaller components. I don't know the exact number, but it will probably be in the 32 to 35 range would be just about right.
The first spec, I have no clue.
I actually have it on my slides, but I don't remember exactly right now. I do have it on my slides. I should have looked at those.
Core profile is around 10, a little bit. So this is JakartaOne, JSON-P, JSON-B, bean validation, I think. And so around less than 10.
Bean validation and Adam Bean, that goes really well together. Thank you so much.
Thank you a lot.
The core profile has 3 or 4, kind of.
10.
In the core profile, I think there are less than 10.
Again, most people will probably readily answer 4 or 5 because that's what's in the diagram at a high level. Those are the 4 or 5 specs that are in the quote-unquote core profile. But again, because some of the specs are actually broken down into subcomponents or sub-specifications, it's probably along the lines of about 10 in the 10 neighborhood or so.
Oh, my favorite Jakarta EE swag must be the socks, which I got today. And yeah, I do have a t-shirt as well, but socks are definitely my favorite.
My favorite Jakarta EE swag. So actually this year you have new socks and they look quite good. So I have the all Jakarta EE socks that are a little bit too small for me, but the new one look bigger, so I hope they fit. Oh, and I have a hoodie from Jakarta EE. I like that one too, yeah.
The socks. Yeah, socks when they came out were great. And over the course of many events, I've actually gotten socks from Jakarta EE and IBM and other people, and they're all very colorful, but I love the purple socks from Jakarta EE.
My favorite swag, it's interesting. I like wearing scarves. It's a nice little accessory. You can put it on top and kind of make a statement. I think it would be cool to make like a Jakarta EE branded scarf. It doesn't exist yet, but I guess we could take that idea and implement it.
Ooh, t-shirts?
Ooh, that is a hard. Well, I mean, this jacket, does that count? I mean, this is my travel jacket. I love it.
That was fun.
Yeah. So we mentioned earlier that we would have some AI or artificial intelligence in the room, and luckily we have a talk about that. So the next talk coming up now is successfully scaling AI-rich Jakarta EE applications in production. And this is from Chiara and Lukman that is going to take us through that one.
Right, so welcome everyone to this session where Lukman and myself will share some insights on our experience with dealing with Jakarta EE applications that incorporate AI and how to make sure that they run smoothly in production. But before we show you that, let's kind of talk slightly about how we got here, how we got to AI-rich Jakarta EE applications today. So I know it sounds like AI is the latest cool thing, but actually the first mention of AI dates back to 1935. It wasn't yet a technical product that was available, but Alan Turing kind of mentioned this kind of thinking machine as a concept. The first AI program, though, is not too far from 1935 because it dates back to 1951, and it was a game of checker. After that, we see some very early experiments of what seems today like the Gen AI chatbots, and it was AI conversations with Eliza. That was a sort of simulations of a human therapist, and then Parry, that instead it was sort of simulating a human experiencing paranoia. Now, of course, these were very different to the chatbots that we are used to today, because here the sentences were sort of pre-programmed, so there was no kind of generation of new material. But then what we got in the 70s is the rise of expert systems that were designed to mimic human decision-making by relying on a lot of information, but on a very specific and narrow topic. And these were quite successful. So, for example, an example you might have heard of is Dendro, which was a popular software that we use to support chemists in organic compound identification. After the 70s, we've got machine learning and neural networks starting to appear in the 80s. This is because at that time there were a lot of attempts to understand how the human brain was working at the neural level, to really understand how people learn and remember things, and that was then also applied to neuron-like computing or connectionism. And then an evolution of that in the 90s is natural language processing, which is exactly a branch of this connectionism. What we probably already remember is then in the very early 2000s, we start to have IBM Watson supercomputer win at Jeopardy and other games. And then, for example, it was really popular talking about how IBM Watson could support, for example, healthcare with, I believe it was radiologists or the identification of some disease and conditions from images. Now, as we reach the 2020s, IBM Watson for healthcare, I believe, actually failed. But what we also get is then that there is more application of AI in predictive maintenance. At the same time, Gen AI starts to appear, and in 2022, we have ChatGPT released for the first time and the popularization of large language models. And today, this year, we saw alternatives to ChatGPT, for example, appearing, but also small language models appearing that are sort of like the expert systems that we had in the 70s, but of course, relying on very different principles. So all this just to get to where we are today in 2025 with AI and Java. So of course, we see that there's a lot of interest in AI applications and Java technology that leverage AI with a lot of investments, a lot of organization really interested. We saw earlier this year Java 25 and LangChain4j, and Lukman will tell you a bit more about those.
Yes, so there is a saying online, I think Reza Rahman or somebody said this, that AI is running where Java is already running. So wherever AI is running now, most of the time Java is already there. And since about 5 or 10 years now, the Java platform has been evolving quite differently. And all the evolutions that we are seeing on the Java platform is pretty much working towards a platform that is natively good for developing AI applications. And Java 25 is no exception, with all the updates that came with it and all the works that are going into the platform, like Valhalla and all the other projects that are in the pipeline. They are all working towards making Gen AI development on the Java platform much more seamless and much more natural. And with frameworks and libraries like LangChain4j, this is pretty much the icing on the cake, because already the AI applications are deployed on platforms where Java is running. So with the base Java runtime itself, prepping for all the niceties of AI development, and with higher level libraries like LangChain4j, and even the up-and-coming standardization of AI and agentic applications and development on the Jakarta EE platform, we see that AI on the Java platform is the future of AI development.
Exactly. And of course, enterprise Java is not immune. So of course, we see similar trends happening with Jakarta EE, which, if anyone didn't know already, it's a very popular enterprise Java framework, I believe. And the Eclipse Foundation recently released a report where it showed that the popularity of the framework is growing over time. And we see similar applications with the formerly SmallRite LLM and now LangChain4j CDI, and then Jakarta Agentic AI. Lukman, what can you tell us about them?
Yes, Jakarta Agentic AI is a community collaboration to standardize agentic and pretty much AI development on the Jakarta EE platform. In the past, we've all known Jakarta EE as the standards platform, where you have the standards and then you have separate implementations. And it's the same thing that is being done for this particular specification. So have a broad standard that the industry can develop against, and then you can have the separation of the implementation, so the competition and all the niceties can go into the implementations, while organizations can rely on the standards to have long-lived AI applications.
So what we can say is everyone is really excited about leveraging AI, and there are certainly opportunities. According to some recent statistics from different organizations, about 53% of organizations that have adopted AI are seeing some improvements in revenue growth and profitability. However, 53% also means that 47%, which is nearly half, haven't. Perhaps a bit more worrisome, you might have heard about the MIT report stating that 95% of AI project fails to make it to production or get a return on investment. Now, this figure, 95, is quite big. What we have to consider is within this portion, there are also AI projects that they did a POC or MVP, and they were successful, but simply the company was then not seeing any particular value in scaling that to production, so they were left as POC and didn't continue. So 95 is a big portion, and certainly there are a lot of applications that fail to scale to production, but let's not be too pessimistic. However, what we can say is other data tell us that typically we see failure rates that are a bit higher when dealing with AI applications compared to, let's say, traditional applications. And let's have a look a bit about why is this happening. So many applications, for example, fail because of the data quality or the data quantity, because of existing technical depth, because maybe the allocation of resource cost and infrastructure for maintaining this AI application wasn't sufficient or was scaling up too high because improper maintenance was set up. And there are so many other common issues, but they also, I believe, stem from one single cause, that is the fact that AI applications are very different to traditional applications, and that should be taken into account when deploying this application in production, and especially if you're dealing with them for mission-critical applications. And the main difference that we see in AI applications compared to traditional applications is the fact that AI is, of course, non-deterministic. They rely on statistical processes rather than, let's say, more well-defined algorithm like happens in traditional applications. And exactly this non-determinism and the fact that the model can therefore also drift, it's sort of like, I would say almost like a bug for enterprise applications. And that needs to be taken into account when dealing with them. So what we should consider when we are approaching AI applications are a number of considerations. So first, of course, is the model performance and the output quality, making sure that it delivers high quality outputs over time. Then, of course, just like any application, of course, visibility into the application is important, but also visibility into the model. And then another important element is the application scalability. As the application becomes more popular, used more frequently, more often by more people, but then also keeping an eye on resource utilization and cost is essential. Now, having said that, to succeed in practice, we identified a few kind of core elements that can really help when you are using AI applications in productions. So the first thing is selecting the right architecture, then selecting the right model for your specific project, and then adapting the testing practices that you're using. And these will vary a lot compared to your traditional applications, and then set up very clear and strict boundaries for input and output. Now, let's have a closer look. Lukman, tell us more about the architecture aspects.
Perfect. Now, like you said, AI applications generally have a different paradigm in the sense that you are dealing with a very complicated statistical black box, and it is non-deterministic. And as with the non-deterministic nature of it, it means that you can have a situation where it may take some time for the black box to compute its results and return that result to your application. So generally, you want to have a situation where your application communicating with the LLM or the AI doesn't hold the user experience. So if the application makes a call to the LLM, generally the executing thread shouldn't be held hostage. So most of the time you want to have async processing with construct like the completable feature on the Java SE, or on the Java Jakarta EE platform, you have the managed executor service. You want to incorporate these constructs and APIs in a way that the conversation or the communication with the LLM doesn't block the main executing thread, so that the users of your application can have a much more smoother experience. Also on the Jakarta EE platform, you want to use these modern cloud native development construct like circuit breakers from microprofile fault tolerance to handle LLM provider outages, because you can have a situation where a call to the LLM results in no response from the LLM provider. It could be because you've run out of credit, or the model is down, or as recently as the entire internet went down when Cloudflare was out. So anything could happen, and then there is no response. You want to have fallback so your users can have a better experience of your application. And all these constructs are already available on the Jakarta EE platform through the microprofile project. Also, fallback strategies. Generally, you want to have fallback strategies. So if you receive something or you don't receive anything from the model, there is something your application can fall on. Either it's a cache response, simpler models, or some form of graceful degradation, so that users of your application are not left scratching their heads as to what exactly is going on. And again, you need to not hold the main executing thread to ransom when communicating with the model. So most of the time you should have separate thread pools for AI operations and standard business logic, so that anything that happens with the models doesn't hold up the application. Next slide, please. This can be an example. So in this simple example, we have a generate response that takes a prompt, and then we have an LLM client component that makes the call. Now, this method is asynchronous. It also has the circuit breaker and fallback annotations from microprofile platform, using it to make sure that this method is first of all resilient, and it's also cloud native in the sense that when something happens, we know that there's a fallback method that will be called to return a cache response. Also, we have a circuit breaker just to make sure that this component failing doesn't pull down the entire system for us. And also, we want to make sure that this method is called on a separate thread from the currently executing thread, just so we make sure that the call to the LLM is reliable in the sense that if there is a failure, our application doesn't come crashing down, because we have some kind of fault tolerance built in a way that we know that there is no response, we go to the cache. If there's too much load, we know what to do and all of that. So these are some of the constructs that most of the time they are all built into the Jakarta EE platform. You don't need to add any third-party libraries. These are all built in that you can employ in order to help build much more resilient Jakarta EE applications in production. Next slide. Now, scaling patterns that we realized after using AI in one of our components in Pyara is horizontal scaling challenges that we saw. LLM API rate limits don't scale with the instances. Token budgets are shared across the replicas that we had. Response times vary. Sometimes it's very fast. Sometimes it's quite unpredictable. Production strategies that we used were queue-based processing. We were using, of course, we are Jakarta EE focused, so we use JMS to decouple request intake from LLM calls. Request batching, most of the AI providers support request batching. OpenAI has excellent support for request batching where possible. It's supported out of the box by nearly all the providers, so you should explore that. It's something we explored. Connection pooling, as I stated previously, connection pooling to LLM endpoints with appropriate timeouts. These are all paradigms that we explored in setting up the Pyara startup. Now, auto-scaling based on queue depth, not CPU. These are all things that we explored. The most important thing that we found out was the rate limiting, because the application that we are using AI in, which is Pyara Starter, is a publicly facing application. So we found ourselves in a situation where we had a lot of unpredictable requests and needed to scramble to fix the rate limit thing. So generally, you want to keep an eye on that and find out how you can scale the application in a way that you give your users the good user experience, you don't bankrupt yourself making calls to the LLM providers, and also scale as and when the load comes about. So these are all things that we face in setting up PyRaStarter, and these are some of the constructs and paradigms that we use to offset some of the challenges, engineering challenges that we face in deploying AI applications.
Exactly. And then in addition, you want to make sure that you select the most suitable model. Now, here, of course, we're primarily talking about LLMs, but selecting the most suitable model also means that if, for example, LLM is not working for you and SLM works better, then by all means go for that. So what you need to consider is, for example, the capacity, the scope, what you want to achieve with your applications, the capabilities of the model that you're using, but also keep an eye on the cost and the speed. So exactly how quick does your application need to be, how responsive, what is the budget for that? It's also important, for example, to identify whether a public or your own model would be best, which version. So, for example, ChatGPT 4, 5, or what's coming next. And again, the specificity. So is this model the best one suited to address my need, or another one would be better? But also be open to change. It doesn't mean that the model you're choosing now will be the best one forever and ever. Maybe you will need to adapt, choose a different version, choose public and then move to private, or change over time anyway. And here in this example, I just put the small Rye LLM, or now LangChain4j CDI, where you can, for example, choose whether you prefer to use OpenAI or Llama, and then which version of Llama that you want to use. And then the testing part. Again, we said that when you're dealing with AI application, they are not non-deterministic. So, for example, there can be hallucination, there can be misinformation that you want to address, and it's really important to address this for a number of reasons. For example, first, reliability and stability. Of course, you want to mitigate any bias and ensure that the answers given are fair and correct. But also, it means protecting the business reputation. Comply with any regulations that your application may need to comply with, and then also build long-term trust for the users of the applications. So when it comes to AI testing, there isn't at the moment a single all-encompassing tool for AI-based system, but there are different tools that you can pick up and shape around your specific projects. So, for example, you can adopt different general purpose frameworks and libraries for that. Now, once you identify the most suitable strategies, you probably want to rely on tools like Explainable AI or XAI to make sure that you really understand what's going on with your system, and try also to apply, for example, you can rely on the LIME or SHAP for model interpretability. Now, we're not going to go into a closer look at them, but just to let you know, there are tools available for you. And then, of course, you might want to combine different testing strategies to simulate real-world scenarios, but also edge case, model drifting. So there are a number of things to consider. So once you have the skeleton of your application ready, before you make it move to production, make sure that you really think through and also chat with experts about what could happen, what could go wrong, how can I test that. And then, of course, we were mentioning boundaries, which is in a way very related to the testing, because you want to make sure that you regulate the model traffic. You want to rely, for example, on the MCP or Model Context Protocol open source standard. And you want to set up very strict boundaries to make sure that the input and the output align with the goals and the capabilities of your applications. For example, you want to avoid creating any vulnerability in your application in terms of input, but also you want credible output. output to make sure that you deliver quality. And here, for example, there is again an example from the SmallRye LLM about generating automatic endpoints to create queries on the fly, and that can help so that the developer doesn't need to create them manually, but they can be automatically generated and support with that. And then, of course, production monitoring and observability is extremely important. Lukman, over to you.
Yes, observability is very, very important because it gives you insight into running instances of the application. Now, there are generally three broad reasons why you want to have insight into the application: the model performance, cost per user action, and the quality signals. The model performance cannot be overstated how important it is to have insight into how the model is performing, both in terms of its output and the content of that particular output. So tokens per request, latency percentiles, error rates, cost visibility, token consumption per endpoint. These are all things that you want to have insight into so you can make remedial actions or put remedial actions in place to make sure that the model is performing within the boundaries set for the application. Also, cost per user action, we want to really have an insight into what's going on, how users are using the application to make sure that you don't burn money, you don't throw money away, or wake up with $1 billion bill from your AI provider. Then quality signals, structured output, past failures, fallback invocation rate user. These are all things to give you insight into, first of all, is the model returning information in the structure that you have asked for. Also, the fallback invocation rate, how many times do we fall back on the fallback methods, just so we can assess how many times we don't get a response from the model. User feedback correlation, we have some kind of, you can have some kind of feedback in the application that will tell you how much the users are finding value for giving features in the application. Telemetry, for instance. These are all things that can be implemented in the form of application performance management, just so that you can have proper insight into the application so you can know how it's performing at runtime, and then proper remedial actions can be taken, because without these insights, as we stated, the models are very non-deterministic, and unlike traditional applications that are procedural, where you determine what happens based on the algorithm, LLMs are a lot of the time pretty much black boxes, and statistically, they just use statistics to determine what to put out to you. So it's really, really important to have performance monitoring in place. Great. Also, with cost management, we need to manage cost, because it costs money in the end to run models, whether you are running them on your own infrastructure or you are paying an AI provider. AI costs can spiral out of control, and some of the ways you can mitigate some of these costs are caching, prompt optimization, and request management. Now, caching, we all know caching. Pretty much, you want to have a system in place where you can cache as much of the result as possible. So if you have similar requests, then you know that you can have a similar response cache that you can return. Caching is very important because it makes it very easy to improve performance for users, or the perceived performance for users. Also, prompt optimization. Now, sorry, somebody just started drilling behind my house, so just bear with me if you hear any noise. Now, now, prompt optimization. We want to optimize prompts because AIs are not procedural. They are pretty much black boxes, like genie in a box, and we determine exactly, or we can't determine with exactness what will return to us. So you want to optimize your prompts, shorter prompts. You want to have few short examples for the model. Structured output reduces passing and failure rates. So you want to optimize the prompt, both the user prompt and then the system prompt. You want to optimize these things just to make sure that the model returns you the information in a way that is usable and reduces rerun calls to the model, because if you get a response that is not usable, you'll have to go back, and each call costs you money. So you want to optimize the prompt and make sure that everything happening is in line with the set up expectation of the output from the model. And then we have request management, token limits per request, user time. You don't want to open your application in a way that you have users coming in and suddenly making all sorts of calls to the model through your application. It will cost you money. Also, you want to tier the models that you are using. You want to use smaller models for smaller, simple, repetitive, oft-recurring tasks. And then you want to use larger models for much more rare, complex tasks so that you can have a fine balance between cost and output quality from the model, because the larger models cost more. Even if you are hosting it, larger models cost more in compute, and smaller models are faster and generally give results that are as close to perfect as possible. So you want to have this kind of model selection and combination in a way that, again, you use smaller models for everyday oft-occurring tasks and then larger models for much more complex things. And then batch processing for non-real-time workloads. So you want to batch as many requests as possible so that you can send them in one shot to the models and get your responses back. And these can help save you money and also time, because then again, once you send these, you have a much more predictable number of requests you have sent, and you are expecting this number of responses from the model. Okay.
Right, now, having said that, we're gonna dig into a practical example. So as some of you may know, we launched earlier this year a Payara starter, which is automatic entity relationship diagram and code generator for Jakarta EE applications that uses AI to exactly support you with these functions. Payara Starter basically helps you create the backbone of your Jakarta EE applications. And it uses AI in the generator part to automate the diagrams and the source code, but also supports natural language prompting, so that, for example, you can start with, I don't know, a lab management system software, but then you want to expand certain function, you want to reduce, you want to shape around, and what you have to do is just prompt natural language commands to see these changes implemented. And this application, Payara Starter, has been in production for over 1 year. So what can we say about that? So when it comes to selecting the right LM, we actually first started using GPT-4 Mini, but then over time we moved to GPT-4.1 Mini, and now actually it's GPT-5 Mini. Now, why these changes happened is not only because, of course, they were the latest version, so of course we wanted to stay up to date, but doing these changes helped us in a number of ways. They were faster, so people can rely on faster code and diagram generation, and as well as modifications to those, but they were also cheaper, so that it was, of course, when it comes to resource utilization and cost management, it was better for us. When it comes to testing, Lukman will tell us more about that.
Yes, again, we've talked about having boundaries for the models. Now, the way to test those boundaries will be through some kind of standardized way of testing. The first one is output validation. Generally, most of the time, you're going to ask for your information back from the model in the form of JSON. And one of the ways you can validate that what is being returned is correct is to have proper JSON schema validation for structured responses. So you want to have proper schema that you can validate information or JSON data against, and that should give some baseline of satisfaction or some baseline of conformity that what is coming in is exactly as we expect. Also, entity extraction checks. You want to make sure that you want to validate whatever entities you are extracting from the information, that the data that is coming from the model. You want to have some kind of test in place to check those. Also, relationship validity in generated EI diagrams. These are all things that we check based on what we receive from the model, again, deriving from the schema validation that we set up for the models. Now, behavioral testing, golden data set of prompts with acceptable output. Now, again, remember, we are dealing with a non-deterministic, highly advanced statistical machine. So the best we can have is to have boundaries. And we test against those boundaries that anything, we have a set of prompts within that boundaries, that anything that comes from the model that is acceptable within that boundary is acceptable to us. Also, we do a lot of A/B testing when changing prompt or models. Again, this is something you would want to do. You want to do split testing with different prompts and different model types just to find out the best compromise between cost, input, and output relationship. You want to find the best compromise between all these three components in a way that doesn't cost you much, but you don't get garbage out because you are using the most useless model. So you want to test have A and B testing for different models and different prompts to find the best middle ground. Again, APM is very important. Observability is very important. So monitoring in production is also very important. You want to have an eye in production to see if there's any drift from the expected responses that we receive from the model. Again, there is a boundary and we don't want to go outside that boundary. So you want to have insight into running instances, production instances of the application to make sure there is no drift outside of that boundary. Now we have edge cases, can have malformed input handling, non-English prompts. Again, you can have users coming in. The English is a popular language, but it's not the world's only language. So you can also have users coming in that input different languages. These are all things that the boundary should be able to have room to accommodate. So if these things happen, there should be some kind of reactionary output from the application to determine to not crash, to be able to react to these things. Adversarial inputs, of course, it's the internet. And like I always say, the internet is a very, 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 very good place and a very, 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 very bad place. So you can have all sorts of malicious intents. And again, once you put something on the internet, the first thing you should think is that there are people out there who are out to get you based on what you have put out there. So you must be prepared for edge cases like that, adversarial input, what happens. These are all things that should be tested within the aforementioned boundary. And then also test the boundaries, not the exact outputs. You want to have those walls tested. And once you are satisfied with those boundaries, those walls, you know that anything within is good and anything outside of that is good. So test the boundaries and not the exact output.
Exactly. And carrying on talking about boundaries, for example, what we saw as the application, as Payara Starter was in production, is that at a point in time, the use of Payara Starter grew considerably compared to when we first launched. So to address this, we had to set limitations to improve both the applications and the model itself, to make sure that the performance, the uptime, and the costs were, again, aligned with what we wanted in terms of output capabilities, and well as, of course, cost management. So what we did to address this was rate limiting per users, add input length limits as well, and then enforce output schema. And again, also be open to continuously test your applications, because while in traditional application, you only test when you make modification to your apps, when you're dealing with AI applications, the model that you're using itself can change over time. So you want to continuously test, even if you didn't make any change in your application. So overall, what we learned, Lukman, summarize everything for us.
Yes. Now, before I touch on these points, that I've seen some questions in the YouTube live stream chat. Somebody's asking, within this context, is AI LLM? AI is not LLM. AI is a much bigger scope, has much bigger scope, artificial intelligence, and nearly everything. We've been using artificial intelligence in one form or the other for years now. If you've used Google Assistant in the past, you were using artificial intelligence. If you've used Google Maps in the past, you've used artificial intelligence. If you've used Google Translate in the past, you've used some form of artificial intelligence. Now, LLMs are a subset of that. LLMs are large language models. These are softwares, giant, very, very giant statistical machines that predict output based on some kind of information they have seen in the past. And so you give it an input, and then it statistically predicts what is the likelihood of the next token based on past data that it has seen. So given your input and based on past data it has seen related to your input, what should be the next predictable token it should output to you. So LLMs are a subset, they're a specialization of artificial intelligence. So AI is not necessarily equal to LLM, but LLM is is a subset, it's a subdomain of artificial intelligence. Also, there's a question about caching. Again, caching is one of those questions that is always, it depends on the application. You can't necessarily cache free for all free text input. So if there is free text inputs that users put and get some kind of response from the AI, then it's going to be hard to cache. But if you have a structured application that has a generally predictable input, so again, it comes back to boundaries. If you can set boundaries for the input, then it is technically much more feasible to be able to cache the output based on the input, because the inputs are within a certain set of boundaries. So if the input is generally predictable, then it's fairly easy, in theory, again, to cache the output from the model. Now, what did we learn from Starter? LLM selection matters. Again, the model that you use is very important. You would always want to have a good balance between a good performing model and one that doesn't bankrupt you. So the LLM selection matters. We started with GPT-4, moved to GPT-4 mini, and now we are on 5.1 mini. So we've moved, experimented, and realized that the mini models give us the best value in terms of all the components that we mentioned. And so you want to look at the LLM selection. And then the cost, 10 times cost reduction with acceptable quality for our use case with the mini models that we chose, faster response times, improved user experience. Now, we needed to rethink our testing. Same prompt can produce different outputs, and we needed a way to be able to constrain the output. Again, back to one of the previous slides, you want to have, first of all, starting with schema validation, proper schema validation that you can automatically validate responses against. We focused on the output structure validation and not exact matching. Again, regression testing against prompt changes. These are all things that we did to be able to ascertain that, yes, the application is working as we are making changes to it. Again, boundaries saved us. We have rate limiting per user, prevented runaway cost. Again, as it is the internet, there's always somebody out there trying to find out what happens if they do something they're not supposed to do. So we needed to put in measures to be able to constrain runaway cost. Input length, limits, improved response quality. Again, we needed to make sure that somebody doesn't come in and put in all of Homer's Iliad in the text box trying to see exactly what happens. So we needed to constrain the input length that users can input. Output schema enforcement, reduce downstream errors. Again, we needed to experiment with system messages and all of that to be able to have enforced output format and all of that.
Right. So to conclude, it's possible to add AI to applications, including Java applications and Jakarta EE applications. It can be extremely beneficial, but it can also be very challenging. So what to consider is that you need to change your strategy because you're dealing with a technology that is considerably different to traditional applications. It's probabilistic or non-deterministic, and it requires continuous reviewing. And if you adopt these practices, you can definitely succeed with your applications in productions. And that's what we saw with Starter. So now, having said that, is there any additional questions from the audience? I can stop sharing and I can check if there are any questions in the chat.
I spoke when I was on mute as usual. Yes. No, there's no question. We've answered all those that came in the live chat.
Ah, perfect.
Okay, I think there's a question in the chat in here. Someone is asking if you have any similar use cases which should give the same answer, but couldn't that be a problem in case the first cache answer is not optimal or mode might be enhanced? Yeah, again, it depends on the application domain. If the application is such that it is structured, then it's all statistics. We are dealing with statistics. So if there is an input, the first input that came in had an output that we have cached, and the next input is about 70 to 80% similar to the previous input, then statistically it is fair and easy to say that the previously cached response should be 70 to 80% statistically, again, be enough or close match for the response to the second output, the second input. So we don't need to go to the model. We can just fetch that particular cached response. So in the end, it's an it depends situation based on the application domain.
Right. I don't see any additional questions. But if, for example, at any point, okay. Yeah, so if you have any additional questions, just drop us an email and we'll be happy to answer.
So that was a great talk from Chiara and Lukman. Thank you, guys. Guess what today is today? Today is a Giving Tuesday.
So that means we're not accepting checks on Wednesdays, or?
Oh, we accept checks any day, but on Tuesdays we have this special program that we just started this year. And as you can see on this slide, Eclipse Foundation is holding a Giving Tuesday campaign to raise money for open source ecosystem, and that is actually supporting our projects, open source projects, one of them being Jakarta EE. So the campaign really encourages people to contribute through donations to support the sustainability, evolution, and adoption of these technologies. Contributions are made via sponsorship, and the foundation asks people to also spread the word and encourage their teams to participate.
So we should probably talk about Tamarin a little bit, don't you think, Tanya?
Yeah, but maybe to just put things into context, let's just say that Adoptium is a house for Tamarin. So Tamarin is the project, and everything that surrounds Tamarin is actually, we're referring to it as Adoptium, including the working group. So it is actually, so just to mention what Tamarin is, it is OpenJDK distribution from the Eclipse Foundation. So I think it would be fair to hear from Carmen Delgado, who is a program manager for Adoptium, and she'll also give us a little bit on the Giving Tuesday. So let's roll that video.
Hi everyone, I'm Carmen Delgado and I'm thrilled to be back for my 4th JakartaOne Livestream studio session. Over the year, it's been inspiring to share Adoptium's progress and connect with such a passionate Java community. Did you know that today is Giving Tuesday? For more than a decade, Giving Tuesdays have been a global celebration of generosity, a day when people everywhere give, collaborate, and make a difference. This year, the Eclipse Foundation is shining a light on how our community sustains open source technologies used by millions every day, and inviting everyone to consider giving back. And that's what I want to talk about: open source financial sustainability. Earlier this year, the Adoptium Working Group launched the Eclipse Tradista Sustainer Program, a revamped sponsorship initiative that allows individuals, small businesses, and corporations to give back to the project that their infrastructure relies on. You can learn more at adoptium.net/sustainers, where you will find tier sponsorship options, a cost-saving calculator, and detail on how your contributions support key initiatives, from testing automation, faster releases, to infrastructure optimization. Since 2022, Eclipse Tradista downloads has been grown by 250 million each year. now reaching over 760 million downloads in total. That incredible number shows how deeply Tamarin is trusted across the industry. One user once said, "We don't think about it because it's just work." And that's true, but behind every CPU release that supports 58 builds, 5 Java versions, and 4 releases a year, there is an enormous amount of infrastructure testing, a compliance work that doesn't come for free. Here's something to think about. Tamarin is downloaded around 850,000 times every single day. It's just €1 came from each of those downloads, just one. The community will generate enough to fully cover our aspirational annual budget. That means funding for faster builds, more automation, a stronger security, and an even more reliable experience for everyone. Our goal with the Sustainer program and this Given Tuesday campaign is to raise awareness on this real cost and turn all those grateful users into active supporters. Every contribution matters, no matter how big or small it is. So today I encourage you to visit adopting.net/sustainer, explore the program, and consider becoming a Tamarin sustainer. Together we can ensure the open source Java community continues to grow stronger, not just today, but for the long term. Thank you and happy Giving Tuesday.
All right, so if anybody of you are using Tamarin in your daily life or on your laptop or anyone, just please comment in the chat so we can get a hum of it. But we have a fairly good hum of how much it's used, Tanya, don't we? We have some pretty impressive stats around it.
Yeah, it is actually very impressive. We are at about 780 million downloads at this point for Tamarin. So yes.
Think about if everybody donated $1 per download there. We
That
probably
would
wouldn't be sitting here then.
Yeah, probably. Well, actually, that wouldn't impact us. That
No.
would go towards development of the Adoptium. So that would be amazing. Please do consider that, and let's see how far we can get. But also, I would say, besides Tamarin, there are many other Java-related projects at the Eclipse Foundation, and there are especially interesting tools-related projects.
Yeah, definitely. So everybody out there probably knows about the IDE because that was our funding, our first project around there, and the IDE still goes on and it's strong, and
it's stronger in the last couple of years, right?
Yes, it's going strong, and they're focusing right now on the long-term sustainability of it, of keeping the technologies up to date and supporting the newer development needs. So I think last year we also got the AI capabilities in the IDE as well. So it's a modern IDE still and going strong.
And it's interesting to point out that now they're organized as a working group and they have their own program manager, our colleague Thomas, and he's leading the effort. So there is a lot of happening in around the Eclipse IDE.
Yeah, it is. And we mentioned AI, and there are lots of projects around AI at Eclipse Foundation as well, and many of them are related to the IDE and tooling around it and that kind of thing. So there are lots of projects going on. So I encourage you to go into the list of projects at the Eclipse Foundation website and just search for AI and you'll see lots of projects and lots of cool stuff going on there. And in addition to the traditional IDE, we also have these cloud development tools. And one of them, the Eclipse Theia, for example, won a Cody Award for Best Open Source Projects this year, which is pretty cool. I haven't heard about the Cody Award before, but it's a big thing, I think.
Yeah, well, of course.
Yeah, and then we noticed also that most people these days are using VS Code or any product that is coming downstream from that one, and to kind of populate this very simple tool with more advanced capabilities, they use extensions and plugins for this. And for this we have the OpenVSX registry.
Yes.
that is an Eclipse Foundation project, and they had more than 1 billion downloads in the past month. So if you say Tamarin had almost 1 billion since its inception, they have it in 1 month.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible numbers.
Yeah, yeah, and not to compare them,
No.
but this is 1 billion.
Yeah, it is. It's just insane how much it is.
Yeah,
And
it is unbelievable.
Yeah, so it's obviously that this is a tool that is very much used. So
Yes. So if you're into the plugins and registry, do check out the OpenVSX. There are a lot of things that you can probably take advantage of.
yeah, and anything else about tooling we haven't covered? Please feel free to tell us in the chat if we miss anything. But
and I'm sure Thomas, who is also monitoring the live stream in the background, and he just finished one of the open community meetups that is related to Eclipse IDE and the platform. So he will be able to give you an answer and a quick pointer if you have a particular question.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're moving on, and our next talk will be from Buhake Cindy, and he will be introducing us to LangChain4j CDI, a simplified approach to building AI agents the Jakarta EE way. So we will have a quick break again.
And during that break, why not give something on a Tuesday? It's Tuesday today.
It's Giving Tuesday. Or, you know, you can give something and then grab a coffee again. And then we'll see you shortly in a few minutes. We'll start at in about 4 minutes with Buhake.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for taking your time wherever you are all over the world, whether it's in the morning or the afternoon or evening, to come to listen to my talk. So as you can read in the title, I'll be talking about LangChain4j CDI, a solution that we and the rest of the micro profile and Jakarta EE working team group have been undertaking in a process of simplifying AI the Jakarta EE way. So a brief introduction about myself. I'm Bohake. So my name is pronounced Bohake Cindy. So, and I've been an enterprise Java developer for roughly 20 years. 20 years being around February 2026. And throughout my career, I've dealt in a lot of roles, from DevOps to lately being a solution architect, but primarily all of them has been in the enterprise development space. So Jakarta EE has been the backbone of my career since inception. And quickly, as you can read in my profile, I'm a Jakarta EE ambassador. I write content, I do talks, and I want to preface that I'm also a LangChain4j CDI committer. So a lot of things that I'll be talking about, I've been involved in the development of it and in the release of it. Me and some good guys from Microsoft, Red Hat, IBM, all over the place. And I founded a nonprofit organization called DevOps for Kids South Africa. So where I go to communities where kids do not have access to computers so that they can learn about robotics and STEM and coding and all of that stuff. Feel free to ask questions wherever you can. If I cannot answer your questions throughout the session, you can hit me on social media. I'm active on X, on Instagram, on LinkedIn, Facebook, wherever. Just Google my name, wherever, and send me a question. I'll probably answer. So previously, last year, I spoke about SmallRye LLM. It was an attempt for us to see how we can integrate LangChain4j AI services into CDI container and use the CDI lifecycles for modern developers to write the application. Similar to how you would inject an entity manager, or if you're using Jakarta data lately, you inject a repository. We wanted to have the same approach on AI. So with the popularity of LangChain4j and the introduction of AI services, what previously was called chains, we undertook an endeavor to try and integrate AI services with CDI. So, and then we went beyond that. We said, okay, so if we have an AI service, which is basically an enterprise, and we can manage it using CDI, why can't we add additional features? Why can't we add resiliency, with fault tolerance? Why can't we make it dynamically configurable using microprofile config? Why can't we just add telemetry for observability using generative AI semantics by OpenTelemetry? So we added those other features, and we realized it can work. So you can find the talk on the link that I've provided. So now we have updates. So what was SmallRye LLM, earlier this year we donated completely fully to LangChain4j team, and we renamed it to LangChain4j CDI. So same concept as SmallRye LLM, now called LangChain4j CDI. So we've retired SmallRye LLM. So if you go to GitHub and see the code, it's still December 2025 or early December 2024, early Jan 2025. But all the fundamental principles and functions that that we had in small LLM still exists. We decided to run with a minimum requirement of Jakarta EE 10 and Wildfly 6 and MicroProfile 6.1. But Liberty examples, we've upgraded to 7.1 because why not? And then it runs on various platforms that we've tested on. And then the examples are also available on GitHub for you to look at. Same example, different application servers, different containers. Bob's your uncle. So AI services, it was LangChain4j's version of bundling all the low-level LangChain4j components into something that's familiar for every Java developer. So you could create a service and then specify which component that you want your agent to have, and then it will intelligently bundle that, and basically you select your LLM provider of choice, and it will know how to liaise with your LLM. So they've gone way and beyond now. So you can have structured objects. So you can actually send a structured object as an input. It knows how to marshal it into a JSON object for your LLM and your response, and structure it back into a Java object. So initially, before LangChain4j CDI, if you wanted to interface it with Jakarta EE, you will have to really write the code and your AI services. So you would like to create like your interface. So that will be your agent. Specify your chat model. So if you used OpenAI, you will include OpenAI provider, create a chat model with a builder, and use the AI services factory to link your interface to your model, and then that will create a proxy for your AI service, and then from there you can interface with it. Now we've introduced a CDI stereotype annotation called register AI service. What that does is basically you not only specify the scope of your service, but also dynamically integrate your LLM, your LangChain4j components by providing us a CDI name and then specifying it on your annotation, and then during your application load up, your portable extension or your CDI service extension will automatically figure out which components to register to your AI services, and then build your AI service proxy for you. And then once all the requirement is met, you'll have your AI service ready for injection. By default, we've allowed the chat model name activated, because you can't have an AI service without LLM. So, but everything else is optional. If you do not specify a name, CDI will not look for it. If you specify hashtag default, it will find a component, a resolvable component that can be injected. That means there needs to be a certain instance of it. So if you're using, for example, OpenAI and Gemini, then you need to specify a name for each in order to distinguish which one CDI will need to look up for it to inject into your AI service. Honorable mentions, LangChain4j CDI, even though I said it works on certain containers, certain providers have provided their own specific implementations. So be careful, for example, with Quarkus LangChain4j, because they also have the registered AI servers, but certain parameters might not be aligned to the registered AI servers we provide. So if you want to be specific with other service providers implementation, you can, but don't forget they're not similar to LangChain4j CDI. So how we tie this together, the registered AI service actually matches to the LangChain4j component types. So if you specify, for example, a tool provider name, it will try and look for a LangChain4j component or type 2 provider. So your two providers should exist somewhere within your application that CDI can find upon lookup. So basically, there is a one-to-one relation between the name that you provide on your annotation to the component of the specific type. Obviously, it's a fully qualified class name, but I've just shortened it for brevity, basically. So the additional difference is tools. The tools annotation requires an array of Java classes. So you'll have to specify the class type of this specific class name that you want LangChain4j to use for function calling. So for example, in the example that I'll showcase, the booking service is a class that we specify under tools, and then whenever LangChain4j sees that there needs to be a function call, it will call the POJO and the specific function, because the method has a tool annotation. So here's an example of a simple assistant. So every functionality that LangChain4j provide for AI services, you can still use it on LangChain4j CDI, with the additional option that if you want the container to actually manage the service, then you'll have to annotate it with a registered AI service. So in this case, we've given a name of OpenAI chat model, and we made it application scope. Now, we will use microprofile config to configure all of this. So just remember the open-AI-chat-model in this example, because it will show you how we integrate the chat model object to that chat model name. So to register your components, there's two ways to do it. Either you create a producer class with producer methods that register these components directly. So you will have probably a producer method for the chat model. If you have too many different producers of the same type, then you have to annotate a name, then give it a name. Otherwise, you can just create a producer method with a default type of that specific component. Or if your application server supports microprofile config, then you can use microprofile config to register your CDI, your component as CDI beans, and then the portable station will look for it. So configurability with microprofile config, you can actually register all your components inside your properties file, and it has to be suffixed specifically with dev.langchain4j.plugin, and then your specific CDI name that will be used for the lookup. For example, in a previous slide where I showed the simple assistant, I said open-AI-chat-model. That will be my name, CDI bean name. And then we have added 2 additional properties of the suffixes. The dot class will basically specify the fully qualified class name of the implementation of the specific component type. So, for example, if I'm using OpenAI and I want the OpenAI chat model, it will be a fully qualified OpenAI chat model class. So that's where the class will be registered. Otherwise, it doesn't know which class it needs to invoke. And don't forget that all of these classes, LangChain4j have the beautiful thing of every class has a specific builder. So dynamically, we use the builder to build to register all these configuration properties, and then once the properties has been set, it will call the builder to build the object and then register it. And then the scope is basically the same. The application scope fully qualified, so your request scope, application scope, session scope. By default, we leave it to application scope if you do not specify. And then the specific properties for your components will be suffixed with the .config and the bean property name. So the bean property name usually corresponds to the class that you provide as builder. So the OpenAI chat model has an OpenAI chat model builder somewhere. It will look for that, and then all the properties inside that builder, then that's your property, the bean property name, and then you specify it. Then once you have that, it will be your full key, and then equal your value. And then you can specify your property name either using dashes, like for example, the max retry. You will see in LangChain4j, the max retries has a capital R with no dash, but you can lowercase it into, I think it's called keyback case. You can use it into keyback case for. Either ways, we will dynamically put it back into camel case and then assign the property, assign the value for it. Okay, I'll show you an example a bit later. We've also introduced the lookup value property. So, for example, if you do there are instances, for example, where certain components will require you to inject other components within in order to build a specific component. For example, RAG, you probably need like a embedding store and embedding model, and those also can be configured dynamically using config. And so if you want to inject a specific model as well, you can do at lookup. So the at lookup basically says CDI do a CDI lookup during the configuration of the specific component. So the default will basically says find a resolvable instance that can be injected. Name is not included, but if so, basically should it be ambiguous? That at all says find all matches of that specific component type, and then return me a list. So that is useful for example, if you inject a bean that is of type that is a collection of specific beans, and then look up at name CDI bean. So if you want to inject a specific bean that's CDI managed and you know the name, you can specify lookup as name CDI bean, and then it will look for it. If lookup fails, then the AI services will not register at all, but it will provide an error specifying why it fails and which property and at which property level that caused the failure. An example, this is an example of a chat model. As you can see, we got a dev.langchain.plugin. Like I said, it will be prefixed for it. Then we have a chat model name. Well, this is a very old example, so it is chat-model. That is the CDI bin name. And then after that, the suffixes, like I said, you need a class. So in this case, it's a Google AI Gemini chat model. Obviously, in your Maven POM, you need to include the Gemini, the LangChain4j Google Gemini provider in your Maven POM, otherwise it will not pick it up. You don't need to specify the scope because by default it will add application scope. But in this example, we show you how to add scoping, and then everything that has .config the bin property name are used to configure the properties for the specific object that we specify. So, for example, you need an API key, how you inject it securely. That's a homework exercise for you guys. And then once you have that, and you will see the second last configuration, it says lookup at all, because we want to inject all the listeners that is available. So in this case, for example, for telemetry, we want to we have listeners that we've implemented that actually will do your observability for you. So if you want to do telemetry, you can do a lookup at all for your listeners. Not all LLM providers support listeners, so just make sure that if you support listeners, you can do that. And that's basically how, once all of that is done, then the bin will be registered ready for injection. If you want to have another example, chat memory, because LLM are stateless and you want to have it, you want to have conversations, then you can add chat memory. So what LangChain4j does, it takes your previous conversation between you and the LLM. So the request, your input message and output messages, and then bundles it with your latest user message, and then sends it back into your LLM. But in order to keep all these conversations, then you will need a chat memory. The same thing applies. So in this case, the bin name is chat-ai-service-memory. So you will have to add that into your register AI service as a chat memory name, and then it will pick it up. For resiliency, if you played around with fault tolerance, there's no additional features that you need to do. Use it the same way that you would do. So for example, your fallback, you will probably have a default, since we're dealing with interface only, and there's not really an implementation, you will have to create a default fallback method in your interface that you can link to. But your timeout, your retries, your fallback will still work. But one note that we would like to suggest, if you do a retry, first on your configuration on your LLM, disable the retries on the chat model first, because LangChain4j, I think, provide a default of 3 retries before it times out completely if there's no connection to your LLM. But if you want to use retries in using fault tolerance, then first disable the retries. Otherwise, it will keep on retrying excessively, maxing out LangChain4j's retries, then maxing out the retry from fault tolerance. And then for observability, we've taken OpenTelemetry's convention for generative AI semantic convention, and we've implemented it as a chat model listener and made it ready for CDI injection. So there's two options of doing it. Either you specify the lookup at all, like I showed in the first example. So in this case, the OpenAI chat model listeners has lookup at all. So it will look for the matrix chat model listener and the Spence law chat model listener, and it will retain both of them as a collection. Or you can specify each one as a fully qualified class name separated by a comma. Ideally, you can also specify which one to use. One of each, it doesn't matter, whatever you looked at. And then obviously you need to enable open telemetry, and how you configure open telemetry to whatever provider, whether you're using Prometheus or otherwise, for your observability, that's up to you, but the option is provided. So how do you get started with LangChain4j CDI? I think the artifact is 0.07 or 0.08 on Maven Central. We're planning to release version 1 sometime in December, but ideally, the group ID will always be dev.langchain4j.dev. Oh, that's interesting. I think somewhere I think it's dev.langchain4j, but don't quote me on that. So we have 4 different modules. The LangChain4j CDI portable extension is a CDI portable extension that actually does the registration of the AI services. And once everything is completed, it will create a proxy for you for injection. Alternatively, if your containers support CDI4, you can use the boot compatible extension, which does the exact same thing. So you can choose either or. And then for other modules, so if you want to use config, you will have to use LangChain4j CDI config. And for tolerance and observability, they each have their own modules. I've specified their name on the slide so you can look at. So you have to include some kind of extension. So in our case, add the portable extension first. Otherwise, there's nothing to register. And then you can add as additional component features that you want. So in this example, we have in the examples as on GitHub, portable extension is included, and CDI config is included because we're using microprofile config to configure all these components. And then some projects have fault tolerance enabled, some don't have. And for example, OpenLiberty has all 4 modules included, so you can play around with it if you're an OpenLiberty user. And then putting it all together, then you have your microservice. For example, you have a chat resource service. All you need to do is inject Bob's your uncle, and then expose your method as a REST call, and you just say your assistant.chat. So this is a good solution, a very simple solution where, given a AI service annotation, it builds your AI service for you, it registers it, and then you just treat it as you would treat a normal CDI, a CDI bean or a CDI service, managed service. The examples that you can find on GitHub is car booking, which initially was done by Lisa Reyes and Mario and them earlier, but then we've taken it and then we've adopted it to include LangChain4j CDI. For those who want to know how to use producer method, there's a docreg ingester that actually exposes 2 components that will be used for RAG. And the example requires you to install Olama. Please look at the README. There's instructions on how to get Olama installed. You can use, and it uses Llama 3.1. I'm using DeepSeek R1. Some people use Llama 3.1. So it doesn't matter what LLM you're running locally. As long as Ollama picks it up, it's fine. And OpenLiberty, we've updated it to microprofiles 7.1 so that because it supports long Instagram. So just a heads up, some store runs on 6.1 and the code is obviously on GitHub. Okay, so various resources. So here are the links for where you can get more information on LangChain4j and also on LangChain4j CDI. And then there's two very good articles that's available on Java Pro magazine, basically. So Lisa Reyes wrote a very article on hands-on on building apps with LangChain4j, where she discussed how to create a chat model, how to do RAG, how to do embeddings, and all of that good features. So you can read that. And then I went in depth on how to build AI with LangChain4j CDI as well. So I've written it it's available on Java Pro magazine and on page 96 with the recent release. So it's more in depth. So I think it's about 8 pages long. So it has examples on how you can do the exact same thing that Lisa Reyes has provided and how to do it specifically using LangChain4j CDI and also using LangChain CDI config. And then finally, before we get to the demo, if we have time, there is now proposal for an open proposal for Jakarta Agentic AI, which Reza and Payara initially proposed. So the aim is to create a vendor-neutral way of building reliable AI agents, obviously the Jakarta EE way, so that it can be vendor agnostic. The same principles of Jakarta EE. So it's still in early development. So if you want to contribute, you can head over to the link and ask the team how to join the group chat, and somewhere there must be a mailing list somewhere, and ask how you can join and participate. So for the demo, you can scan that QR code. Let's see if I can share the screen. I'll share the entire screen for now. Okay, so in my case right now, let me create. Wait, before I do, here is a simple example on here's a simple example that I've written in Payara that's running on Payara right now, and it's running on Gemini, where I can say, please write hello world program in Rust. So while this thing is thinking, I should have been smart and wait. I don't know if the link is, if it's opened the link yet. Okay, so it's opening the link. While it's opening the link, okay, so here is the chatbot that you can download. It's close that. And you'll see on Liberty config, wait, hold on. No, the micro profile config. So on the config, I've included the chat model here, and everything here is all configurable. So it's got AI service memory, well, this is not really needed because I'm not using any embedding store. So I'm using the chat model, which is my Google Gemini chat model, and the chat memory. And then on the code, well, this is a WebSocket endpoint. So the chat endpoint is over here, and I'm injecting my chat AI service over here, which is basically an AI service. And chat AI service, which is under here. And here's my chat AI service, which has a chat model name of chat model and a chat memory of chat AI service memory. And it's got a system message, which is basically your system instruction, which says you are helpful coding assistant. Basically, it must teach me how to do AI, teach me how to code like a 5-year-old. And then here's my response. And this is actually Gemini giving me a response on how to do hello world in Rust. And just to show you that this is working. So because it's registered, here it says, please write me a hello world program in Rust. And here's the system message that's I showcased on the register AI service. And then there's a response that was given by Gemini. And all of this is done inside the AI service that was registered by Gemini, and then the chat endpoint, and all of that. Yeah. All of that is because I've given this annotation here, and I've just injected it on the endpoint here. So here's the AI service that got injected. So, and Bob's your uncle. And here's the response. So this is a simple chat application. And the front end was, funny enough, the front end was written by Claude. So I didn't write the front end. So in that case, thank you for coming to my talk. If there's any more questions, feel free to ask, or otherwise you can ping me on the chat. So maybe I should look on any questions. I'm not seeing any questions in the chat, but if there's any question, feel free to ask. Maybe I should. Oh, there's a question. In application service like Tomcat, how would you configure my AI components so that CDI can register my AI services? So yeah, as I said in the slide, if you cannot do configuration using config, you can actually create a producer method, and so that you can inject that you can register your component as a bean, basically. So you will have to create a method that produces a bean of that, or the component of that specific bean type. And then on the AI service registration, then during the service life cycle, it will probably, the container will call that producer method and inject it for you. So let me see, where did I say that? Somewhere. Yeah, so you'll have to, in this thing, so you'll have to create a class that produces, that got either a producer field or a producer method. So same way as LangChain4j CDI. Wait, let me see if I can find it. Code examples. Liberty car booking. I'll show you on Liberty car booking exactly how we did that. So here is an example of a producer method that's got an embedding store and an embedding model as producer fields, and inside the config. So remember, I've got two producer fields, and in the config, in this example, for example, the embedding store and the embedding model has a lookup.default. So it will automatically look inside the produce. It will find those instance type from the producer methods, because it's already got producer fields generated for provided for you. So in that case, that would do. But then once you have a producer method, then in this case, your register AI service, let's see, here's the chat AI service. So your chat AI service has tools, which is called cookie service. But here, for example, if you have a chat model as a producer method, then here it will be hashtag default. So it will, in order for CDI to just pick it up without worrying about what name you specify. So it will just say, give me a default instance of a chat model in this case. So yeah, there's a good example on LangChain4j CDI. All right. Any other further questions? I've got less than 2 minutes left. Otherwise, if there's no further questions, thank you very much for attending. And yeah, I'm on social media, so if you have any further questions, feel free to let me know. Oh, one last thing, if you want to contribute to LangChain4j CDI, feel free. It's open source, so you are free to contribute as well. Or if you have any suggestion on what other features you want to also see in future version of LangChain4j CDI. Thank you so much. I'll stop sharing now and enjoy the rest of the session.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the current and future work in Jakarta EE. So our community is actually quite busy, and they're quite busy for a while working on the 12, Jakarta EE 12. So I actually have to say, before I turn it over to you, I have to say that it was really for the very first time we started with the development of 12 way before we completed the work on 11. And that is really something amazing that has happened, and we're all proud of the community, and we're hoping that we will continue with this approach with 13, 14, or any subsequent version we're working on. So before we dive into maybe individual releases, individual specification releases, maybe you can tell us a little bit about what can we expect in Jakarta EE 12.
Yeah, so Jakarta EE 12 will continue on the same path as 10 and 11 did, with where we have approximately half of the specifications of the entire platform are having updates in some form or the other. Mm-hmm. And they will continue that in this specification. Some of them are getting more major updates than the others, and mm-hmm. some of them are more maintenance updates and cleaning up things that takes a while, because it is a platform that has been with us for a long time, and it needs some nurturing to get where we are.
Especially to keep it going for at least as long.
Oh yes. So and we also have a new specification that is already going to be included, and that's the Jakarta query. And this is an interesting specification because we have had the Jakarta persistence query language for a while. Mm-hmm. And in Jakarta EE 12 we introduced the Jakarta data query language, which was a subset and shared things with the persistence query language. So now they extract these commonalities into a separate specification. So specifications like NoSQL can also use this query language. I don't think they actually need to, extend it and add their own flavor of it. They can probably use the Jakarta query as it is.
Yeah.
And this query language is actually meant to be a more all-purpose query language that is not solely for Java. You can also use it for other languages. So it's show out to be a very powerful specification. And it certainly makes it easier for developers to swap between persistence mechanisms as they want to that. You can, in theory, you should be able to swap from NoSQL to a SQL database without changing your queries. Cool. But that would be if you only use the most basic things. So it is a pretty cool specification. That is an addition to 12 that is already voted in. Another one that is on the table and is starting to get fairly mature now is Jakarta NoSQL. And they will release a Jakarta NoSQL 1.1. And possibly fairly soon now, the platform project will start voting on whether it should be included in 12 or not. So hopefully it will. So we will have 2 new specifications in 12 if that turns out right.
That's pretty cool. And actually, from what I understand, December 9th will be kind of a significant date. We're planning to have the milestone 2, no?
Yeah, so as we did with 11, we started doing milestones. And with 11 we did milestone releases of the APIs about every month up until the release was out. And we continue doing the milestones here as well, but they're not necessarily anything artifacts being released. There may be or there may be not. It's more about certain criteria that the platform project sets up that has to be met for each specification and then to reach a milestone. So in the first one, it was more about setting up the CI systems and getting the branch structures in GitHub right and all that kind of thing. And there are these kind of administrative project things in these milestones, but also some of the specifications released milestones to Maven Central. And I think the plan is to release one version of a milestone release of the Jakarta EE platform APIs as well, when we have enough. But we will see around December and next week how that will go. So.
Okay. So maybe we can talk just a little bit about the specification release process. Do you want to just mention high level about JESP, just to give people an idea how do we do that?
Yeah, definitely. So the JESP, or the Jakarta EE specification process, is an extension of the Eclipse Foundation specification project. So the EFSP. So we like these name acronyms, but or we hate them, but we use them anyway. And this has these stages of the life of a specification. So you plan or propose a specification, and it has to go through a creation review by the specification committee, and then you start working on it, and after a while you would do a release review, and that is where we kind of capture the IP and all the intellectual property or potential patents contributed to the specifications. So so this is an important step for the governance thing, but it's also a nice, this is the path the specification goes through. And for 12, all the specifications that were candidates have gone through their plan reviews.
Yeah.
So after New Year, we will start with the release reviews of those that are ready, and we will do it in a kind of the waves we're doing things. So since some specifications depends on others, it's a complicated puzzle to figure out which one has to go through first.
Yes.
And then, but we've done it a couple of times now, so we kind of know which we have to nudge first.
Yeah, so we'll learn.
Yeah, luckily. Yeah.
And it's like all of this is overlooked by a committee, not to go into governance details or anything, but just to let people know we have a committee that is focused on ensuring that the process, that JESP is followed to the dot, and that the process of releasing specifications is executed as expected.
Yes.
And every single specification has its own mentor who is additionally overlooking the process. So there is a pretty serious process that is being followed.
It is, yeah, and all of this is also kind of tied together by the platform project that are setting up these plans and milestones.
Right.
But this doesn't stop the individual specification for doing releases whenever they want.
Exactly.
So in the old days of Java EE, it was this is a major version of the platform coming out, and everybody kind of timed up to meet those releases. We have sort of continued doing that in Jakarta EE as well, but we encourage specifications to release often.
And not wait for platform.
And then the platform will pick up whatever specification is ready for that platform release when it comes around. And we want to brand something and group them together as this is number 12 or 13 or 14.
And so, whether it's core or web profile or platform.
Yes, and some of these specifications are more active than others.
Yes.
And NoSQL, for example, is on 1.1 now. And 1.0 is never in the platform. So they've released one, and then they're releasing the next one. And other specifications do the same thing.
Similar is to MVC. MVC is continuously releasing new versions, not necessarily being in the platform. So that we love that. We don't love that individual specification life cycle.
Yes,
and it's
just because a specification is a Jakarta specification doesn't mean that it is part of the platform. That is a specification in its own, and it selects its components. And we encourage the more individual specifications that are coming in, because they can have release a couple of versions and see where it's going. If it's a good specification, then maybe it fits in the platform or the core profile or the web profile or a new profile. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But it's also an invitation for anyone out there. If you have an idea that you want to explore for a new specification, do not be restricted or limited to the fact that it needs to be part of any profile or platform. Maybe it's something that the community thinks it's a worthwhile exploring and working together on and figuring out the implementation, and then we'll see where it's going to go.
Yeah, because it's up to the platform project whether they see it fit for a platform version or a profile or not.
Yeah.
And we have several, as you mentioned, individual specifications, and they can go on and live for their own. And they have the same release process, they have the same requirements around them, and they have the same governance, the same process. They have TCKs and they have compatible implementations and everything. So that they can live their own life cycle and go on.
So and we do understand not everything is worthy of specification, but if you have an implementation and you think it's replicable and possibly used everywhere, we can explore it and figure out with the community, with input from the community, if that's worthwhile exploring and having it as a specification.
And we have another mechanism actually for exploring how we're going in the future.
Yes, and that is called Jakarta EE Interest Group. It is actually Jakarta EE Future Directions. And that is that we just started that maybe a year ago. And that interest group is meeting with the idea of discussing and exploring where this technology can go further. So it's discussing emerging technology and Jakarta EE or Enterprise Java relation to the emerging technologies, let's say AI or some would say even quantum, then new industry use cases or any integrations. Anything that you want to put in the context, how could an enterprise application take advantage of it? This is the place to be. So look for Jakarta EE Future Directions Interest Group. There is a project page dedicated to it, and there is a mailing list. You can sign up to the mailing list and become part of the conversation, attend the meetings, and
and it's open for everybody.
Everybody.
Everybody can join, and you don't really need to have any interest in a specific specification. Something you can go there and ask questions and challenge.
Absolutely.
Like, come there and say, why aren't you doing anything on quantum, or why aren't you doing anything on AI, or something else? And just get the thoughts moving.
Yeah, we often get questions in terms of how do we actually post our thoughts or requirements. So here is how, like either come to the interest group or as always, just come to the GitHub, post your question or your requirement with the details, and you can get going. There is always community mailing list where you can initiate the discussion as well.
Yeah. But the interest group is a nice place to actually go and talk to people in a call.
Absolutely.
And you can potentially say, I have this particular use case. I'm using this kind of technology today. It may be Jakarta EE, it may be something else. I want to use this sort of technology. How can we help moving this platform in that direction so we can actually solve our day-to-day problems?
Yes. So as Ivar pointed out, just jump on the call, get in touch. There is, if you Google just Jakarta EE Future Direction Interest Group, I'm sure you'll find our project page. You will see organizations that are involved. But as we pointed out, if you sign up to the mailing list, it's open absolutely to everyone.
Yeah. So it's a lot of cool, interesting things happening in Jakarta EE these days.
Mm-hmm.
And who better to tell about these things is than our members.
Yes, absolutely.
So coming up now is the industry keynote, where our members would tell us about their plans for the future of Jakarta EE.
Yes.
So let's see if that aligns with ours.
With ours.
Let's hope so. So for the industry vendor keynote, we have Emily Young from IBM. We have Takahiro Nagano from Fujitsu, Dimitri Kornlov from Oracle, and Richard Giles-Jones from Payara, and Ed Burns from Microsoft. Yeah. So that's a pretty decent group of people that should have something good to say about Jakarta EE, I think.
Exactly. Let's check it out.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for listening. So this is Emily Jiang. I'm from IBM. I'm a senior staff member in IBM. I'm also Java champion. I work on microprofile Jakarta EE for many years and also work on Open Liberty. So I'm an open source advocate. So in today's session, I'm going to share with you about application modernization. So from the security, compliance, and survival point of view, it's an urgent need to modernize your application is now. And also I will talk to you about how to achieve the application modernization. So there's 3 areas I'm going to share. One is the challenges you're facing right now for the need for application modernization, and also plus the DevOps modernization, and also talk about IBM's solution, and finally why IBM is the best partner for help you to do the application modernization. So in terms of the challenges, is as you know, some older version Java run out of support, community support. Some of them have extended support when you pay for the support, and also some modern framework. Even though some Java versions still on the extended support, but some modern framework we say we're not going to support this Java 8 for the future releases, and etc. And also there's some CVE fixes. It's okay, we only fix on Java 25 or 21 is no longer to do the backport. And the other thing is newer version Java has better performance and also better memory utilization. And also you can have a better coding and also write less code to achieve more. And at the same time, it's because of technical debt, there's a quarter or even half development time get lost. And also outdated application increases the costs in terms of the memory footprint or scaling, and also the performance. At the same time, it's difficult to retain talent if you are really on older technologies, because the staff would like to use the modern technology and also make their skills stay up to date. And there's some other aspect about innovation. If you always have very older technology, it's difficult to compete with agile competitors who can embrace new technologies faster. So this is all the known challenges and business impacts. However, that's been known for some time. And the modernization in the past, we talk about modernization, say, oh yeah, we need to do modernization in the next 2 or 5 years. However, now the modernization is faster approaching. You have to think about modernization. You cannot push it further. You have to rethink your Java strategy in order to stay competitive, so that you can maximize your efficiency and also reduce the cost, and also stay competitive, as I said earlier. However, different applications demand a different route for the modernization. Maybe some application is matured and stable, and you can have a different approach to deal with it. Maintain what you can. So for that kind of application, you just maintain that state. And also for some other applications, you need to do the frequent update. You need to modernize this type of application. Finally, you might need to build some brand new applications to cover focus on innovation and address the new business need. So in summary, you have these three categories: maintaining what you can, modernizing what you must, and building what you need. How can you achieve this? Before you jump into the solution, and you also need to think about the different challenges as well. You cannot only focus on application, because the application won't be working if it's on its own. You need to run this application. In order to run the application, you need to DevOps. So updating application is one portion of the modernization. The other portion is to transform the operation model. However, if you do both, and you will face a significant effort to modernize the whole thing, operation model, and also the app. And we are facing some of the, we are seeing witnesses our customers' demand in this area. So some of our WebSphere application server client, so they have invested over 20 years time on the administration. So if they want to maintain their current administration while focusing on modernize their application. So this is a different type of the client have different needs. So it's some customers focus on application first. Some customers want to focus on both application and their DevOps. So you need to work out what challenges you are currently have. It's up to now, you know you are facing a lot of challenges. So with that, IBM has the solution to meet your needs. So IBM this year announced the bundle called IBM Enterprise Application Runtime. In short, it's EAR. So it's a subscription-based product that you pay based on the usage. So it includes the runtime, WebSphere, WebSphere Liberty, JBoss EAP, Quarkus, and also the new product called Modernized Runtime Extension for Java, and as well as Application Modernization Accelerator called AMA. Probably you have already heard the WebSphere Application Server and also Liberty and JBoss EAP. WebSphere Liberty and JBoss EAP support the Jakarta EE technologies, the platform releases, and plus micro profile as well. So Quarkus is new nimble runtime, and it supports GraalVM and also optimized for microservices and the reactive programming model, plus AI infused application support as well. So this is a new product releases this year in March, and then we do the fall is a March release and a June release, September release, and also today is another release for more. This is we support modernized application without modernized DevOps. So you can use your WAS admin console to manage your Liberty running Liberty, where your application running on Java 17 or 21 inside Liberty, and then you use admin console to manage this workload. And also the year include the tools called AMA and also AMA Dev Tools. AMA is to scan your traditional application and come up with a report about modernization, what code change you need. AMA Dev Tools is IDE plugin for VS Code, Eclipse, and IntelliJ. It's already released as well. And then you can do the code change based on the report. And a lot of code change can be done automatically for you. So this is putting all together. You start with the application on the WebSphere application server, and maybe you use MQ or DB2, and the AMA can scan your application and produce a report, and you can upload a report into your IDE with the AMA Dev Tools. You can do automatically do the code change for you. And then you can choose a destination, whether it's the WebSphere Liberty or more. If it's a WebSphere Liberty, you modernize, you could do the containerization as well. So this is all fitting together. You install AMA, run the tool, produce a report, and then eventually you upload load your report to your IDE, and then to do the code change. And then is why, yeah, this is the last slide. So IBM has been running 1,000 applications at scale, and also the great support for open source, including Jakarta EE, where we are focusing now on macro profile and also OpenJ9, and also is support cloud native AI applications. So in summary, IBM is a great partner to for your application modernization. So this is a couple of case studies. So that's all from me. Thank you. Let me stop.
Okay, I guess I'm jumping next. So let me share my screen. All right. So let's get started. My name is Dmitry Kornilov. I'm Director of Software Development at Oracle. And today I'm going to talk about Oracle and Jakarta EE. I'll talk about how Oracle contributes to Jakarta EE community, to Jakarta EE process. I will introduce you some products which are using Jakarta EE Oracle products, and I will talk about the latest releases of these products and highlight some of the key features. So this is the safe harbor statement. I'm going to talk about products, so it's required to put it from our legal team. And here is Oracle and Jakarta EE. So we are a member, strategic member of Jakarta EE since their inception, which happened 10 years ago. And at that time, Oracle, together with community members, decided to form Jakarta, and we contributed specifications, implementations, TCKs to the Open Source Foundation. Since then, we have continued our contribution to Jakarta EE and to MicroProfile, and we're very happy that the process is open, vendor neutral, and that's the most important, successful. Let me introduce some products which are Oracle Enterprise Cloud Native Java products. That's a family of products which use in Jakarta EE. So there is a WebLogic application server. There are different kinds of it. WebLogic server by OCI, and it's a full profile implementation. It used to create traditional enterprise Java applications. there is Helidon, and this is our answer to microservices. It's a microservices framework. It's modern. It supports microprofile 6.1, Jakarta EE 10 core profile. And there is coherence. Coherence is in-memory data grid. It's used to create distributed caches, which can be used in traditional applications, in microservices, and in other runtimes, wiring all of this together. And that's what we call architectural flexibility. So we offer products for creating traditional applications, microservices, and distributed caches, and that's a flexibility in design. And we also offer a flexibility in deployment. All applications can be deployed to physical machines, VMs, or Kubernetes on premises, as well as in the cloud. And it's not limited to OCI. They can be deployed to, for example, Microsoft Azure or AWS. Now let's talk a little bit more about Helidon. As I was saying, it's our solution for microservices. What makes it unique? There are many microservices solutions on the market. And it's our collaboration with the Java team. We are trying to add all new features of Java into Helidon. And a good example of that is using virtual threads. Some time ago, we changed the design of Helidon in a way that the drop-down reactive programming model and introduced blocking programming model with virtual threads-based web server. So we don't use native, we have our own implementation based on virtual threads. And it added a couple of benefits. It's more. First of all, blocking model is much more friendly than reactive for developers. And using virtual threads gave us excellent performance and predictable latency. It's been proven by several benchmarks. Also, because we are close to Java, a simple upgrade of the Java runtime brings you some even more performance benefits, simply because Java runtime is also, Java folks are also doing some performance optimization, and because we're close to Java, your Helidon application are working faster simply by upgrading the Java runtime. We support microprofile 6.1 and the Java EE 10 core profile. To see a bigger picture, here is a slide listing all Jakarta EE 10 APIs plus microprofile APIs. So we support, in addition, persistence, transactions, WebSocket from Jakarta EE, as well as some standalone microprofile specifications such as array, for instance, or metrics. And even bigger pictures here, the periodic table of Helidon. So I'm not going to through all of this, right? So it lists all the Helidon features, all the Helidon integrations. So we're not limited to Jakarta and microprofile. We also support a lot of features. Talking about the latest release, it's 4.3 released last month. It's addressing a demand from customers of AI. So we introduced MCP solver, JSON RPC support, LangChain4j integration, which is code generated. So you can build AI services using Helidon now. And because it's based on virtual threads, these implementations are very fast. We also have Helidon data, repository pattern for building data services, and declarative APIs. We used to have only imperative and CDI programming models. We're introducing new one, declarative APIs, annotation-based, build time injection. We have it for web server, fault tolerance, and scheduling. and we will be adding some more in the next keynote releases. WebLogic Solver Incoherence 15.1.1. That's the latest release of WebLogic Incoherence, released a couple of months ago. The big change is support of Jakarta namespace. So it's Jakarta EE 9.1. It runs on Java 17 and Java 21. It includes some tools to simplify migration from JavaX to Jakarta namespace, as well as additional features in the areas of security, containers, Kubernetes, and OCI. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm passing to Takahiro, please.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Okay, let me start. Hello, everyone. I'm Takahiro Nagao from Fujitsu. Today, in this session, I'd like to share Fujitsu's commitment to Jakarta EE and micro-profile communities. I'm excited to share this topic with you, and I hope this session will be meaningful for everyone. First, let me introduce myself. I'm a software engineer at Fujitsu and in charge of the development of Jakarta EE compatible application servers, Fujitsu Software Enterprise Application Platform, and Interstage Application Server. I also contribute to the development of Eclipse Glassfish and Fujitsu's open source microprofile runtime launcher. Furthermore, I actively participate in Java community events. This year, 2025, is the 30th anniversary of Java and the 90th anniversary of Fujitsu. From the very early days of Java, Fujitsu has been dedicated to the advancement of Java technology. In 1998, the Java community process, JCP, was established, and since its inception, Fujitsu has been involved in JCP as an executive committee member. The first version of Interstage Application Server was released in 1998. Interstage has significantly expanded the use of Java systems across various industries in Japan, including government, finance, banking, manufacturing, and telecommunications. After Java EE transitioned to Jakarta EE, Fujitsu continued its commitment to enterprise Java technology. Currently, we support Jakarta EE and microprofile in our two flagship products, Fujitsu Software Enterprise Application Platform and Interstage Application Server. They are compatible with Jakarta EE and delivered with OpenJDK built by Fujitsu. Last year, Fujitsu joined the Adaptium working group in Eclipse Foundation, aiming to contribute to highly secured supply chain technologies for OpenJDK binaries. And the technology ensures that our customers can reliably use the Java platform and Jakarta EE platform. Let me briefly introduce the company Fujitsu once again here. We are a technology company doing businesses globally, and our purpose is to make the world more sustainable by building trust in society through innovation. It's a big goal, and technology is the way we achieve it. To realize this vision, we are focusing on 5 key technologies as our strategic foundation. This includes everything from computing and AI to network and security. In this picture, where do Java and Jakarta EE fit into this picture? Based on recent Java market trends, we see 3 key areas where Java is crucial for the future. The first one, in computing, we are developing high performance and green Java technologies. This is essential for building the power efficient, sustainable data centers. In AI, we are actively leveraging AI and machine learning technologies within enterprise Java applications, bringing intelligence to the systems that businesses rely on. And for data and security, we are committed to securing the Java software supply chain. This is fundamental to building a trusted digital future for everyone. These initiatives demonstrate our commitment not just to Java, but to leveraging Jakarta EE to solve real-world challenges. Fujitsu is involved in several Java open committees. Regarding the server-side Java, Fujitsu is a strategic member of Jakarta EE Working Group and a corporate member of the Microprofile Working Group. Together with other vendors and Java user groups, we are building a vendor-neutral Java ecosystem. In addition to these specification projects, we are also involved in implementation projects such as Eclipse Glassfish. Fujitsu is also involved in core Java technology communities, including the OpenJDK, JCP, and Adaptium projects. By participating in these open communities, Fujitsu contributes to enterprise Java by fostering sound development and innovation within the Java ecosystem. Fujitsu's application server products are designed to meet diverse needs, offering two types of products. Fujitsu Software Enterprise Application Platform is provided for cloud-native applications, and Interstage Application Server is provided for existing enterprise applications that use legacy technologies. The Enterprise Application Platform is designed for use in cloud environments using both Jakarta EE and microprofile technologies. We provide a Glassfish-based Jakarta EE compatible runtime for enterprise mission-critical systems. This is suitable for migrating existing legacy Java EE applications to the new Jakarta EE platform. In addition to that, our open source microprofile implementation launcher is also available. We offer out-of-the-box microprofile runtime container images in key.io, which allows quick access to our production-ready runtime and swift development cycle, leveraging the container technologies. I'd like to emphasize that the Enterprise Application Platform is shipped together with Fujitsu-built OpenJDK. This secures your workloads with the Adaptium technologies, and you can utilize the modern Java technologies. Fujitsu Enterprise Application Platform is certified as a Jakarta EE 11 core profile compatible product. We will continue to commit to rapidly adapting to the latest standards. Interstage Application Server is designed for running applications that use legacy technologies such as Cobra, SOAP, and EJB. In addition to standard Java technologies like Jakarta EE and OpenJDK, our product provides Fujitsu's reliability features. Fujitsu is also engaged in community activities for growing the Jakarta EE community. In July this year, we hosted JakartaOne Japan 2025 in Tokyo in cooperation with Eclipse Foundation and Jakarta EE Working Group members in Japan. Many people interested in Jakarta EE attended this event, and we had various discussions. In addition to JakartaOne, we are also engaged in activities to promoting Jakarta EE technology, for example, by participating in events hosted by local Java user groups. We will continue our promotional activities to further develop the Jakarta EE community. And Fujitsu provide learning resources and information about Jakarta and Java technologies. As a wrap-up, I'd like to emphasize Fujitsu's commitment to supporting both innovation and compatibility. Our goal is to enable Java developers to continue leveraging Jakarta EE technologies and foster the continuous growth of the Java ecosystem. Thank you for your time and your interest in our activities. Thank you. So I'll handing over to the next speaker, Richard.
Thanks, Takahiro. My name is Richard Gower-Jones. So I provide enterprise companies with insights and strategy advice for Payara. So this deck is on the operational challenges in Java modernization. So here we can see just a quick overview of the timeline for the last 20 years. So as you can see, for the last 10 years, we've seen how containerization helps provide a solution. We can see that Docker has allowed developers to package applications and their runtime dependencies into isolated units. And these can be reliably run across different environments. Kubernetes has then enabled automation and scaling and self-healing of these containers. And there's also been friction points, so things like JVM tuning, framework-specific configurations, and dependency management. They're all pretty labor-intensive when performed manually. And then recently, artificial intelligence and machine learning workloads. These are new frontiers for Java applications. And on the right, we can see all of the operational components that make up application environments. So some of the DevOps challenges that we're coming across these days, keeping up with Kubernetes complexity, error-prone deployments, onboarding developers efficiently, monitoring, maintaining legacy apps, obviously security and compliance. There's a repeat of maintaining legacy apps, and then finally, the one that probably occupies most of our time is standardizing environments across teams. To address the current challenges and support broader business goals, organizations typically have these priorities that they want to address. And this requires a comprehensive approach, such as platform engineering. In line with what we saw in the top DevOps challenges previously, development teams are currently focusing on these priorities. So Kubernetes complexity, data sovereignty, developer overhead, and Java app modernization. This lift and shift cloud migration slide often underestimates and can take months, especially when the extra costs are not resourced adequately. With Payara Server or Payara Micro, the process can take anything between 15 minutes up to an hour. So configuring of the cloud container, install on runtime, run on runtime, and monitoring and optimization can dramatically increase using automation within Payara Server and Micro. And down here we have some estimations of how much these things can cost. When we're moving to hyperscale, it can take anything from a few days for small and simple workloads up to multiple weeks for complex, intensive environments, often including several hours of planned or unplanned downtime. Planning and incremental migration approaches are essential to manage these complex tasks that minimize business disruption. With platform engineering tools, the process can take just a few minutes with no downtime. Choice of cloud regions, edge computing, no latency, no connectivity issues, all complexity abstracted away, integration and compatibility, monitoring and optimization, and avoiding downtime and disruption. And again, we can see the cost savings that can be benefited from. Re-architecting a web application into containers is cumbersome and requires special skills. Typical full containerization of an enterprise-grade application usually spans from several hours up to a few weeks or even months when accounting for the full development testing and rollout lifecycle. With Payara Micro, the process can take anything between 3 to 5 days in a best case scenario. Worst case is where we have to start breaking down EAR files, etc. We've built in support for containerization in Kubernetes. We can remove the complexity and learning curve It's cloud native and microservices ready. There's automatic clustering in data grid. It's lightweight and has an incredibly fast setup. With automated Kubernetes orchestration, setting up and configuring Kubernetes clusters and deploying an application can take several days and requires special skills. It also incurs significant operational and maintenance overhead. With PyroCube, the process is fully automated into a single step with complexities abstracted away. You can use Pyro Server with Micro with Kubernetes, as well as using Docker images. However, only PyroCube has a fully managed Kubernetes service as part of the product. This includes automated scaling and optimization, Kubernetes setup complexity abstracted, no specialist resource or skills required, deployment automation, and built-in monitoring and management. Cube can reduce the costs associated to cluster control panels, worker nodes, storage monitoring and networking, but does not cover all of them as they're related obviously to the associated providers such as AWS. Cube can help reduce these costs by optimizing resource utilization, reducing the number of clusters, auto-scaling, and by reducing storage because you are not using containers directly. Cube saves all the labor setup costs because we abstract and automate the Kubernetes setup. So you can package your Java app. You can build your Jakarta EE Spring or Quarkus application. We currently support WAR files only, but we're looking to support EAR files soon. If you're using a web application, you don't need to do anything to deploy your application to Cube. You can upload directly to Cube. We can support command line. We can match your Java application to a standard container image for the framework and version your application uses. There's a one-click deployment, and this can be deployed across any environment. While we deploy, we spin up a new Kubernetes cluster for your application automatically. There's built-in metrics and monitoring dashboards where you can track the performance and the health of your applications. Web-based management console to configure and manage the namespace and applications with fine-grained access control and role-based administrations. And that's the end of the deck. So to summarize, Java is a mainstay, but it's become more complex. Platform engineering can help address this complexity and deliver key benefits. Pyara and its solutions as an example of value-adding platform engineering practices in the Java world. Thank you. Over to Ed.
Hello. Let me get my screen sharing. Thanks for joining us. Thanks to all the other presenters. I really enjoyed hearing what you all had to say and the products you were showing. My name's Ed Burns, and I've been working in Jakarta EE and J2EE for a long, long time, since it started really, and as the implementation lead for JSF way back in 2004. Now, I have 3 points for you today. I'd like to just review how Microsoft was the release co-lead for Jakarta EE 11. I'd like to review how Microsoft is partnering with Jakarta App Server vendors, the ones that are already here in the panel, and to offer our supported solutions on Azure, partnering with the partners, and those solutions are vended by those individual partners to run on Azure. And finally, the exciting thing we're doing with modernization. We have GitHub Copilot app modernization, which does fully support Jakarta EE modernization scenarios, regardless of the app server vendor. So what any of the servers you're having here, we're able to support modernizing those things in the runtime. All right, here's the history of this. Microsoft was the release co-lead for Jakarta EE 11. we started our journey with Jakarta EE formally by joining in July of 2022, joining the Jakarta EE and microprofile working groups. We deepened our commitment by taking responsibility for delivering Jakarta EE 11. We took on the release co-coordinator role in April of 2023. And it took a lot of work, a lot of time. We ran 106 Jakarta EE platform calls in that intervening time, and driving the issues to resolution, getting the various parties that are working on the technology and the platform group and the TCK, everything up to speed. And thanks for the collaboration for all of the people that were speaking previously. We finally got it there, and we announced that and shipped it in June. That's a typo there. June of 2025. So not 2026. It did come out in June of this year. So that was a very exciting release. I had the pleasure of giving a Jakarta Tech Talk with my other release co-coordinator, Aryan Times, and you can check out the video there at this link. That's on YouTube also. And the next step, Microsoft partners with app server vendors to deliver supported solutions on Azure. Now, Azure, of course, is a huge hyperscale platform. We have many different ways to run your compute. And for each of those ways, it's possible and supported to run Jakarta EE. On virtual machines, we have base images produced by Red Hat, produced by WebLogic, produced by IBM. And so those basic virtual machines are ready for you to use as you would in any kind of virtualized environment. We also have application offers that will stand up the app server clusters for each of those products, EAP, WebLogic, and IBM WebSphere running on VMs. So you can deploy from the Azure portal and have your app server running on virtual machines in a matter of minutes. Now, as Richard was talking about, the importance of containerization, I'll cover more about containerization with regard to app modernization. But at the runtime layer, we have Jakarta EE solutions on Kubernetes and also Azure Red Hat OpenShift. These are two very popular platforms for running containers on Azure. We also have another offer called Azure Container Apps, and that runs Jakarta EE as well, although we don't have a packaged solution for that, but it runs just fine on there. Finally, we have managed services. We have a platform as a service, Azure Application Service, app service that is, and we have a managed JBoss EAP offering on there. So we have you covered regardless of what kind of environment you'd like to run on Azure with Jakarta EE. Now, the real topic, you'll notice that everyone's talking about modernization. And I assure you, we did not have a pre-sync up to make sure we all covered the modernization story. It's just that important that each of us come up with that topic individually. Now, Microsoft's offer in this space is GitHub Copilot. And we have the GitHub Copilot App Modernization extension. It runs in IntelliJ, and it runs in Visual Studio Code. And regardless of which IDE you're using there, the experience is the same. You can quickly perform end-to-end code assessment to discover their issues. You can use AI agents built in. They take care of the code for you to upgrade from J2EE to Jakarta EE. We perform the namespace mitigation. We perform all of the descriptor changes with the XML namespaces. All of those things are taken care of. I'll have a little more detail on how we do that next. And then we can make your cloud apps cloud and AI ready by automatically modernizing common Jakarta EE usage patterns. And finally, we leverage industry best practices to customize, meet your individual organization needs. So you can provide your own custom rules to take care of your enterprise needs in the modernization space. So this is the workflow. With anything with generative AI, I'm sure you've recognized at this point that iteration is an important aspect. It's never just one and done, right? So you have to work with the LLM, provide guidance and knowledge bases to the LLMs to hone in on and get the solution that you want. And that's what our tool does. We do an assessment phase. then an upgrade phase, do a migration phase. Very important that we have a CVE phase where we track against the current live CVE databases. We see what you have in your application. We automatically apply the mitigations to fix that. Then going into Azure, we will containerize the app and deploy it for you. And you can go around the loop again until your app will be ready to go. As I said before, we offer Visual Studio Code, and IntelliJ from JetBrains as the IDEs of choice. And more importantly, going beyond the IDE, these tasks that are underlying the phases of my diagram here are also be able to run in GitHub Copilot coding agent. So you can imagine a fleet of agents that are able to modernize your code and produce pull requests that you can then review just as if they were contributed by a regular developer, a human developer, but not inside the scope of an IDE. So with an IDE, you have a really one developer sitting in front of an application. When you have agents that are working on a big span of applications, you can modernize at scale. So this is the value proposition here. You can modernize your apps in days, not months. It does accelerate your Java upgrades, including Jakarta EE, and effortlessly with AI-driven remediation and fixed errors. You don't have to mess with dependency headaches. We'll mitigate those for you. We can streamline end-to-end migration, and you can build your app to be AI and cloud ready. So the capabilities on the right-hand side of the diagram here. The coding assessment, you have a tool that's based on OpenRewrite rules, and it will produce the assessment and tell you where you are with your current application. And then you can do code transformations to mitigate all of those issues that are discovered during the assessment. We will do the CVE patching checks for you. We have phases to do build, validate, and run your tests, and also create additional tests if you don't have enough to begin with. And then at the deployment side, containerizing and deploying on Azure Kubernetes Service, Azure App Service, and Azure Container Apps. So here is my closing slide. You can get started today with these short links. aka.ms/GHCP AppMod is our documentation portal. You can go to the Java one for where to get the Java stuff running in either IntelliJ or Visual Studio Code. And of course, we also have it for .NET. So that is the conclusion of my presentation, and I will stop sharing and hand it back to the host. I think we have some Q&A, right? Okay, I saw a question from the chat. What was the hardest part about being the release co-coordinator for EE11? So I'm also going to start by answering what was the easiest part. And the easiest part was the awesome team that I had. So Emily and Dimitri and all of the collaborators, Ivar, it's a great community. And I've been working with this community for such a long time that even though there was challenges, which I'll get to next, the easy part was working with the amazing community that we have in Jakarta. The hardest part was, for me, getting over that hump with the TCK. So the TCK was the largest bit of technical debt pay down that I've ever seen in my 30-year career. The TCK is an absolutely essential part of the triad of spec, reference implementation or compatible implementation, and TCK that delivers the cross-vendor value proposition that J2EE and Java EE and Jakarta EE were all famous for. So without that, we don't have that value proposition. But even so, it was built on this old technology called Java Test, and it hadn't been really updated since, before the invention of JUnit. That's how old it was. So the biggest challenge was getting through that. And Red Hat was an amazing team in helping with that. So that was the hardest part and the easiest part. Okay, so we'll leave this open to the floor. The question was, what am I most proud of in EE11? I'd like to open this up to anyone, but I'll quickly state I'm proud of actually just getting it done and setting the firm foundation for EE12. There's a lot of exciting things happening in the future in EE12. We've been having a lot of discussion with unifying microprofile in Jakarta, and I hope that happens. And I think we wouldn't be able to get to that point without EE11. So I'll open it up to the other panelists.
For me, in addition to what Ed said, the most proud of E11 is that this hasn't happened in the past few years. Is a new addition, the specification, which is called Jakarta data. So that's a huge game changer. So that demonstrates the innovation happening and continue to grow in Jakarta EE. So if you have not tried Jakarta EE11, go ahead to give it a go and try out Jakarta data to see what's your feedback. Yeah, thanks for watching. It's great to see the success of Jakarta EE, and looking forward to see Jakarta EE12 is the milestone release, right?
So I think the strength of Jakarta EE really does flow from the combination of vendors and community. And many times people come to a conference and they see the vendor keynote and they're like, oh, I have to sit through this thing. But there was so much exciting stuff that the vendors are doing, and it does provide some real value to make the foundation continue to work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, so we're back again after a little longer break than planned for, but we will now look forward to listen to Olivier Asuncion talking about building a modular trading platform with Jakarta EE, the Eclipse Tradista journey.
Hello everyone, Olivier Asuncion speaking. Today I will present you Tradista, how the Eclipse Tradista journey started using Jakarta EE technologies. So let's start. So maybe let's start by explaining the context and try to explain how Jakarta EE can power a trading platform. Actually, Eclipse Tradista is what we call a trading software, so allowing to enter into financial transaction. That's the kind of software that are used by banks and other financial institutions. And it is a very demanding IT environment because generally you will deal with high data volume, high throughput, sometimes as well real-time decision. You know, when you trade, depending on your activity, you need to be very quick. And also, the financial sector is a sector with a lot of regulations that evolve constantly, regulations that change depending on the region. So, yes, finance is can be considered as a demanding IT environment. And entering into more details, why we can consider that finance is a stress test for enterprise framework. It is because in finance, you will deal with very complex data. You know, there are a lot of type of financial product, FX based on currencies, bond, equities, also derivatives that are financial product based on other product. So you have to deal with many kind of data, and also in finance, a trading software is a small part of a complex ecosystem, meaning that trading software will receive market data from market data provider. It will connect with provider of services like clearing or collateral management services. And also it sends data to back office system and accounting system. So there is really this question of being interconnected in a complex environment. Also in finance, what is important is to have a strong consistency. You know, you need to have exact number, and otherwise you can have big financial loss. So you cannot do mistake, and also auditability is very important. So be able to trace who does what at what moment. This for internal audit, but also regulatory landscape. Also, depending of the bank, but let's say for the biggest one, you generally operate globally. So you trade on all the region of the world. So your application needs to run 24/7 or almost 24/7. So yes, the operating hours are global, and also you have sometimes to deal with spike in terms of volume, depending on the economical context, and also sometimes at end of month or end of year, you can have big volumes to manage in a trading software. About the financial industry landscape in terms of IT ecosystem, so you will have a lot of variety in terms of IT software, but globally we can say that banks use a lot of commercial solutions, so very mature commercial solutions that are here for years, and also use in-house systems, so made in-house by their internal IT team. This is most of the bank do that. Depend of the bank. Some bank rely more on external solution. Some other prefer to have their in-house system. But most of the time, you will find a combination of both third-party solution and also in-house system. Really depend of the bank. And this ecosystem is here for years. It is globally robust and proven and continue to evolve. This being said, we can also see some trend, this last years, more and more IT manager in finance try to control their cost. There is this question of optimizing their TCO, so total cost of ownership. And so to reduce this cost, they will try to not depend on specific vendor, try to avoid the vendor lock-in, and also try to maintain an internal technical expertise, because if you rely too much on third-party solution, at the end your IT team is more integrating than designing. And yes, from a long-term perspective, it can be a challenge. So it is important for them to continue to have internal activity, to not only depend on external provider, avoid the vendor lock-in. And there is also the question of sovereignty, not being dependent on external institution, but trying to be autonomous, at least for the more critical part of the business. This being said, open source can play a role here, definitely, because with open source project, you can you have transparency. You can also you have more flexibility, because you can integrate the code. It is transparent. You can adjust it to your needs. And also, yes, there is this topic of being able to work as a community, because you work on something that everybody can see, so you can work with your peers. In finance, there are a lot of community-driven development, not so much for trading software, but for example, for exchange of financial data. There are some, since many years now, there are some standards like fixed protocol to exchange of data, FPML, Swift messaging. So this, for years, bank already work together on standards, but it is not the case for internal system like trading software. And so Eclipse Tradista is an illustration of what can be done using Jakarta EE to develop a trading software. So let's see that. Now I will introduce Eclipse Tradista. So Eclipse Tradista is totally open source. It's a trading and portfolio management platform. So what does it mean? It means that with Tradista, as a bank or other financial institution, you can enter into financial transaction, so financial deal with another counterparty. Tradista will allow you to book this trade, and then Tradista will also manage all the processes after the trade. So you will see your portfolio, you will see your position. That is an aggregated view of the deal you made, and all this is managed with Tradista. Tradista is built on Jakarta EE. We'll see that in more details in a couple of slides, but basically we use many Jakarta EE specification in Tradista. It is also very modular. It has been developed a way that there are several modules, and each of them has a very specific responsibility. So Tradista was really designed using a domain-driven approach where responsibilities are clear. There are different modules with clear boundaries working all together. And this approach gives a lot of flexibility, and we'll see that in more detail. In terms of license, Eclipse Tradista is Apache 2.0, so meaning that it is extremely flexible. You can use it for free. You can even customize it if you want, and create a commercial solution on top of that. So it's a very flexible license, and everything is on GitHub. So you will see the Eclipse Tradista GitHub repository with all the sources available. So the vision behind Tradista, actually, it was to showcase what can be done with Jakarta EE, to have a concrete illustration of what can be done using Jakarta EE. And also, it was designed in a way that you can take Tradista as a whole, but if you, depending on your needs, you can also take the part you are interested in, So it's very modular, and if you are interested in only one part, you can use it without installing everything. So it's very modular and also flexible. There is an API, you can customize it and adjust it to your need quite easily. And also it has been designed in a way where responsibilities are clear, so it is designed to be easily maintainable over time, and we'll see that. If I enter in a little bit more in the functional detail, what can be done in Tradista, at least for the moment. So we can capture trade, so enter into a transaction using Tradista. There is all the processing behind this trade, some validation, some position creation, and so on. We can also integrate market data. So market data are key in finance because you will use them to do a lot of things like price the value of your deal, assess the risk, estimate your cash flow in the future. So this kind of system needs market data received from several providers, and this market data are the base of calculation. So it's very important. Position management. This means that once you have entered your trade, you see in Tradista what is your position. So what is the total of your deal? Did you do profit? Did you do loss? What is your expected profit in the future? What is your expected loss? And these metrics are something monitored very regularly by banks. Transfer management. Actually, once you have entered your deals, your trade, you can have an estimation of the transfer you will receive in the future. You will see, okay, this counterparty will give me this amount of cash in 1 year. I will receive this financial product in 2 years, etc. So you have a forecast of the transfer you will receive in the future. All of these features are handled by a module inside Tradista. We'll see that actually this module can be deployed all together as a monolith, but can also be distributed. In terms of architecture, so the architecture of Tradista is very simple actually. It's a client-server application. In terms of clients, so there are two clients for the moment, one based on JavaFX and another one based on Jakarta server faces, so Web 1. After discussion with several banks, I could see that often it is there is a demand for web interfaces, so that's why on Tradista I am now more focusing on developing web UI, but for the moment the two coexist. And in terms of servers, so we have different applications. So I am talking here about Jakarta EE application deployed on application server. And we have one application for a very specific purpose. So market data app that receive market data and publish them to the other application. The core app that is in charge of the core functionalities in Tradista that are basically the creation of trades and also the management of static data, like account, currencies, etc. One application for transfer generation. So the transfer app will create transfer and will also update transfer. And finally, a position app that is in charge of aggregating all your deals and providing reports showing you your position. So basically your profit, your loss at a given moment of time. And to be noted that in the next release of Tradista, so in version 3.10, that is coming in January, there will be two new apps, actually. So one importer app that will receive trade using FIX protocol. FIX is a standard used in finance. So we'll be able in Tradista to receive FIX messages, to integrate them. So we have deal received from an external system. This is the role of the importer app, that is an interface. And message app is the message in Tradista will be a representation of the incoming messages. And there you have more detail like what is the message content, when it has been received, has it been validated or not, and so on. So we'll have in the next version six application. And the database is a classical relational DB. So the packages of Tradista are delivered with Apache Derby, but to be noted that Tradista is based on NCSQL, so the move to another DB should not be so painful. There is no something specific to Derby, but it's pure NCSQL. Was talking about flexibility because this module, this application also works the same way if they are deployed on different application server. So depending on your needs, depending on your workload, you may prefer to have everything together in a monolith. And actually, for some cases, it will be largely sufficient. But also, if you want some flexibility, more scalability, you can choose to have different application server. Tradista will work the same way. And to be noted is that Tradista will also work with one single DB, but also each of your application can also rely on one specific DB. There is no constraint on having one single DB. I mean, each module has a data access layer, a data source, and then it can be configured depending on your needs. So most of the time, one DB will be sufficient, but if you want several DB for any reason, this is also totally possible in Tradista. It's just a matter of configuration. Sorry. An illustration of that, I was talking about flexibility and the possibility to use only specific part of Tradista. Let's take an example. You are a bank and you are only looking for a market data provider. So an application that will receive data from different systems, store them, and make them available to other systems. Then in this case, you can take Tradista and just install the market data app, set up a database, and you will have an application that receive market data and is able to publish them to external system. So this can be one use case, taking just one app, market data app in this example. About Jakarta EE, here is the full pic of what Jakarta specification are used in Eclipse Tradista. So as you can see, we do quite heavy use of Jakarta specification in many areas. Here is a detail. So we use Jakarta context and dependency injection, so CDI. But at least for the moment, the usage is quite moderated. It is just in Jakarta server faces having some beans, so controller classes are recognized at startup. Jakarta messaging is playing a key role in Tradista because, you know, when you enter a trade, you have many subsequent objects that are created, like transfer, position, inventory, and so on. And all this asynchronous communication is implemented using Jakarta messaging. So it is really a key specification in Tradista. We also use Jakarta transaction because, of course, all Tradista services manage transaction. So we use a container managed transaction in all our exposed services. Jakarta interceptor. Actually, all the cross-cutting concerns are implemented using interceptor. So in Tradista, we have the key concept of user scope data segregation. It means that one user that connects to Tradista can only access to object in his scope. You know, he can only enter a trade in his processing organization. He cannot access other processing organizations, or other departments, for example. So all this verification, this access check are done using interceptor. Logs also are managed using interceptor. So basically, when a service is called, there is an interceptor that handle exception, and depending of what happened, will generate log. So using SL4G and log4j too. And in the future, there will be other cross-cutting concern like cache, for example, or other things. So interceptor are quite heavily used. Jakarta Faces is used for the web UI, and more exactly, prime faces. Expression language is used, well, basically to link our pages with a controller, you know, to access field or to call method of controller in our pages. So it is a very convenient language for that. Jakarta security is used for authentication plus authorization on server side. Jakarta Enterprise Beans is used for all the business services exposed by Tradista. Just a note here, there will be a work of migrating this bean to REST API, so CDI plus REST to have services exposed using REST. Yes, this for more flexibility and also to be able to connect with system, not Java-based system. So there is it is a coming technical upgrade to move to REST API. GPA, so Jakarta persistence is used, the ORM and persistence with the DB. And we find some Jakarta annotation all across all modules in Tradista, so to manage beans lifecycle dependencies and so on. So that's the usage of Jakarta specification in Tradista. About the design, so why it is not microservices, but why it is modules? Actually, the idea was to do something quite simple and to adjust the complexity only depending on the need. And the system as it is now can be considered as a distributed monolith. You know, you have these modules that can be deployed as a monolith, but you have also this possibility to have them on different servers, connect to different DB. And from our point of view, for most of the cases, this kind of architecture is sufficient. The operation model is simple, it's simple to maintain, but each module has clear boundaries, so it's simple to operate, but also simple to maintain. And all these modules rely on the same runtime that also is the maintenance. This homogeneity of the architecture based on Jakarta EE for all the modules. At the end, I believe that for most of the case, distributed monoliths are sufficient, but for sure, it doesn't mean that microservices are not useful. That's not my message at all. Actually, microservices can be very, very useful, but I would say useful in a specific context where you will leverage the possibility, notably of horizontal scalability. And in finance, microservices will make sense in several contexts like pricing, where you price, and depending on the model, it can be very CPU intensive. So microservices for pricing really makes sense. It is also the case for risk modeling that is very, very CPU intensive. And there are several use cases like that, or high frequency trading where you need to be very, very quick, and you have and also a lot of scalability. So in my view, distributed monoliths plus microservices, depending on the context, makes sense, but not systematically microservices. In my view, it is more complexity for not added value. It's the idea here. We'll now see a concrete example in Tradista. So we'll see a part of a trade like life cycle. So we'll capture a trade in Tradista. We'll price it. So we'll do some calculation with the market data we receive regarding this trade. We'll do what we call a collateral allocation. So it's collateral allocation is an operation on some kind of trade. We'll see that in more detail. And once we have done that, we'll also see the creation in Tradista and the update of our inventory and position. So in this example, we'll see what we call a repo. A repo is a repurchase agreement. It is very easy, actually. In finance, it is when a borrower needs money and another actor is okay to give this money. And in exchange of this money, the borrower will give some guarantee. So it is what we call the collateral. It will give some bonds, for example. So in case of failure, the investor is protected, you know. So there will be, at the initiation of the trade, two flows. The investor gives the cash and the borrower gives some collateral. So this protection. And at the end of the deal, let's say, for example, in 1 year, the borrower backs the cash plus some interest, and the investor gives back the collateral. So this is the idea of a purchase agreement. This kind of trade follow a life cycle. Just a side note here, in Tradista, you have the possibility to configure workflow, meaning that you enter a trade, but then you have the whole life of this trade, and in Tradista, you will configure what is the workflow for a given type of trade. So here is an example of a workflow for a purchase agreement. This workflow is delivered out of the box in Tradista, but you will have the possibility to configure it, and most of the time in banks it will be more complex. So you, as a user of Tradista, you can configure this workflow, add action, add status, and so on. And the workflow was created Tradista flow that is a Java library allowing to create and persist in DB a workflow definition. So we'll see now a quick demo. Sure. Yes. Yes, I will play the video. Here it is. So we connect to Tradista. We have here the trading dashboard. We can see our book, so the content of our account, the financial product we have, the cash. We can also see some pricing measure. So we can do some calculation. And now I will enter a repo trade. So I enter the rate, the cash amount, margin rate, the collateral I want to give as a guarantee, the currency, my account. There is a start date. Define an end date in 1 year, for example. And I enter the trade in the system. It is now saved. Can do some calculation here. The collateral mark to market, 0 for the moment because I didn't give my collateral yet. And my exposure, that is for the moment negative because I didn't give the collateral. Let's see what has been created after this trade creation. We can see some transfer. So we can see some cash transfer that are validated and some collateral transfers that are for the moment only hypothetical because I didn't allocate yet. My inventory, so the cash I have, I receive 1,000, but in 1 year, I will have to give 50 as interest. And the collateral I have, for the moment, I have some collaterals that I didn't give yet. So I have them. I will now do some allocation on this trade. So I am here. I allocate some collaterals. I have here my JAWS showing that it is not totally allocated yet, so I need to give more bonds. We give 3 more because I need to give enough collateral. Now it's okay. I'm fully covered, so I can allocate. I'm applying action on my workflow. My trade is allocated, so it is now okay, properly allocated. I can still continue to price. I can see now that I have a mark-to-market value for my collateral. I can see the planned cash flows. They are also discounted. We can see the value of time here. And we can see of the transfer change as I have allocated my trade. So now my collateral transfer are green, so meaning they are validated and not hypothetical anymore. And my inventory has also changed. Well, in terms of cash, still the same. But what has changed, we'll see now, is the collateral. I have given some collateral, but I will receive them back in 1 year. So yes, this was a quick introduction of a concrete use case of what we can do in Tradista, a repo allocation. So I will share it again. So what we did finally, we see a very concrete example of a daily operation made by banks when they deal with repos. They enter in a deal, they price it, they assess if it is interesting or not, depending on the market condition, and they will have to do some allocation. Some systems allow to do that automatically. Sometimes you have to do it manually. That's a very typical operation, I will say. You can also see the inventory. So what is your position? What do you have and what you will have in the future? So we could see of Tradista could do that, this kind of operation that is quite key in practice. And we also seen some data-driven pricing, because this pricing can be made with data received from external system. And we also see Jakarta messaging in action, meaning that once you have created your trade, you have plenty of asynchronous creations that are done in the system. So this has also been illustrated. So the roadmap of Tradista, there are a couple of features in the backlog, but if I take here the main one, in terms of integration, there is this topic of using a REST API for its integration. So all the business services of Tradista will be CDI being using REST, exposed by REST. There is also a topic of allowing the export of fixed trade. So in the coming version, we'll be able to receive fixed trade. So fix is a standard protocol in finance. And what is planned is also to be able to send trade to external system using this same standard protocol fix. In terms of UE convergence and extensibility, there is also a topic of unifying the web interface to a web one. We could see that it is what the market is demanding, and this effort will be continuous. You know, it will be done step by step, as it is quite huge. And also, I mentioned earlier the workflow configuration. Actually, for the moment, you can configure, but this is mainly done by script, and we need a UI that will ease the configuration of workflow, where you will be able to edit a workflow, to enrich it, and so on. So yeah, this topic are in the backlog of Tradista. Regarding the contribution that can be made by the community, actually, we are always looking for contribution and feedback. You can find the project on GitHub. Feel free to clone it, check, and give feedback. It is always appreciated. Many kind of contribution can be done. It can be code, it can be documentation, it can be test, but also sometimes business feedback, business ID, functional scenarios. These are also very valuable input that we are receiving. And also, we are continuously looking for financial institutions that will be interested in exploring open standard, use Tradista as a proof of concept. Not necessarily as a wall, but it can be only some part of Tradista and integrate this part in their ecosystem. So this is also interesting. Before wrapping up, some takeaway from this project and my experience. First topic, but this is already known. I mean, Jakarta EE power robust enterprise app. Jakarta EE is used in finance for years. Actually, there are many applications based on Jakarta EE. They are still there, and Jakarta EE continue to evolve. And Tradista is an illustration of what can be done using Jakarta EE. So we try to showcase what can be done. Our other takeaway is that what is key is modularity, especially in finance, where you have a lot of specific topic and you have a very rich ecosystem with many applications. So it's important to me modular. And I will say modularity is the more important. It can be modulus, it can be microservices, it can be both of them. But at the end, what matters is modularity, more important from our point of view than microservices. Another point is that we really believe that standard pay off. I mean, using Tradista where everything is transparent, but also being based on a standard like Jakarta EE that is here for, 20, 25 years and continue to evolve. This give predictability, help community-driven work, and also avoid vendor lock-in, because you can really see what is planned, you can really see what is happening, and this idea is, from our point of view, very important. And also we are getting the experience that, yes, open source drive quality because everything is online, I mean, we have all the code online, so everybody can see what is good, what is not so good, what can be improved. And finally, being transparent like that, encourage you to have a clean design because you receive constantly feedback and you improve. And so we really believe that open source help community-driven work and also help to continuously improve, because you receive feedback from many different type of person. So this is very, very important for us. This transparency and this collaboration that is by the fact that everything is available. Yes, I am almost done. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you appreciated the presentation, some link here. So yes, you have the GitHub project, Eclipse Tradista. We have also a page on the Eclipse website as an Eclipse project, so technology.tradista. You can see there the roadmap, what is planned in the next version. Tradista.finance is the institutional website of the project. So here you have more detail on what we do. And finally, contact at Tradista.finance, where you can contact the team and feel free to reach us for any topic. We always answer with pleasure. Yes, that's all for me. Thank you very much for your time, and I hand over to you, JakartaOne Livestream. Thank you.
That was a great talk from Olivier on Eclipse Tradista. So our next talk is going to be by Michael Redlich, and the title is Getting Started with Jakarta EE and What's New in Jakarta EE 12. So over to you, Mike.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you out there in television land, I guess, or more for the Times YouTube land. So this is getting started with Jakarta EE 11 and what's new in Jakarta EE 12. So this picture here is of Providence, Rhode Island. The river there is where the Providence River and the Seekonk Rivers meet. And this was taken from East Providence. So cool picture. All right, so Jakarta EE has a rich history going back to 1998, and as you can see, everything showing up there. In 1998 was the Java Professional Edition, and then it went through a couple of iterations, J2EE, and then Java EE, and then after Java EE 8, it was donated to the Eclipse Foundation where we are today. So as you can see, things are happening for Jakarta EE 12. So hello, my name is Mike. I am a retired senior research tech from ExxonMobil Research and Engineering, and everything you see there is what I do in my retired life. So I'm a Java champion, I'm proud to be that. Director of the Garden State Java User Group. I write for InfoQ. I do some work for Payara as a contract developer advocate. And then I do all these things in Jakarta EE. I'm a committer on Jakarta Data, Jakarta NoSQL. I wrote my first book that came out just about a year ago on Helidon Revealed. So I'm very proud of that. That took quite some time to get that done. So enough of me. So we have a poll, and I believe that is going to be shared with you on YouTube. So you guys can take a second to answer that. I'd appreciate it. So moving along here, we have Jakarta EE profiles. And the first and foremost, it's the platform, there's the web profile, and then the core profile. So let's talk about those real quick. The platform itself is hosting all of the Jakarta EE specs that have been voted in as part of the platform. And this is if you need the entire spectrum of specs for that. And as you can see here, this is for Jakarta EE 11. The ones in blue were updated for this release. And you can see here, Jakarta Data was one of the new specs. And I know we had some talks on that earlier today, so you heard all about that. So next is the web profile. And this is basically a subset of the platform for web technologies. And as you can see here, there are 23 as part of that, and Jakarta Data is also one of those. And then finally is the core profile, which was introduced in Jakarta EE 10. And this is basically just another subset of the platform that target smaller runtimes. This is great for microservices and all, those kinds of things. And there are 7 of those right here, as you can see. And I found it interesting earlier today. There was during one of the studio sessions, some folks were asked about how many of the specs were in each of the different profiles and whatnot. So, and by the way, there were 30 in the platform. Now, of course, this is Jakarta EE 11. We'll talk more about 12 when that time comes. All right, so how did we get here? It's been a long road for Jakarta EE 11. So milestone 1 was basically released 2 years ago. Milestone 2 in March of last year. Milestone 3 in April of last year. Milestone 4 in May. And the original intent was to have everything wrapped up by July of last year. However, because of the modernizing the TCK was an important decision that had to be made, it actually delayed things. So the core profile was released about a year ago. And of course, with only 7 specs, that was easier to get all those specs certified for that, right? And then web profile was April of last year, or this year, sorry. And then the final release was in June. So basically, what's new in here? So as I mentioned earlier, Jakarta Data is the new spec, and a total of 16 of those specifications have been updated and have passed their respective reviews. All right, CDI Lite. This was a term that if you go to the website, you won't see that there. But basically, this means that there is a split out of the integration-related text into a separate document. And I actually have a cartoon there for that. So yeah, and then the optional features were also removed as well. So you won't see any updates to Jakarta SOAP with attachments, Jakarta XML web services, and Jakarta XML binding. All right, support for Java records were introduced in Expression Language 6, Persistence 3.2, Validation 3.1. Just a note there, Jakarta validation was from Jakarta Bean validation. They decided to rename that. And then, of course, with Java 21 2 years ago, there was support for virtual threads in the concurrency specification. Also, too, there was the removal of the legacy managed bean annotation in favor of context and CDI, context and dependency injection. References to Security Manager have been removed. As you may know, Security Manager was deprecated in JDK 17 and permanently disabled in JDK 24, which was released earlier this year. Along the same lines, too, of course, applets were also deprecated in JDK 17. And for JDK 26, that'll be actually removed from OpenJDK. So no more fun applets, right? That hasn't been around since JDK 9, I believe. There was also some initial work on interoperability between the micro-profile JWT authentication and Jakarta security specifications. I thought this was pretty cool. The intent was to have one annotation to handle all the different things for JWT, issuers, all these parameters. Well, you saw the graph before. Here is all the specs that have been updated. And there's the rest of them right there. All right. Might be too soon to ask for any questions, but if you put that in the chat, and if you know who this guy is, that would be cool. I'm sure there are some of you older folks out there like myself who would know. All right, so let's get started with Jakarta EE 11. All right, but I'm going to demonstrate this in the Payara Micro more specifically. You can see the Payara platform has Payara Server, Payara Micro. Payara Cube is a new product of which includes now Payara Cloud. And basically, in these demos, the requirements are Java 21, Jakarta EE 11, Payara Micro 7. .2025.1, and then you can get access to that repository with that URL right there. And by the way, if you do take some time to experiment with these demos, if you have any feedback, I'd appreciate it, especially if you can improve them, or maybe somehow where you can slap me around and say, hey, Mike, you should do this. That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. So, all right, so let's get started with some of the demos here. So I am going to get out of this for now. And here is the repository, okay? And you can see each of the folders represents one of the specifications. I'm going to do Jakarta Data first. And basically, when you look at this, I'm not going to go through all these in gory detail. You have your normal POJOs, you have your repository classes, and those kinds of things. Our resources, I'm using microprofile config to connect to various things. There's a MongoDB database here, and so on. So, and I also have a couple of scripts. One is to start Payara Micro, one is to build and execute. So let's start with this one. So you can see I have everything ready to go. All right, so let's just go to data, and then we'll do build and execute. Yeah, get some more room there. I have MongoDB running way down at the bottom. I don't know if you can see that, but so this obviously takes a few seconds with building the WAR file, and then now that it has been built, Payara, you'll see the output from starting Payara Micro. So this will take a few extra seconds. What's nice about Micro is that you don't have to start the full server and do the deploy and all that. You can run this right from the command line. That's what's great about this. So it's great for demos, right? Obviously, for more, big applications, you definitely want to do the server. And I'm hoping this finishes soon. I don't have any jokes that I can tell at the moment. All right, so on successful deployment, you'll see a bunch of URLs, or endpoints. The main one is here, okay? So we'll copy that, all right? And then you can see all the different things in here, the HTTP gets and deletes and posts and all that stuff, right? So this is all this, these all have been defined. Of course, let's see. I need to move that. Okay. So all these demos start with a splash screen with all the, the various relative content, depending on what it is. This is nothing exciting, but it just gives you that. Okay, each of them do that just to, do some injection. What's most important here is this is a beer application. Those of you who know me well, I'm a fan of craft beer, and so I have this MongoDB database. And in it, there are two collections. There is this is the beer collection that basically stores the name of the beer, the type of beer, the ABV, and then you can do things like, let's see, let's get the second one. This is the second one, right? So, okay, and then next you can get the brewer collection right here, and you can see the ID, and then it's this is kind of like using MongoDB for for relational data, which you can do to normalize the collections, but it's actually quite kludgy in order to do that. But I still wanted to kind of do that anyway. If you look at the other one here, you'll see that there's a brewer ID that corresponds to the brewer. So now let's see. Let's try to add a beer to it. Now, one of the things I wanted to do in retirement, start my own brewery. I always, ask my wife if, hey, can we start a brewery? There's actually one for sale here in Flemington, New Jersey, but that's not going to happen. So, in any event, here is to get there. An add script. And this will basically do a post to add content into the different collections. So instead of actually being able to start my own brewery, I can live, like a little vicariously and just say, hey, I have my Red Lake Brewing Company. In this case, it's going to be located in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. And the reason I chose that is because we were just there. There's a great brewery called Hot Plate, if you're ever in that, in that area. And then I'm going to call it Hopinator IPA for lack of a better word. So let's add that on there. All right, and then we go, oops, yeah, there, it's already there. Okay. And as you can see, you know, the output in here that it actually put it in there. So if we refresh this, let's see, we should have, let's scroll down. There it is, Pittsfield, Massachusetts, Red Lake Brewing Company. And then refresh that. And it should be at the bottom, I suppose. Yep, Hopinator IPA. All right. And I will admit that you see brewer ID is 0. I know programmatically I could have sworn that was correct, but there's something funny there that it starts a 0 instead of the 1. I wanted to write onto the collection, but that's something for another day. But so that is that particular application. Another one I like is basically a, let's see, we can keep that. And, so one of the things I wanted to do with the new JWT bridge, which is the name of the spec that's currently residing in the microprofile set of specifications as a standalone, is to have a working JWT app and then apply, you know, update it to apply that new annotation. The new annotation is huge. It has a lot of parameters, but you know, but in this case, we can actually take a look at that, and we'll let that go. And then okay. There's been some work on that new spec. As I mentioned, it's going to be under a microprofile, and not much has happened since there. And there's so yeah, there's been a lot of talk about microprofile and Jakarta EE over the past year now. So, but in any event, I think this is cool to have a JWT application. We'll take a look at that. One of the things I do in this demo is to actually generate a new token and then you know, be able to run it. And you'll see in the demo how that's going to work. I'm sure there's some updates that can be made. I made a couple of updates on dependencies. So this is a work in progress, right? And you know, and of course, I'll probably have a Jakarta EE 12 at some point. And, okay. All right. So so this one's easy enough. This one is an unsecured high without a token endpoint. So basically, it says, hey, this is an unsecured endpoint. Okay. Here, this one is secured high without token. All right, under the secured endpoint. And it says, hey, this is a secure endpoint. Please include a token. All right, so in this case, what we're going to do is we are going to generate a token. And there it is. And then in the process of generating that, I've written out a run script to actually use that token to get in there. So, and then so as now it says, hey, Mike, you are now connected to a secured endpoint. So pretty cool. Next step, of course, would be to see if there's any work going to happen with this particular new annotation. It would be, you know, this would be the perfect demo to apply that and see if that works. So, all right. So we're done with that. Let's look at security real quick. And then in security, there's multiple authentication mechanisms that are available in the new release of Jakarta EE 11. I think that's security 4.0. And in that one, let's see. Let me go here. I also wanted to show you real fast this script, but you can see that as well. Generate token, you can see the whole thing to do all that, right? Okay. All right. In security, I have an application here using various things. There is a single security servlet, and here is a multiple mechanism 1, and then mechanism 2. We can do that. So let's run that. And we can probably exit out of this one. There's some more room there. All right. Wait a few seconds here for this. And after this demo, we'll jump right into Jakarta EE 12 and what's been happening. A lot of the work that's been going on has been since springtime of this year. As far as I remember, a lot of the plan creation reviews were approved back then. And we'll talk a little bit more on that. Okay, so again, here's the URL, right? Okay, and here's the single source, single security, right? So, the username is me, that I have an admin privilege, audit privilege, but I don't have user privilege, right? So you can set these things. And then with various endpoints. And here I have I think this is for my lovely wife, Rowena. She's not an admin. No, she is an admin. She doesn't have audit privilege, but she does have user privilege. So you can automatically do that for a single user. And here, this is the first one. I used Reza Rahman as my example here, so you can do that. And then there's also a second one having Reza. So it's using, it's a different implementation of the HTTP authentication mechanism interface. All right. Very good. Let's go back to the slides and resume. Okay. I don't know if there's any questions. I don't see anything in the chat. So. All right. So this is where, if I was at an in-person thing, I'd stop and ask for questions. All right. All right. So Jakarta EE 12. All right. And already I see a typo. I didn't update. It says 3 new specs. That's for the Jakarta Agentic AI, of which you heard about a couple of times today, is one of the newest specs. It is not part of the platform. At the moment, it's going to be standalone, but of course, it's going to be standalone at the moment because it's just it's brand new. Nothing has been formally developed yet. Jakarta Query has been accepted. You heard all about that earlier today. The presentation by Otavio and Nathan, and we'll talk a bit about each of those new specs. With the other specs that have decided to have updates, a lot of them are those that didn't have updates for Jakarta EE 10, or for 11, I should say, will now have that for 12 on the security manager. All right, there's some deprecations here, the application client container. Let's see, JNDI is Java Native Directory Interface, if I'm not mistaken. These are all considered, the rest of these are considerations. Support for the new HTTP3, a continued effort to be more CDI-centric, and additional support for virtual threads. So these are the things that are on the table at the moment. And we'll see how that all shakes out when 12 is released. All right, there are 24 specs that will have updates. And then again, these were all, approved back in the spring of this year. There is a plan to move Jakarta Authentication and Jakarta Authorization under the auspices of Jakarta Security. I think this makes sense, all right? And then there's also a potential to fold the Jakarta debugging support for other languages into Jakarta Pages. All right, current status, Jakarta Query is included now, as you've heard. This was as of October of this year in the platform and the web profile. Jakarta EE 12 Milestone 1 was recently released. And then this was mentioned earlier today as well, that Milestone 2 is planned for next week on December 9th. These are all the specs listed. Jakarta Data, I believe, 1.1 is already maybe even a Milestone 1 on there. So you can see all the different specs. You may notice ones that didn't have updates for Jakarta EE 11. So these will be updated for 12. And Jakarta NoSQL also is version 1.1. We'll talk about that in a second. And then you see the other one here. There have been discussions for most of the year on microprofile moving to Jakarta EE. This has been an interesting debate, but there is some movement, should this happen, that microprofile JWT authentication will move under Jakarta Security. Microprofile REST client will move under RESTful Web Services, and microprofile config under Jakarta config. So stay tuned for the status of all that. A lot of this work is being done behind the scenes right now. So, and I kind of put this together to, all the different specs. There are now 46 specs in the Jakarta EE ecosystem. A lot of these, so you can see in yellow that they're new is Query, Portlet 4.0, Portlet Bridge 7.0. I didn't have a chance to add in the Agentic AI 1.0. And but this just gives you an overview of all of that. All right, whether they're part of the platform or any of the profiles, that's just these are there. So here's this graph of the specs right now. You see Query is brand new. Potential for Jakarta NoSQL and Jakarta MVC to be included. I think was mentioned earlier that there might be a vote on Jakarta NoSQL in the coming weeks. So I'll update things as I learn them. So you can see all the in the platform. All right, the roadmap. I mentioned a couple of these things already. Milestone 1 was in October. Milestone 2 this month. Milestone 3. I'm guessing at some of these because things were delayed a little bit. Milestone 4, and then it's planned to have everything released in June or July of next year. All right, so a lot of work to be done, of course, and I'm just the update to the Technology Compatibility Kit, or TCK, that delayed Jakarta EE 11 basically will help move things along for Jakarta EE 12 and beyond. So it was, to me, I think that made sense to take that time to get the TCK updated. Just a couple of words on that. Updates were from using Ant build tool to Maven. I kind of like the Ant too, by the way. So, and then the test harness is now using Archillion. All right, Jakarta Query. We'll talk about these just real quick. I think, if you go back and look at Otavio and Nathan's talk, they'll get a better idea of what that is. But basically, it's an object-oriented query language to be used with Jakarta Data, Jakarta Persistence, Jakarta NoSQL, And they put in the verbiage here to other persistence solution written in a JVM language. So I guess you can consider things like something in Kotlin or Scala or whatnot. So, but I think this is an exciting, exciting new specification. Jakarta Portlet, this came from the old JSR 362, which was the Portlet specification 3 under Java EE 8. So that's why it's going to be version 4 when it finally gets everything developed for that. All right. And then similarly for the Jakarta Portlet Bridge, this came from JSR 378, Portlet 3.0 bridge for Java server faces, again under Java EE 8. So those of you who've been around long enough will probably remember these. So these were just brought in earlier this year, but it'll take some time, I think, to get everything updated. It makes sense that I'm sure they're still using the Java X namespace. So this has to be changed to the Jakarta namespace, things like this. So, so I don't anticipate those being part of the platform anytime soon. Same thing with Jakarta Agentic AI. All right. The same thing here. The folks need to get going on putting some stuff together for that. So, all right. So, oh yeah, so another thing here, Jakarta Agentic AI aims to do developing AI agents similar to what Jakarta Servlet did for HTTP processing, what Jakarta REST did for RESTful web services, and for Jakarta Batch did for batch processing. So. All right, Jakarta EE Future Directions Group. This was mentioned earlier. Tanya and Ivar were talking about that. This was formed in July of last year. Okay, and with this, as they mentioned, this is open to everybody. All right, and right now the sort of the folks that are getting together now, it's kind of small. We do advertise this. We have an email list. And basically what we do is have meetings every other week. The next one is for December 11th, and this is noon Eastern time. And basically, the meetings are only a half hour, and it's just during your lunchtime, or well, at least on the East Coast anyway. To listen to a talk by somebody. We've had talks on Jakarta EE 12 itself, Jakarta data, and so on. We've had a number of folks. There is a biweekly markdown file on the different topics. So yeah, and the intent here is our roles are to do some ideation, some research, presentation of recommendations, and we do work closely with the Jakarta EE and microprofile working groups. As a matter of fact, on Tuesdays at 11 a.m. Eastern is the Jakarta EE, not the spec committee, but just a general meeting to talk about things, and any updates on the working group here will be added to that, right? Yeah, and this is non-binding, so if we make recommendations, there's no obligation for the working groups to actually implement those recommendations. All right, participating members. Of course, the Garden State Jug. As soon as I heard about this, I said, well, we need to do it, and so we are one of the participating members, and you can see IBM, iJug, London Java Community, and so on. Payara, of course, is on there. Some resources on there. Oh, this is resources for this presentation, and I'll send the updated slides up to my my website. I can do that right after this, and so I always like to do this. I got this from Tanya, I think sometime last year. It's called Seed, Share, Embrace, Engage, Develop. You know, and you can't say this enough, right? You know, there's a myth out there that you have to contribute code to contribute to open source, and that's not true. You know, little things, documentation, you know, even little thing. I fixed a script in Micronaut once. I was doing some, I think, an experiment for an InfoQ news item, and you know, I found something. I said, "Oh, this isn't quite right." So, okay. So I submitted it, and it, you know, they accepted it. So, also too, share your Jakarta EE experiences. You know, go to your local Java user group. You know, go. You know, say if you're not the leader, go to your leader and say, "Hey, I want to provide a talk." You know, at your group. So, let's see, plenty of people to thank for all the you know, the work over the last couple of years. You know, this presentation has evolved from, you know, Jakarta EE 11 being the next, you know, the next era outside of the old Java EE to, you know, what's new in Jakarta EE 11, and now we're including Jakarta EE 12. So this has been going on for a while, and you know, I really can't thank these folks enough for helping me out, and you know, and I think there might be a bunch. Nope, here's some contact info. Let's see, I can't see the chat. I don't know if there's any questions. Let's see. Oh wait, I may have to. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right, I don't see any anything on the chat here. I'm a little short on time. I thought this would go a little longer, so I don't know. I could do another demo maybe. Why don't you do another demo? Yeah, so all right. So let's get out of here. That's what's good here. So in Jakarta RESTful Web Services, there was one new feature. It's very simple, but you know, and I'll show to you what that is. Okay. All right, give that a few seconds to run. And like I said earlier, if you have a chance to clone the repository and provide some feedback, it would be very much appreciated. Again, it's going to be evergreen. You know, I'll take some time to look for any dependency upgrades and all that. I also include in the repo itself a changelog as to, you know, what's been, oops, there we go. Yep. So, you know, those kinds of things, you can see the history of that once I started them. So. All right. So, again, this isn't very exciting. It was just one of the changes in Jakarta EE REST, Jakarta RESTful Web Services. Let's get that correct. Yeah. So, right here, there was a new resource template thing that will dynamically get that for you and put it out there. But that was something that wasn't available in Jakarta EE 10. I have a Jakarta servlet. Let's do the validation. Actually, let's do that. So that's a little more useful. Okay. While that's going, let's take a look at that real quick. So with servlet, or no, sorry, with validation, you can use, oh, and I'm using records in this case, because as I mentioned earlier, there's support for, you know, Java records. And so you can see, oops, right there, there it is. So you can see it there. Just wanted to highlight how you can, in the record itself, you have a not null annotation with the message that the name must not be null, right? And so on. You can use other annotations. Assert true that in this case, am I working? Same thing with size, a minimum, maximum, and then again a message if you want that as part of your output, and also minimum age of 18, and so on. So you can do all this in your record definition, right? And you just have a toString and very simple thing, right? So, all right, so I'm sure this is done. Okay, yep. So, all right. So in this case here, we have the user record, right? Name is null. I intentionally did that, right? Working is true. About me is a Java champion, and have me as age is 13. Yes. Well, you can add 50 to that, but sometimes mentally, I'm that age. And then my email is just Mike. So obviously that is not valid, data, right? So email is not in valid format. Age should not be less than 18. And my name should not be null. So this is real easy to implement in in this particular application. So I find it very useful. And with that, let's see. We're probably getting close to the end. I'd like to always put my thank you slide at the end. It is 2:39. It's kind of early for that right now, maybe the chocolate, but later on today to enjoy a pint of your favorite craft beer. So thank you all for coming out. For visiting with me today and to listen to this old man ramble on for 45 minutes. And again, look forward to the rest of this conference. I can stop sharing.
All right, that was a great talk from Mike about Jakarta EE 11 and 12.
Yes, that was
Indeed,
great.
yeah. So we are getting to the keynote, and a couple of years ago we did some gingerbread cookies in here, and since that we're banned from Tanya's kitchen since we made such a mess. And last year we were out raking leaves, so it was kind of summery. This year I'm happy to tell you that it's actually cold outside.
Oh.
We have a lot of snow, so we need to do something outside. And I'm prepared, as always.
Absolutely not, Ivar. Like, what are you thinking?
No.
There is no way we're going to go outside.
No, and besides that, like the theme this year is Jakarta EE in pixels, so we should do something that is related to pixels. No?
Yeah. I guess you decide.
Yes, we're staying.
We decided, and we're staying in.
Yep.
Let's see what we can do.
So, what are we doing?
I have no idea.
I don't know, really.
Wow, look at these pixels. They look nice.
Yeah, we can work with this.
All right, first pixel. So it always feels funny to start things with just one little square, but that's how the Jakarta EE logo begins.
That's right, and actually start our first conversation about Jakarta EE compatibility. So Shabnam, why does Jakarta EE compatibility even matter?
Great question to kick things off. So compatibility is our first pixel in the ecosystem. It's the foundation, and it ensures that our ecosystem is stable, predictable. Basically, it ensures that all the implementations can behave the same way, following the same standards.
And actually, what also is very important about compatibility is that every product that passes our test or compatibility test, better known as TCKs, is actually behaving as we expect. So it is really a big deal if a product is compatible, and that enables the users of that technology not to be vendor locked in, which is in our industry a huge deal. It is giving customers choice, portability, and long-term stability. So it is very, very important stepping stone.
Exactly. And it's not just a few products anymore. We now have over 93 compatible products, and that's a huge deal. And the number really shows the momentum, the trust, and the adoption of the technology across vendors.
So Jakarta E11 has a theme, doesn't it? So was it pixel perfect?
No, not really, but close enough. You can go ahead, put your next pixel here, because as any other release, this one also has a theme, and it's developer productivity and performance. Do you want to tell us about developer productivity?
I can. So with developer productivity, and the specification that is closer to that theme is Jakarta Data.
Yes.
And with Jakarta Data, we bring in the functionality that Spring Data has. As I usually say, we didn't steal it or copy it or anything. We were greatly inspired by it. So it greatly increases the productivity of developers when they do persistence.
Okay, so that's Jakarta Data new specification. What about the performance? What are we doing about the performance?
Yes, the most important thing is that Jakarta 11 supports Java 21. And when you move up a Java version, you usually get more performance just by doing that. But we also wanted to leverage some of the features in Java 21, which is virtual threads.
Mm-hmm.
And since we both support Java 17 and Java 21, we needed to add something that is called runtime aware support of virtual threads. So depending on which version of Java you run on, you will be able to use virtual threads in your application.
Okay, that's good. So we're supporting Java SE 17 as well as Java SE 21, and we're enabling our developers to use our virtual threads. That's
yes,
great.
Exactly. And we also need to say that Jakarta 11 runtimes also run perfectly well on Java 25.
Oh, yay. And I'm sure our eager developers especially appreciate that part. So that's great. Now let's talk about the huge aspect that we had during the development of the release 11, and that's about all the work that has happened on the TCKs. Can you just enlighten us with that one?
Yeah, that was more work than we anticipated. The key thing there is that the TCK was built 30 years ago with technologies that were invented 30 years ago. So no young developers know about these technologies today. So we had to bump the versions and upgrade to newer technologies. So we used tools like OpenRewrite to change the TCKs to use newer tools like Maven and JUnit 5. So now we can, and also Orchillion. So now we can actually run and use the TCK with newer tools.
And actually now we can have more developers being involved in the further development of the TCKs, which is great to see. But I also wanted to say that all the work that has happened during the TCK for the extended period of time was kind of blessing in disguise. And there is a silver lining around it in terms of the releases. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so we can't hide the fact that Jakarta 11 was 1 year delayed. But what we did to kind of cope with that is that we released the profiles and the platform independently. So in December, actually, last year, we released the core profile. And in Q1 this year, we released web profile. And then just before summer, we released the platform. So we were able to release everything independently. And our goal is to release every version of a major version of Jakarta EE about 6 to 9 months after a LTS release of Java. So that will put us to next version of Jakarta EE, which will be number 12. It's going to come out next summer.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, but I feel that this whole work deserves another pixel.
Yeah, that's probably worth 2 pixels.
Well, yes.
All right, so while we add a few more pixels, here's the next question, Tanya. Why should an organization become a member of Jakarta EE working group?
Well, there are many reasons for an organization to become a member of the Jakarta EE working group. Let's just start with making sure that the enterprise Java technology is very well taken care of and that we're making progress. So they're working together to define the requirements, to make sure that the behavior of technology is predictable, and to actually work on the short-term as well as the long-term roadmap of the technology.
Right, and it's all done in an open, stable, and vendor-neutral environment, right? Where it takes the ecosystem to become more sustainable, predictable, and interoperable. Basically, becoming a member is like one of these pixels that defines the bigger picture of Jakarta EE.
Absolutely. Right. And just so you know, a membership can really boost up members' visibility. It also is very important to note that thought leadership, event and marketing participation is something that we're providing and that boosts the visibility of our members.
So basically by joining, it means that you are becoming one of these pixels that defines the bigger picture of Jakarta EE.
Absolutely. So Ivar, let's talk about 12, but before that, let's just do a pixel or two.
Yeah, or 12.
Or 12. Okay, I'll do 2. So release 12. Before we start talking about release 12, I do want to say that I'm extremely proud of our community, and I think up until 11 we were always finishing a release and then starting a new release. This time around, even before we finished a release of Jakarta EE Platform 11, the community actually started working on Jakarta EE 12.
Yes, and these plans were actually approved by the specification committee before Jakarta EE 11 was released.
Yep.
So that's pretty good.
That's pretty amazing. Can you actually tell us what can people expect in release 12?
Yeah, so Jakarta EE 12 will have updates in about half of the specifications. So it's a fairly decent amount of upgrades, similar to 11 and 10 has been. The most exciting thing is potentially some new specifications there. We know that Jakarta Query will be a new specification. We are hoping for Jakarta NoSQL to be added this as well.
Yeah,
so that means that we will have support for NoSQL databases as well as SQL databases.
Which is quite amazing, and I think from what I'm hearing, community is already excited about that. Now, beside the version 12, I think there are some other new specifications very interesting for our community. Can you reveal us something about that?
Absolutely. A new specification came in through sort of nowhere a couple of weeks ago, and that is Jakarta Agentic Artificial Intelligence. And this is exciting for us because, you know, everybody's talking about AI these days. So, and we don't really have a story for AI for Jakarta EE, but now we at least have a specification that somebody is working on it. And it just shows that Jakarta EE can be a foundation for development of new things as well. We're not only legacy technologies, we're supporting the newer stuff.
What about the work related to LangChain4j? Like there is a lot of work that we're doing as a community related to that.
Absolutely, yeah. So LangChain4j is sort of the de facto standard for integrating with AI today. And there has been some efforts making a CDI compatible version of LangChain4j. So you can use LangChain4j CDI and it plays perfectly well with Jakarta EE. So if you want to integrate with AI systems today, there are no reason to switch to any other platform. Jakarta EE and AI works perfectly well together.
So we're well set for the future.
Yes.
Another pixel to that.
Yes.
Okay, Ivar, here's a fun one while we add a few more pixels. So a lot of modern Java frameworks are actually powered by Jakarta EE.
Yes, and some of them are, even Spring are implementing and using a lot of Jakarta EE technologies. And also we have implementations like Halidon, Quarkus, and Micronaut are also frameworks and examples of this.
Exactly. So Jakarta EE is basically the foundation layer that ensures consistency and stability. There might be some developers are already using it, but they're not aware of it, right? So
yes, you may say that Jakarta EE powers the world.
That's true. Okay, so let's contribute another pixel. So talking about contribution, why would anyone contribute to open source, Ivar?
There are many reasons to why you should contribute, and that one of them is build your own career, your reputation, your visibility in the community, and also help shape the technology you're actually using. So if you're using Jakarta EE technologies, for example, the best way of making sure that technology is staying relevant is to contribute to it and help developing it.
That's amazing. So, do you want to know how can people contribute? Do you want to, should I actually explain people how they can contribute?
You can do that, but maybe you should first start with what can they contribute?
Okay, well, thank you. So there are many types of contributions. I do want to stress out that people can contribute not just with the technical work, and when I say technical work, that means potentially implementations or specifications or building examples, but they can also do work on documentation, blog posts, white papers. They can also do simple social amplification of the messages and marketing type of work. So I guess the key point is that not everything starts with and finishes with coding. There are many ways people can contribute. Not just with the technical work, and when I say technical work, that means potentially implementations or specifications or building examples, but they can also do work on documentation, blog posts, white papers. They can also do simple social amplification of the messages and marketing type of work. So I guess the key point is that not everything starts with and finishes with coding. There are many ways that people can contribute.
Okay, so that was so much fun that we decided we'll continue on.
Yeah, are we back in the studio?
Yes, we are.
Oh my God,
Oh.
that's
Can we manage to build
fun.
this?
Well, I don't
thing
know,
again?
but let's ask community. Are you building your Jakarta EE pixel work?
I think we got one entry actually. I don't know if there are more, but we can check.
This looks like the logo, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Looks pretty good
it's
to me.
almost there. and it's this one is particularly nice because you can also play some music here. So yeah, find some pixels and build a Jakarta EE logo.
Yeah. And there's still time to enter the contest.
That's true.
Yes.
We still have a few more hours.
Yeah, so build your logo. You don't need to use these physical pixels. You can use your pixels
Digital
on a
pixels.
digital pixels. and just be creative and send us your image and see if you can do it better than this. I'm not sure you can. This is better than we did in the keynote video, I think.
Okay.
All right. So the next talk, I guess. We will have Bruno Borges, and he's going to talk about guiding the AI hand, custom instructions in GitHub, Copilot for Jakarta EE developers. So let's give it to Bruno.
All right, welcome everybody. My name is Bruno Borges. Welcome to JakartaOne 2025. I'm speaking to you from Vancouver, Canada, and it's a pleasure to be here to share with you a little bit of AI tips and tricks to take the most of your AI assistants. I work at Microsoft and I help our development tool teams build the best of developer productivity tools to help you get the most of GitHub Copilot. Today, I'm going to talk about how we can leverage GitHub Copilot
for developing Jakarta EE applications. And we're going to understand how we can provide instructions so that the AI assistants can follow through those instructions in a much better way than just based on the data that they were trained on. So that's why the topic of this talk is called Guiding the AI Hand. So if we ask AI to do something for us, it can get most of the job done. But if we provide instructions, if we provide context, the AI can do a much better job. It is very similar to a junior developer or a student developer. They know the basics of programming. They know where to get the information from, but sometimes you really want them to do the work in a particular way. So today we're going to look into how we can provide those custom instructions to GitHub Copilot to get the most of Jakarta EE development. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code for this presentation, but rest assured, everything that I'm showing you here is available with GitHub Copilot on IntelliJ IDE and Eclipse as well, and other environments beyond Visual Studio Code. So let's understand a little bit of why instructions are so important. Then we're going to look into how to get that done in Visual Studio Code /IntelliJ/Eclipse with GitHub Copilot. Again, as part of the demos I'm going to do on Visual Studio Code, but you can use other IDEs as well. We're going to look into how setting rules for the environment for your project. Then how we can develop tasks. These tasks can be reused. Instead of having a notepad full of prompts so you can copy and paste, what if there was a better way to do that? And the third is, let's look into how we can build agents that do particular things in a more repetitive way. And finally, let's discuss the future. And that's where I welcome everybody to post in the chat your questions and comments about this presentation and what you'd like to expect to see from Microsoft in the future. So let's talk about the gap, the knowledge gap. Java EE and Jakarta EE, they combine over 30 years of legacy along with Java. Java EE annotations came out in 2006, and it wasn't until 2017 when Jakarta EE became a project and the namespace was transferred. That's when Jakarta EE finally got into the knowledge of the internet. But until then, everything was JavaX .enterprise, JavaX.servlet, and so on. And also, common practices of development were set in stone until around 2017. Mutable Java beans with get and setters, the use of the security manager, servlets for CGI being sort of development, JSPs, and more. With Jakarta EE, even before Jakarta EE, but when Java EE, I think it was 7, when the RESTful specification came out. I might be wrong on that one, but that's when the use of servlet basically faded away and became just more like an infrastructure thing behind the scenes of the implementations. So the practices for development with Java EE APIs, they evolved, thankfully and rightfully, following better patterns, better design principles, better technologies, better network protocols and standards, and so on. So how do we overcome those 30 years of legacy? Also Java 8, Java 7, like all these older versions of the Java language specification. So we have to provide some instructions for the AI. So it looks into more recent data, more recent specification. So a lot has changed since 2017. Jakarta EE came in, new specification, new packages, programmatic configuration, new specifications in the Java language with Java records, the latest specification of Jakarta data. Security manager is gone. And and new practices that have been developed over the past few years, we need to have a way that we tell AI, when you're going to do something, do this way. Don't try to guess. Don't try to come up with your own conclusion. I, as a developer, want to instruct the AI tool to help me in a way that is productive for me. So that's why we need to guide the AI, guiding the AI hand. With GitHub Copilot, you have already a lot of capabilities in your environment, whether that environment is github.com, Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, Xcode, IntelliJ, Eclipse, and even cloud environments like Azure. How can we get the most of it? Recently, Microsoft announced a new models into the platform. Now we have access to Optus and Gemini 3.0, latest versions of Claude models, Sonnet 4.5, for example. That gives you a lot of capabilities, a lot of options, and a lot of advancements when choosing your model. But choosing a model is just one step. Context engineering became a thing. It's not just about the prompt that you give, it's about the information that you give along with your prompt. And that is what context engineering is about. So when we think about customization of a project these days, it's not just the dependencies, but now it is about that information that will help AI agents make the most of it and help you best they can. With GitHub Copilot and Visual Studio Code, and again, any other IDE, there are new standards for when and where to put that information, that additional context. So you're going to look into a few of those capabilities. One of them is called prompt files. Prompt files are these idea of you have a prompt and you use this prompt a lot, very constantly. You copy and paste, you make a few changes, you add a few parameters or variables, you change the name of the class or maybe the business use case, whatever. And then you hit enter. And then you go back and you're like, oh my God, I need to do that again. That is sort of like a task that you're giving to the AI assistant. So with GitHub Copilot, we have this folder called .github/prompts. That's where you can put these files. And to access it, very easy. Another capability is called custom instructions. This is where you're going to put instructions that are very common in your project. Whenever you're doing something with AI, you want the AI to read those instructions. And finally, we're going to look into custom modes. What if you had an agent that is already set on a particular persona, like a migration agent or a security check agent or a internationalization agent? Agents that have already a set of instructions written down, and all you have to do is let's perform that, whatever you're specialized on in this particular file, or this particular folder, this particular project. The idea of the agent mode is that you can save copy and pasting a lot of instructions on particular given use cases in your project or development lifecycle. We're going to look into all these. But finally, but one last thing before we dive into these details, I want to suggest that you look into the awesome Copilot repository on github.com. Just Google for awesome Copilot on github.com, and you're going to find this repo with a lot of instructions that are very helpful, that you can reuse them, copy and paste in your project. And if you have something that you would like to contribute, such as Jakarta EE related instructions, feel free to submit a pull request to that repo. So let's look into global context with custom instructions. The idea of this file .github/copilot-instructions.md. This file is meant to be read by the GitHub Copilot in the IDE, in the GitHub Copilot chat, whenever you interact with AI. In any situation, this file will be read. It's almost as if whenever you're talking to AI, you copy and paste a specific prompt at the beginning of the chat. This will help guide the AI on a particular set of instructions that you always want AI to be aware of. So let's give an example here. In this house, in this project, we use Jakarta EE 11 and Java 21. You can put that in the Copilot instructions. So whenever you're interacting with AI, that file will be read and AI will know whatever you're asking, it is within the context of Jakarta EE 11 and Java 21. The second particular type of instructions that you can give is one called .instructions file in the instructions folder. Slightly different, but the idea is very similar. You want this file to be read whenever you're talking to AI, but when a particular file pattern is in the context of the conversation. So for example, .java files or .xml files or .jsp files. You put a pattern in the markdown, in the header of the markdown. You're going to look at how that is done. And that file will be read by the AI agent only when that file pattern is matched. This helps you break down, instead of having a huge global instruction file, you can have a more very generic set of instructions for any type of file, and then specific instructions for different types of files, or even different folders in your project. When you break down your project based on MVC pattern, model view control, that's when you can have specific instructions as well per layer of your application. Or even package names. You can also break down per package name, which maps to a folder. The second level of guiding the AI hand is with reusable workflows, with prompt files that I mentioned earlier. Instead of copying and pasting text from a notepad, you can just have these files in the folder.github/prompts. And then on the chat, you can just say / and then the name of that file. And then you can provide additional context as well. The Copilot will combine the text of the file with whatever you put in the chat box. So here's an example of when this is useful. Let's say you want to create a new repository, data repository, or data access object. You may just say create a data repository for the folder, for the entity users. If you're not explicit, Jakarta EE development, again, because of that legacy, may come up with a very JPA specific way of doing things. But with the latest Jakarta data API, you actually wanted to use the new repository approach. So for that, you can create a prompt that when you say /repository or /DAO, those instructions are very clear in that prompt. So your repository data repository access will be created the way that you want with the new specifications, with the new patterns. And lastly, we have this third level of guiding the AI hand with the specialized personas or custom agents. There is a standard that came out recently called agents.md. This file can be used for specific instructions for agentic interactions. But what you may also want is to have a custom agent for a specific scenario. And this is where you can use the folder.github/agents, and then you have your .agents.md for a particular persona. Let's think about security analysis, static file mapping for a path, REST API standards for the URL. You want everything to be lowercase, camel case. There are a series of things that you can write down on these particular agents. They can either do things and write files, or they can just review things and provide you a report of an analysis, for example. So let's talk here with the slides, and let's spend the rest of this presentation with demos. So here I have a Jakarta EE project with Liberty. I'm going to increase the font size a little bit so everybody can see this window. So the project is currently not running, so let's just start the project with Liberty run. Lovely. This project is configured with a data source, and we will not go through this particular demo, but I was very pleased to see that after I created this project from start.jakarta.ee, I asked AI to add a default data source using H2 in-memory database. And all this code here was created by AI. Very pleased to see that. Okay, so I do have an in-memory database, and I already have a user repository here for Jakarta data. So let's do a few things. Let's start looking at the custom instructions, you know, those global instructions that whenever I talk to AI, AI will use that. Okay, so let's look at it. Copilot-instructions. You are an expert Jakarta EE developer who also uses Java 21 features and best practices. Follow these rules when generating code or providing suggestions for this workspace. So for Java version, target is Java 21, use var, switch expressions, text blocks, and Java records. Great. And Jakarta EE version, Jakarta EE 11. Namespace, always use Jakarta.x. Imports, never use JavaX. Coding standards. For DTOs, always use Java records for data transfer objects. And injection, prefer constructor injection on constructor over field injection. This is where I find interesting, because this guidance here, while useful, I actually found a bug where the project was not working. So you're going to see that in other instructions, I actually put in a instruction for creating the resource where always using Jack for dependency injection at the field level, not constructor. So you can see how I actually have conflicting instructions here. We're going to look into that later. But for now, these are a set of instructions that I put in. Apply Jakarta validation constraints, use virtual threads where appropriate. Security manager, do not use the security manager because it's been deprecated and removed. Do not use javax.faces manage ping, use CDI named and request scope. And then here's an interesting thing that I put in. List of specifications to follow. And here's a link to the Jakarta EE 11 specification and the language specification for Java 21. With these URLs, if the agent wants to learn more about the specification, the API, they will fetch this PDF and add that into the context of the prompt. Okay, so let's do something here and ask, create a new REST interface for current date and time. And let's see how it does. And by the way, I'm using Gemini 3 Pro, which is in preview in GitHub Copilot. See that it used the Copilot dash instructions.md as a reference. So it did read this file to have more context. Okay, it has to be Jakarta EE 11 and it has to be Java 21. And that is a sort of context that I want my AI assistants to have whenever I'm interacting with it. So it created a model in the model package. It used record as requested. Now it's creating a REST date source. Here it is. And it's getting me the current date. So let's see what else it comes up with. It added a get command in my demo.hgp so I can try this thing out. Okay, so let's give kip. I love that Liberty already reloads my application. So let's try this one here. Let's go to demo.hgp, send request. And there it is. So the new date REST endpoint just got added to my project and it's working just fine. Okay, what else can I do here? Well, I actually have a prompt that says resource. So let's look into prompts. Actually, no, before I look into prompts, let's look at custom instructions. Here I have a Jakarta REST instruction. And you see that this REST only applies to classes or files that end with resource.java in a folder called /rest/, which means only these files here, this instruction set will be applied to. So let's take a look at that. Let's say we are here, we are revising this code. Let's add it to the context. Let's create a new chat window here. Let's add to the context and let's say add a new endpoint for current month in English expanded format. So now it used 3 references, not just 2, but 3. It did use the Jakarta REST instructions.md file because it matched the file path, which is applied to this particular type of file, this glob pattern. Okay, so it is adding, it is doing the work that I gave, but with a combination of the global instructions and a combination of the Jakarta REST instructions that only applies to these files. That is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to be very specific, very clear on my AI interaction with which instructions to use. So let's see the final result of this change. Great, now we have /date/month. Let's kip and let's send a request. December, there you go. So lovely. Let's look at the changes. Like, was there any particular change following that instruction? Not much, but you get the idea that the file was read specific because of this file pattern. Okay, but what if I want to have specific prompts? Here I have a specific prompt to create a Jakarta data repository interface. Well, let's create an entity first. Model, new file, city.java. And this is a record. And of course, every city has a name, but it also has a country. All right. Now let's create a repository. Generate a repository for the city entity. So you see that it expands my prompt into follow instructions in the prompt.md file, the repository.prompt.md file, generate a repository for the city entity, which is my message. This was the text that I wrote. What is this prompt? This is this. Generate a Jakarta data repository interface for the specified entity. Extend basic repository entity ID, annotate with @repository. Do not implement the class. It must be an interface. Include a find by name, use the parameter notation, and always inject for dependency injection at the field level. And voila, guess that we got it. So let's look at this. We have now a error. Uh-oh. The error might be due to a configuration problem. It might not be available. Oh, because it's not up and running. So let's kill the server. Let's look at the city repository. Here it is. So we have a user and now we have a city. Great. Now let's just start again. Let's see if this works. Oh no. Not available because of an error. The error might be due to a configuration problem or due for the sort and get key because ID and version is new. Oh, let's see what is missing. The city is just a record. It's not an actual entity. So let's change that. Let's go into the city. This class is just a record. It must be a Jakarta data entity, similar to the user entity. So let's transform this class. So now it's going to read both files, user.java and city.java, and fix. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything will work. And you see, it's using the same patterns that it finds on the user.java. Now, here's where I should come here and say new file, entity.prompt.md. And here is where I could now write down instructions for when creating an entity. So let's do that after. Or actually, let's do that now. Write a prompt.md file for when creating an Jakarta data entity. Okay, so now let's go back here and let's see the project is working. So the city did become a proper class at entity, at tables, ID, not blank, etc., etc. Great. This is what we wanted. But here, now we have a new prompt, entity.prompt.md. I have populated entity.prompt.md with instructions for generating Jakarta data entity. Let's keep that. And now let's do something cool now. Entity, you see the command, generate a country. Or actually, let's not create a country. Let's create a R entity. And if we see the instructions, here they are. The class must be annotated with entity and table. It has to have a primary key with a generated value. Some of you may prefer to use a sequence in the database. That's where you put the instruction. I'm going to just use generated value. Implement equals and hash code, implement toString, use Jakarta imports only. Great, now we have a core entity as well. And we also have a very easy to reuse prompt for creating new data entities in this project. Okay, let's go to the HTTP file and send request. Month is December. But how about we create a new resource for REST API for the city entity? because you don't have that yet. So now it's creating a new Jakarta REST resource class for the city entity. And you can see that it is following the structure of my project. I split the project into layers. I have a data layer, model layer, REST, service. And it is respecting that, even though it's not in the instructions, but it is following that quite well. If you have a more complex project structure, I do recommend that you write down in the instructions file where certain types of classes should go into. Okay, so it created a city service for our CRUD operations, and it will create very soon the city resource. There you go. The city resource class based on my instructions. Lovely. Okay, so now let's see some HTTP commands in here. Let's add HTTP commands to manage cities. By the way, if you're interested in this .http file, this is part of an extension in Visual Studio Code called REST client. This one here, which makes it super easy to interact with your REST APIs right straight from Visual Studio Code. Okay, so now I have a lot of cities here. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna move these to a new file called city.htp. So let's create a city. Send request. Canada or country Canada. Name of the city is Ottawa. Let's list the cities. There's one. Now let's do Vancouver, Canada, where I am. Okay, and let's list. Okay, we have 2 cities now. Get city by ID. There's none. Let's change here to 1. Send request. Oh, actually the ID is different. Sorry. It's a UUID. There you go. Canada, Ottawa. Of course, we can delete, update, etc. Okay, so I've developed my project. I have global instructions, I have custom instructions, I have instructions profile, I have prompts. What I need now is an agent to help me push this code to production. So what I designed here is a Jakarta production agent. It's an expert in turning Jakarta EE applications production ready. You are a production specialist AI agent. Your goal is to audit Jakarta EE 11 applications and enforce production grade standards. So let's look at one example here that I wrote down. Database and persistence, production database, flag in-memory databases such as H2 and Derby as development only. Recommend PostgreSQL, MySQL, or Oracle for production. This is great. This is exactly what I want from an agentic AI that will analyze my project to make sure it is production ready. So let's do that. Here I'm going to select this custom agent. It's called Jakarta Production. Analyze this project for production readiness. And you see the references. It is Copilot instructions MD is still there. Now, it is not showing here the reference to the Jakarta production agent.md because it's here. I selected it here. But it still reads the global instruction file because that file, again, it's used whenever you interact with Copilot chat. So now it's assessing code cleanliness. It's going to assess the code base, look at security, look at all the XML files and configuration, and then give us a nice report. So if you do have questions, now is a great time for us to start chatting. So there you go. So this project is production ready, readiness score 40%. Now, if I run this again and again, we're going to have the same structure of a report for any Jakarta EE project. Why? Because this is the behavior and output format that I put in my instructions. Analyze the provided code base and output a report in the following format. And this is a nice thing about instructions. They give determinism to the output of the agent. So whenever I run this agent in any project, I get a report similar to this. Now, of course, read the information with a very strong grain of salt because it's still AI generated, but it does use tools behind the scenes to analyze the code. As we saw here, it produced a very comprehensive analysis of the code by looking at every file. Some examples: hard-coded credentials. Server.xml contains hard-coded user and password. In-memory database. This is the one that we saw, that I asked to be explicit about it. The application is configured to use H2 in-memory. Production must use a persistent database like Postgres or MySQL. Hard-coded DB credentials. Schema generation should be only set to validate or none for production. You don't want to keep deleting the data from your production environment. Warnings and best practices. Field injection. Here's where things were interesting. I did find an issue having constructor injection for this project. So that's why I actually switched back to field injection. But the interesting thing is that I still have in my global instructions the use of construction injection, while in my specific instructions and prompts you have field injection. But because because the prompt is read last. So when you do the global instructions, they are read first, and then anything else that is added later is part of the context. And that's how the AI will interpret which one has more precedence. So this is it. All right, we are back. So apologize for the interruption. We are back online. But that is it. I finished the demo right before the technical issue. But I hope you enjoyed. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, please drop them in chat. Feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn, Bruno Borges, or Twitter, or Blue Sky, or any other location. I'm happy to help you set up your project, give you hints and tips and tricks, and anything that you need to make AI more productive for you. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much, and have a good day. Oh, let's see, we do have a question. All right, 1 sec. Can you also make use of spec-driven AI development? Yeah, absolutely you can. So there is a project called GitHub Spec Kit, which is really cool. GitHub Spec Kit that I suggest you to try. And when you use GitHub Spec Kit, it will actually generate a lot of these files that I generated, some of them manually, some of them using AI itself. But spec-driven development can be done in many ways. At the end of the day, spec-driven development is just an approach giving instructions to AI. So when you are developing your project, make sure you have instructions for your agents, because that does help a lot. If you want a very formatted or strict approach, then you go into SDD or spec-driven development tools for that. And Spec Kit from GitHub is one of those tools. Let's look into the second question. Concerning rules, I had the experience with similar tools that they are often used as a guidance only and sometimes ignored. How do you make sure that the LLM is really obeying to all? The best way for you to make sure that it is obeying is by reviewing the code. Don't blindly accept the changes that AI is suggesting. Do review the code as if it was a second engineer sending you their changes. It's up to you to review those changes and accept or ignore or request more changes. Keep in mind that you are in charge of the code that you commit. It doesn't matter if AI generated the code for you or not. So the best way to ensure is by reviewing the code. The second best way to ensure is by repeating the prompt over and over so that you see that the output is the same. If there is a chance that, I tried this prompt three times the output generated was different, maybe it's time to enhance the instructions and put more guardrails in the instruction file so the AI stays within those guardrails. All right, third question. Is there a reference somewhere for paths for AI-related files, and where do they go? Also, standard versus GitHub specific. Yeah, so we saw this approach for agents.md. This is a standard that many agentic AI tools are using now. But if you search for GitHub, I like the GitHub approach because it has different levels, different layers of where, when, how the file will be read. So for that reason, I prefer the GitHub structure. So for GitHub, you search for custom instructions, and you have this documentation here, both from github.com and from Visual Studio Code. So there you go, adding repository custom instructions for GitHub Copilot. There is here for Visual Studio Code, for JetBrains IDE, for Eclipse, and then you have the different locations, different files. You can see that the standards are pretty much the same for all IDEs. So take a look at these. You can see that, for example, in IntelliJ, there is support for prompt files, but there is still no support. That's still pending for Eclipse. So each IDE will have a different set of support for these files. Visual Studio Code is, of course, the one that has always the latest and greatest for GitHub Copilot integration. The other IDEs, they catch up whenever there is a chance, an opportunity to release new features. But all these new developments, they come on Visual Studio Code plus GitHub Copilot first. So yeah, and here you can see the documentation. And the other thing is the specific documentation for Visual Studio Code. It's called Custom Instructions in Visual Studio Code. That's where you can find all the information about the different files, paths, file name, standards, etc. So yeah, that's it. Great question. Thank you for asking that. Yeah, again, like if you have any further questions, just feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Blue Sky. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
right, that was a great talk from Bruno on GitHub Copilot for Jakarta EE developers. So Ivar, let's talk about Jakarta EE at events this year.
Yeah,
We
that's
had
been a few.
Yeah, exactly. We had a strong presence at Jakarta EE at conferences, face-to-face conferences this year. This was our third year, I think, at DevNexus that we had a Jakarta EE track with, I think, 10 talks.
Okay.
And we also had a greater presence at some of the other Java events in Europe, like JavaLand, JCon. And we also were at JakartaOne with a booth and also a number of Jakarta EE related talks this year. So what is your take, Ivar, on our presence this year?
Yeah, I think we've been very good. We picked the major events, like you mentioned. And also we have been present in smaller and larger events all around the world. I've actually, during these 12 months, I visited all 5 continents.
Oh, wow.
So the only thing I need is a conference in Antarctica to like cover everything. So I
That's
want you
the
just,
only one left?
That's your mission for next year to set it up.
Find one. That's a difficult mission, Ivar. Yeah, but do we have I think we have a video that actually shows our presence at different conferences. So let's take a look.
Yeah, let's do that.
In 2025 was filled with amazing moments shared with our community. Our community made its mark at Java conferences worldwide. Jakarta EE made a powerful impact in 2025. Across DevNexus, JavaLand, JCon, and beyond, we shared knowledge, collaborated with the community, and inspired developers worldwide. Jakarta EE's journey continued across continents. At every stop, our community shared expertise and innovation. '25 was a year of record engagement for Jakarta EE. We hope to see you in 2026. Thank you for making 2025 another remarkable year for Jakarta EE. Join the conversation and learn more about Jakarta EE.
That was good to watch. But Ivar, in addition to the face-to-face events, we also have the JakartaOne Livestream events in specific languages, right? So it's basically an open invitation for our community members who are interested to organize these events in their specific language to be able to have these events. And we actually had one JakartaOne live stream in Chinese in September, which was pretty well received. I think we had close to 5,000 views for that event. What else, Ivar? What?
Yeah, yeah. You mentioned the JakartaOne live streams. We also have the JakartaOne physical event. So we had the JakartaOne in Japan.
Yes,
that
that's
they
right.
organized there. That was a very successful event. So that's a possibility. We also have the Tech Talks, and these Tech Talks are going on. Is it every 2 weeks?
Exactly.
I think.
Yeah.
So anybody who wants to do a talk like some of the speakers has done here today, they can do a Tech Talk. For us at the Jakarta Tech Talks.
Yes, I think this year we actually had an impressive number of Tech Talks. I think we had around 20, which is really good, yes. So you can either join these Tech Talks and learn from your community experts, or you can host an event and talk about the technology.
Yeah, and if we didn't explain this properly, which we probably didn't, we've created a little video so that explains how you could attend or present a talk at the Jakarta Tech Talk or a live stream.
Yes, let's take a look.
I want to welcome you all to yet another JakartaOne Livestream conference.
中创中间件基础中间件产品的研发，我是从08
Hier
年
auf der Cloud-Rand im Phantasialand das Publikum und auch
Finalmente Java E nació como Java 2 Enterprise
そうですね、このイベントを始める前にあたってですね、少し、皆様に、事務局側からのですね。
Vocês estão aí no chat, ajuda a gente aí. Ajuda a gente, pessoal. Aqui, ó, a gente não estamos numa sala. Presentation Eclipse Java.
Exceptional conditions in enterprise Java applications.
View of the updated specifications with some demos.
Database, Fujitsu database is amazing. It's not deprecated at all.
I'm going to be running through the code as this is happening. Okay. I'll explain what I'm doing here. So
Free to use the chats to write where you are from and write your questions and everything while I am presenting this.
All right, that was a great video explaining how the community can get involved in our JakartaOne live streams and Tech Talks. But speaking of in-person events and virtual events, we need to talk about swag.
Yes.
And I think now we have a poll in our YouTube channel where you can tell us what is your favorite swag. But let's also hear it from our community members. What is their favorite swag?
We've got something new for you. The Jakarta EE Swag Store is now live. Discover our official collection. You loved the swag we sent out. Now it's your turn to grab yours. JakartaOne speakers and contributors already received their gift boxes. Don't miss your chance. Join our next event, Visitor Swag Store, and wear your Jakarta EE pride.
So Ivar, we asked the community what is their favorite swag, and we showed a variety of swag that we created this year. But what is your favorite swag?
Oh, that's a difficult question. You know, since I attend most of the conferences where we have swag, I have all of it.
Yes, that's
so,
true.
so I can dress in swag from top to toe, more or less.
That's true.
Yeah, and but yeah, I like it all. The t-shirts are awesome. The jacket, the zip
I love that
pullovers,
too.
and the also the technical gadgets like the travel adapters.
Right. That's very helpful when you travel.
Yeah. We also had the you know, the microphones you could use on your
Right.
on your cell when you do an Instagram video. So yeah. They're all very good, all of them. So, but what's your favorite?
Well, my favorite now is becoming this. I know no matter how much you and Tanya challenge me that, you know, you don't like this is still my favorite because, you know, it can help me to stay healthy, and that's what we want for the community, right?
Yeah, but
So,
it's
I
so
like it.
ridiculously big. But
I
I guess
enjoy it.
that's
For water,
that's-
this is
that's good.
perfect.
Yeah, yeah. But there is one thing we're missing. You know, I'm a big fan of Duke, the Java mascot.
That's right.
Yeah, and I even have Duke, you know, tattooed on my arm,
Oh
so
my
I'm
God.
dedicated in this. And I've always wanted this thing for us. And we tried a couple of years ago by doing, you know, this plushy version of the sailing ship, which
No.
it kind of failed.
Yeah, it didn't work as well as we wanted it
So
to be.
so since you're the queen of swag, I'm challenging you. I want the Jakarta mascot.
Oh my God, yes. So now that we are on that topic, let me show you something. Just, I need to find that picture. Are you talking about something like this?
Yes, something like that.
Yes, so we're on it, but this is going to, you know, be more work for our next year. But we definitely are going to work on this and launch it hopefully next year. It's
Yeah.
just a start. But Ivar, we need a name for it,
Yeah,
and you are the king of names.
Yeah, so I think we should call him Jack, like J-A-K.
Well, that makes
It's
sense.
gender
simple.
neutral,
Right.
and it's kind of associated with Jakarta and
That's
Jakarta
right.
EE. So why not Jack the mascot?
Sure, we can work on that. Yeah. So let's see.
Yeah, let's go
Have
for
it.
that.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. Okay, but I think we are getting ready for our next speaker, and actually that's the last one, right?
It is, yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah, I think we've done a pretty good job here in the studio. We could mention that there is still time to do the pixel,
That's right.
because we have one more talk,
1 more hour.
then we do the closing session.
Yes.
And you can still send your pictures. I don't know, when are we selecting the winner? Is that going to be today, or do we want to evaluate it a little bit further?
I think yes. I think it's better for us to announce it on social a day or two after. So,
So
there's still time.
So let's say you have to the end of the week to
Yeah.
create a pixel.
That can work. Let's do
That'll
that.
be good, yeah. So be creative and put your
Yeah.
pixels together.
And make sure to tag us.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be pixel perfect like ours.
That's true. Yes. So the next talk is by Keto Man, and the title is Modernizing the Mission Critical with OpenRewrite and AI. So over to you, Keto.
Okay. All right, excellent. Okay, so I can't see myself. Let me make sure that's working. Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second here. Can you see the content? I mean, can you see me? And so you're controlling. So, okay, sorry. Okay. All right. So, hi, my name is Keto. And this session is called Modernizing the Mission Critical with OpenAI, OpenRewrite, not OpenAI, and OpenAI. First, I just want to start and say thanks for everyone who came to this session or to the conference today, and those who've been here all day. So we appreciate your support. Hope you found a lot of really insightful talks. I know there were a lot of great sessions from folks, especially which all the AI stuff, which everyone likes to talk about. And also another theme that you've seen throughout today is modernization. So that's sort of where I'll start. I just want to say a few things about myself. So my name's Kito. I'm the principal consultant at a company called Virtua.tech. And there I do training, consulting, mentoring. I do front-end and back-end web development. And over the years, we've done everything from, old school Java EE applications. We do a lot of Jakarta EE stuff today. We work with Spring Boot. We do cloud development. We do even front-end development with React and Angular and Vue, and mobile development as well. So we've kind of run the whole gamut and also done some cloud, lots of cloud deployments, mostly with AWS, but also work with other clouds as well. So we've done lots of stuff over the years. I'm a Java champion. I've been involved in the Java community for a very long time. I was involved with Java server faces a lot back in the day. Wrote a book on it. Also been involved in the Java community process for CDI and portlets back in the day. These days, as part of Jakarta EE, I'm involved with the Jakarta EE tutorial and just involved with the whole process and different specifications in general. I'm a member of the Jakarta EE Guardians. I used to be a Google developer expert in web technologies. I'm also the co-host of the Stacked podcast. So if you like podcasts, I encourage you to check this out. We only do it every month or two or three, but essentially what we do is cover different headlines in the Java space, and we just talk about technology in general, about software development, and we cover front-end and back-end technologies, which is why it's called Stacked. So if you like podcasts, you can check that out on your favorite podcast platform. I'm also the founder of speakertracks.com, which is a tool I've been working on slowly for helping frequent speakers manage their speaking engagements. So that's a little bit about me. What we'll be talking about today is modernizing the mission critical with OpenRewrite and AI, which is cut off because this was generated by AI. So, take it with a grain of salt. But anyways, and what I'm really going to be talking about is some of the things that we've learned over doing upgrades and migrations over the past few years. This has been one of the things that we've concentrated on. And we've been working with several different clients on mission critical applications. And when I say mission critical, I mean it's like the main applications for the business. And also we've worked with some where it's, just a back office application that's not, super critical, but needs to be upgraded. So we've kind of done both. But the important thing to recognize is that, even though we're sort of thinking all the old stuff is mostly gone, it's not really. And you've seen this as a thread throughout the day from IBM and Microsoft, et cetera, about how there's still a lot of products or projects that need to be migrated. So those are what we've been running into lately. So I want to, before I get too far, I did want to ask the audience, can you guys tell me how many of you are currently in an upgrade or modernization project? And also, how many of you are using AI to help you do that work? I don't know the best way to get responses, but if we can get a little bit of an idea, that would be useful. Okay, let me see if there's anything in the chat. Okay. Yes, I'm not really seeing anything quite in there yet. So, all right, so I'll just go on. So I'm going to assume for that most that either the people here are really interested in migrating, have an app that needs to be migrated, or a set of apps that need to be migrated or upgraded, or that you already embarked on such a project. Okay. All right. So given that, the first question I always ask is, why don't companies update their tech stacks continually, right? So you end up with a client who, has some old libraries that they haven't updated in like, 10 years or 15 years. And that's holding them back from further upgrades. And I always wanted to take a look at like, why is that? What keeps them from actually upgrading? And so there's a few particular drivers, right? Number one is probably the whole, if it ain't broke, don't fix it ideology, right? It works fine. It's all good. There's no reason to worry about it. So, there is some truth to that. Although we find today, in today's landscape with all the security vulnerabilities and all the other sort of requirements on us for keeping up software up to date and maintainable, that although this if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality works well for a while, eventually you kind of reach a tipping point where you have to actually upgrade. Another reason is just the app is in maintenance mode. So this is sort of the non-critical idea, right? Where you basically have an application that's not really being upgraded or anything anymore. So there's really been no driver, nothing to really make you want to bother upgrading. Okay. But I think probably the most common thing which we've seen is this one, right? The company's just focusing on features and bug fixes, right? They're trying to make sure that they have something for their clients, and the clients are the ones who pay the bills. So clients are not paying you to fix bugs. I mean, clients are not paying you to modernize your application and upgrade libraries. They're paying you for new features and things that provide them obvious business value. So unless you have some sort of process or vision in place, your application is going to remain stagnant from a technical stack perspective. It may provide all the features that a client needs, but you'll be stuck in the past and then have to deal with all the pain that a lot of companies are dealing with now. So that's the way I see it, is that there's really unless there is an actual real process involved, that you're really stuck dealing with fixing bug fixes, putting out fires, adding new features, things like that. So that is what we see in terms of why companies don't actually do this stuff regularly. And when I talk about lack of vision, what I'm talking about here is, well, number one, lack of progress. We'll talk about that first. So that may be that maybe there's no way for people to handle technical debt issues on like, a daily, weekly, monthly basis. So one of the common ways to handle this that I've seen is, if you're doing sprints, every sprint you handle a couple technical debt tickets, things like that. But that means that you have to actually have a mechanism for keeping track of that technical debt, right? And then a process for handling it over time and continually. And a lot of companies just don't have this in place. Another thing is lack of vision. And for me, this means lack of an idea of how the application's architecture is going to change over time. And that may just because it wasn't that important of an application, or just that over time, the application is really important, but no one's really taken the time to really come up with a vision of how they see it in the future. Okay. If you have that sort of architectural roadmap, you can continually do upgrades and sort of move towards a new version of the application. So these are the things that we see. Now, what are the actual drivers? So that was basically why companies don't actually upgrade, right? Or why they don't modernize continually. Okay. So some of the drivers are things that we've seen. So one of the interesting drivers we've seen is an outdated look and feel or branding. This is not something that comes up very often because people are usually talking about these other two things like aging software components or moving to the cloud, which I'll get into in a minute. But for us, since we also work with the UI, we have situations where the main driver isn't necessarily all the other stuff. It's basically they need to upgrade their look and feel, right? They built an application that has tons of functionality over the last 15, 20 years. And now it looks kind of clunky and, it doesn't look modern. It's hard to sell something that looks old and clunky, right? So that's one of the reasons we've seen is, they want to upgrade the application and make it look better, but they don't really want to completely rewrite the entire thing in a completely new tech stack. And some of the drivers for that could be mergers and acquisitions, like they may have gotten bought out by a company and the new company is like, hey, you need to upgrade your application to look like the rest of the applications we have. You may have clients which are demanding a newer, fresher look. And then the product team may be saying the same thing, like, hey, this is harder for us to sell because it doesn't look as cool as some of the other offerings on the market. So that's one of the things that we see, and that's one of the areas we specialize in, is helping, upgrade the UI part as well. But we also see the more common thing, which is aging software components, right? So you have all these dependencies that are old. And the number one problem with old dependencies is our friend security vulnerabilities, right? So maybe you have old software components and they have security vulnerabilities, and then you've got clients complaining, right? So that's really important because clients equal revenue. Or you may have your security team complaining, or you may have senior leadership saying that this needs to be done. So of course we find security vulnerabilities to be probably one of the strongest drivers for upgrading and migrations. And sometimes what happens in this scenario is you have other components which are preventing upgrades of frameworks, right? So that can affect the development team. So they can't upgrade anything, and they have a poor development experience because they're working with older libraries. There may be poor performance, less scalability, all those sorts of things that happen if you're not able to upgrade regularly. You could also have a scenario where software is end of life, okay? And this has a couple main scenarios, or main issues, I should say. One is no support, right? Another is that it prevents upgrading other parts of the stack. And this is what we see a lot. And primarily what we see this with is since we do front-end development and back-end, we have clients that use like an old version of a Jakarta Faces component library called Rich Faces. And they want to upgrade to something more modern, but they don't really have the budget and time to rewrite the entire application in Angular or React or Vue or something. So what we do is we help them take that and then migrate it to Prime Faces so they can still keep the same stack, but have a more modern look and feel. So there's different things that can happen there. But sometimes there is one library or one set of libraries that are sort of holding you back. So you have to figure out how you can remove that dependency and move forward. And then, of course, the other driver that we see is moving to the cloud. So if you have an application or a corporate mandate to move stuff to the cloud, obviously modernization is going to help you do that because often there are things and libraries you depend on that may not work so well in the cloud. Okay. And as we've seen earlier, if you look at the industry keynote, you'll see there are several different options to help you do this from a lot of the cloud vendors. Okay, and I see one person was trying to use AI via Continue, which is one I haven't heard of. There's so many different AI agents out there, it's hard to keep track. Okay, so that is why you might want to migrate, right? So let's say that you've gone through that and you're like, okay, we really need to do some modernization, right? And the first thing I say is, what is modernization? What does it actually mean? Okay, so before you even get to that, you need to think of a few other things, right? Like what you're trying to achieve. What is the goal? Is it which one of these? Oops, sorry, we jumped around there. Which one of these things is it? So do you want to just upgrade libraries and frameworks? This can be something like upgrading Spring Boot, WebSphere, Tomcat, etc. Okay. Do you want to upgrade the look and feel? This is what we talked about before, upgrading the component library, etc. Or do you want to modernize the architecture? And these are all different things, right? Because you can update the look and feel without upgrading anything else, well, for the most part. And you can upgrade the libraries without upgrading look and feel or modernizing the architecture, right? So you need to sort of decide which ones of these things do you actually want. And of course, on the architecture side, there could be things like, do we want to change this into microservices? That's a lot more work than just upgrading it, right? Do you want to change it into a modular monolith where you're actually doing some refactoring and creating different domains within the application that can be moved out into microservices in the future? Are you just trying to remove deprecated unnecessary layers so you get rid of some of the cruft? Because as we all know, when you have an application that's been around for, 10 years or more, there's a lot of things which have grown and may not have been written or maintained in the best way, or maybe they were written in a certain way, which was great, 10 years ago, but you can probably get rid of half the code now and still not really change the functionality. Another thing which we see is packaging. Back in the day, if you wanted to have a Jakarta EE app running, you needed to have the app server installed and then install the app into the app server, right? But if you're only having one application running, you could just create a fat jar. There's no reason to have the runtime installed separately. So packaging is another area where you can look at working on. So once you sort of have figured out what your goals are, then you can sort of, decide what your plan is, right? But there are, of course, other things. There are other constraints. And the number one constraint is time, right? How soon does this have to be done? How much risk are you willing to take? And do you have the resources to do what you want to do? And what we find is this resources area is usually why we get pulled in, is because there's not enough resources to work, do the types of things they want to do. But you need to make sure you also have QA involved. If you are working with the UI, you need to make sure you have design involved. And this is something a lot of people don't think about. But if you are going to be manipulating the UI and you want to be updated in look and feel, you need to make sure design is involved as well. QA is absolutely essential for any project like this. And whether that's an extensive set of automated tests or just a lot of manual QA or both, it has to be done. And of course, time and risk are important in terms of deciding what you can do. So maybe you want to do, some major refactoring of the architecture, but you don't have enough time, so you just start with doing the migration and upgrading everything, and then you, over time, do the architecture changes later. But it's all about having a vision of what you want to achieve and then deciding how you can actually achieve it. And this is sort of what I was talking about before, whether you want upgrades only or upgrades versus and improvements. And what we usually try and do is do as many improvements as we possibly can. And sometimes that's really none. That's really all the client wants is just to upgrade to the new stuff, and they don't really have the time or budget to do a lot else. And in those scenarios, it's just incumbent upon us to make it clear what improvements can be made over time. But usually there's some room for some cleanup along the way. So it's important to sort of figure out where that line is when you go forward. So there's basically two approaches that we see when it comes to actually how to do this stuff. The first one is what we call the Big Bang approach. Okay. And Big Bang means you basically create a new branch, and in your exciting new branch, you work on migrating the application. And you may merge in changes from a main or develop branch over time, which is fine. But you get some time to work on this as an individual branch, individual project. And what's nice about this is that you can essentially handle things faster. You don't have to do as much management about which parts are being upgraded when. The application look and feel can be consistent. So when you're completed, the application will look better, hopefully, if that's what you're worried about. And if your main thing is just upgrading libraries, like if you're upgrading to Jakarta EE 10 or 11 from Java EE 8, for example, then you're probably just going to have to do this anyways, because upgrading all those libraries is going to break everything. It's going to be very hard to have an incremental process. Okay. So this is usually, in a lot of cases, the most common route, right? Now, if you don't want to do this, you can pick another approach, which is the incremental approach. Okay. And the incremental approach is a little bit less risky in some ways because you're incrementally making changes. So you basically just take one individual feature and then migrate that and then, merge it in to main or whatever, and then go through incrementally like that. And then each feature can go through testing, etc. Now this works when you're not upgrading all the libraries at once. So we have one client where our goal was to, number one, do the rich faces to prime faces conversion, and that we were able to do incrementally. We were able to say, okay, here's a story. This maps to a particular feature. Let us migrate that. There's, of course, some initial upgrades, but we didn't do the whole Jakarta EE namespace upgrade right away. We basically went through and upgraded as many dependencies as we could, and then worked through incrementally migrating all the rich faces stuff. And then in a separate phase, we went and upgraded Jakarta EE in Spring. Okay. So this works in those scenarios where you can actually, where there is something that you can migrate sort of incrementally. And one of the things which we've run into a few times is this whole idea of unused artifacts. So in an older application, you may have the parts of the application which are not being used, right? Meaning that there may not even be an active code path to them, or there is, but no one actually uses that feature and things like that. So usually it's helpful to identify that earlier because you can get rid of it before people have to worry about converting it. But we've been in situations where, we converted something that wasn't used, or we find something that is being used but wasn't converted. So that's something to keep in mind as well. So for the cons for the Big Bang approach, we talked about unused apps. In a little way, it's more risky because you don't really know if what works until the very end, right? But you can mitigate that by just including QA early, and maybe they have to retest different parts, but that's okay. As long as you understand that is an acceptable cost. For the cons of the incremental approach is that it can take a lot longer, right? Or it seems to take longer, I should say, and there's more overhead because you have to manage each individual feature through the whole life cycle of being written, tested, merged, et cetera, et cetera. So, the other con of this is that the look and feel can be inconsistent if what you are doing affects the UI. Like you may finish one feature and it looks a certain way, and then another feature looks, that hasn't been upgraded yet looks different. So that's something to keep in mind as well. And as I mentioned, QA is essential. So try and get them involved as early as possible. If you do not have QA, I don't recommend actually doing one of these projects because we've actually been on projects where there's no QA allocated. And then we can spend time doing QA, but number one, it's not cost effective. And number two, it's not really the best use of our time because we're not domain experts, right? Now, if we have a client that's like, okay, we need you to hire a QA person whose job is to do it, that's different because we can get them up to speed and trained on the application. But unless you've allocated that budget for some manual QA or at least people fixing automation tests and things, you're going to have issues. So once you've sort of decided what needs to be done, what you're able to do, what your goals are, then you can actually define some layers. And layers, you don't really think about too much, but breaking your application down into layers gives you an idea of your approach, right? Layers can be handled in parallel, and there may be dependencies between different layers. So here's an example. This is roughly from a real project. Okay. So for this client, these are all the different layers that we were looking at in terms of migration. So the first one is Subversion to Git. You'll be surprised how many companies still use Subversion. Usually when we come in, we're like, hey, you might want to upgrade to Git or something if that is your long-term goal, which hopefully it is. There may be other dependencies which can just be updated out of the back. Often, anyone who sits down and looks at the dependencies can say, okay, well, we can at least upgrade all of these. And then we can get past the security vulnerabilities on these issues or these particular dependencies. You also can do things like migrating from EJB to CDI, which in some cases is a requirement, but may not be. We still get clients occasionally that use Ant. So migrating from Ant to Maven, that's another modernization thing. Upgrading the version of Java, of course. I'm always trying to get my clients to use like the latest version of Java instead of the latest LTS version, but it's really hard. But just remember the production versions of Java are actually still really good, even if they're not an LTS version. There's usually not a reason not to use them unless you are a client of Oracle or a client that's of another JVM provider, and you need to look at their support. If you're just using OpenJDK with no support, or Adaptium or what is it, Tamarin, then you don't need to worry about this. So just wanted to point that out. Okay, so another area for us was migrating Hibernate HBM files to annotations. anyone remembers, Hibernate used to have a way to do mappings in XML using its own proprietary format. For us, of course, we have the rich faces to migrate faces, rich faces to prime faces as one layer. And then, of course, upgrading from Java EE to Jakarta EE is, of course, the main one. So it's important to sort of break things down into these different layers because they can all be handled differently and independently to some degree. For us, this upgrade was dependent on this because Rich Faces doesn't support Jakarta EE, so it would break if we, didn't if we upgraded first. Also, for us, the OpenRewrite is much easier to use with Maven than Ant. I'm sure it's possible with Ant, but it's not like possible out of the box. So it would have required work just to make it work with Ant. Works with Maven and Gradle out of the box. So that was a dependency for our work. So coming up with these layers is very helpful. Okay, so you define your layers, you decide where your goals are, you want to migrate, and then what do you do, right? And if you're on an upgrade or migration project and you haven't gone through some of these steps, I highly encourage you to do so because it's going to make the end result much, much better. So let's take a look at the next step. So as developers, we're always interested in tools. I know I'm always, wondering what tool can I use to do this or that, right? So there's two main tools that we usually use. One is our beloved AI coding agents. And by this, I mean anything like Claude Code or Copilot in agent mode. And I kind of look at the chat and agents hand in hand these days because if you have something that has agentic capabilities, normally you can chat with it as well. But we can think of Claude Code, Copilot, Source Graph Ant is another one, Klein is another one. There's lots of these different AI coding agents out there. Let's see, I had a couple more listed, but I don't see them here. So all these different coding agents. And another one that I use a lot is JetBrains Junie, which is a part of their AI tooling. So you can use these tools, but the common train of thought is that these tools can write code, they can translate code, so I should be able to just point this tool at my code base and have it magically convert it for me, right? That should work fine. So why can't they just do the migration themselves, right? It seems like they can, but it's not really the best choice, and I'll tell you why. So first, as everybody knows, AI-generated code must be reviewed, right? So your code, your AI-generated code, you have to have a human review it. A human has to basically own everything that's committed, okay? And that's true for everything. So if you are generating all the code this way, you really need to look at it all everywhere and make sure that it's done properly, which can be very, very time consuming for, thousands of classes or, thousands of other artifacts. The other issue is that unless you have a smaller project, it's not going to be able to maintain the entire context. We all know that AI agents and LLMs in general need a context window, or they have a context window in which you can put in the context that they're working with. With a large code base, it's really hard for them to understand everything at once. And the other thing is that they are not deterministic, right? So if you ask the same LLM a question 2 times in a row, you can get 2 completely different answers. They may both be correct, but they will be different. And if you are migrating a large code base, you kind of want all the migration work to be done exactly the same. Having it done, differently in different classes and everything is going to be, a definite issue. Another thing that we've run into is that older applications have kind of convoluted or complicated project structures. If you have a very simple app, it's like one Maven POM, and all the dependencies are there, and they're in your local artifact repository or Maven Central, and straightforward, that's fine. But if you have multi-module projects with dependencies that are maybe not even in the local repository or not even in our artifact repository, and convoluted dependencies and files being copied in different places and things like that, that's going to be much harder for an LLM to understand. So while these tools are great and we use them, we don't use them for doing the overall migration. What we do use is something called OpenRewrite. So OpenRewrite is a framework that allows you to write code that transforms other code. It's been around for a long time. And basically the idea is that it creates this thing called a lossless semantic tree, LST, from your code. So it reads code, not just Java code, but basically any code, but Java is the first language, let's put it that way. But you can also use it for C# and also use it for XML, which you use it for, and JavaScript. They're working on other sorts of languages as well. But the idea is that it goes through your code and it creates this lossless semantic tree. And this lossless semantic tree is sort of like an abstract syntax tree, which is used in programming languages in general for compilation. But it actually has all the things like formatting and the comments and all the other stuff that's in the actual code. So that when it rewrites the code, when it outputs the transformed code, or just the code that's been reviewed, it can then do it in a way where it doesn't lose any of the semantics. Okay. So this is a simple example of a tree. Let me turn on my tabs here. Okay, so this is actually from the Modern website. Modern is the company behind OpenRewrite. So this is their explanation. But you see, we here on the left, we have this. I'm sorry, I can't make this any bigger. Actually, that is bigger. Okay, that's better. So you see on the left here, we have a simple Java class, right? It has a package, imports, etc. Okay, and it basically gets turned into this compilation unit, right? And the compilation unit has packages, has imports, and individual fields as well. And then it also has the class declaration and the block of code that's in there as well. And each one of these has a class associated with it. Okay. So basically what happens is you can write code that can look at this structure and then make changes. It can add methods, it can change method names, you can do all sorts of changes. Uses the visitor pattern. And because of that, you can actually do some really powerful things. And what's nice about this is that it is deterministic, meaning that it's always the same. It's composable, meaning that you can have different recipes. Each one of these is called a recipe, which can build upon other recipes. It's auditable to very easily see what was done and how it was done. And it's battle tested. These words actually come from Mark Heckler, who probably got them from Modern. But these are very good ways to explain how it works. So basically, because of these things, it's a consistent way to make changes. It's not going to do it differently every time. It'll do it the same way every time. And currently, there are lots of different recipes out there. So let's jump over here. We will take a look at, if you go to openrewrite.org, you'll be taken here. Let me make this bigger. Okay, so then on the left here, you can see all the different recipes that are there. Okay. And there's all sorts of ones for AI, Angular, Apache, Azul, Circle, JavaScript, C#, .NET, etc., etc. So all sorts of different recipes. Ones for HCL even, JSON transformations, etc. But let's just look at Java because that's sort of our bread and butter here. So these are some of the categories you see. Okay. So there's Drop Wizard, which was cool back in the day, Micronaut, Netty, OpenRewrite, Best Practice, Spring, and I think Jakarta EE is separate, but it's in here as well. So these are some simple recipes. So if we look at one of these recipes, let's look at change method name. Okay. You can see that it has a parameter, right? And you can specify the new method name, the old method name, overrides, etc. Okay. And it's used by lots of different other recipes. And if we look at the code, it is just a Java class, okay, that has different options like, the display name, override, type definition, etc. And then it has a validate method, and then it has this get visitor method that basically creates a class which does the actual work, that goes through the lossless syntax tree and decides what to change. And there's some other stuff in here as well. But this goes through and will change the method, and it also changes the references to it as well. Okay. So this is a very straightforward, a very straightforward OpenRewrite recipe, right? But if we look at how it's being used, we said it was used in all of these different other recipes, right? So because we said they're composable. So let's say we wanted to go up a little bit further. And let's say we were looking at, if you go back here to Java, and actually, I think I missed it. Okay, so I go to this one. It's under the Modernize section. Okay. So these are what we call composite recipes. So let's say we had, migrate JSF values inside ECMAScript files, or migrate deprecated JavaX enterprise packages, right? So these, if you look in here, each one of these has a source that looks like this. So this is a composite recipe that uses smaller ones like change dependencies, upgrade dependency version, or one of those ones like I just showed you that changed a method, okay? So basically you can compose them this way. And then if you look at Jakarta in general, see, we've got Java E7, Java E8, and then we've got Jakarta, and then all these can be packaged together as well, okay? And then if you were to look at, let's say you were interested in Spring, and Spring uses Jakarta EE underneath. So if we go to Spring, and actually let's just search, speed things up here. Okay. So this one is upgrade Spring dependencies. This is actually a pretty straightforward one. I'm looking for a different one. I think it's maybe Spring Boot. There we go. Okay. So if you ever wanted to upgrade to Spring Boot 3.5, you'll notice that this particular recipe depends on several other recipes, which it's not actually showing here. But this does depend on several other recipes. And it's used as part of these other composite ones. So what happens is, each one of these depends on other ones. So you can end up with a really complicated, powerful stack for modernization. And that's what OpenRewrite gives you. So we like OpenRewrite, and what we've done is we've written a lot of custom recipes for our clients that do things like migrate from rich faces to prime faces. And as you saw, you can write OpenRewrite recipes with a YAML file and then basically compose other ones. So it gives you a lot of flexibility there. Now, this is all great, but we all want to use our AI tools. So the question is, how do they come into play? And it turns out, if you look deep down into some of these different coding agents or different modernization tools, you'll find they actually use OpenRewrite. So the sweet spot here is really the combination of AI and OpenRewrite, because OpenRewrite gives you the deterministic way to handle things. And AI tools are good at coming up with a plan, which they can do with some of these modernization tools, but also just some of the more nuanced work, right? And actually just take a step back, all the OpenRewrite stuff used to be completely open source, but companies like Amazon just sort of started using it inside of their code transformation tool. So now the OpenRewrite stuff has a different license. Some of it, most of it's still completely open source, but the stuff that's written all by Modern uses a more restrictive license. That's so the companies can't just take it and use it in their tools. But underneath the hood, Copilot app modernization uses OpenRewrite. Amazon Q code transformation uses OpenRewrite. I don't know. IBM has their application modern Modernization Accelerator. I don't know if it uses OpenRewrite. I think it might, but I really don't know. But it's still the idea of using the LM to help with generating plans and iterating over making changes on top of well-written, tested recipes. And that's what all of these tools do. Some of them actually do something which I do find interesting. This is an area that I want to look at more, which is the idea of generating tests to help do validation. While I wouldn't want to generate a mass number of tests without reviewing them and making sure they're what they want, because I do use AI tools to write tests a lot, but often it's a good starting point, but it's never the end game usually. But you could use AI to have it generate a whole bunch of tests, knowing that those tests are mostly throwaway tests, but basically to help you do the migration process for applications that don't have a lot of integration tests or unit tests up front. So that's another area where they can help. Another thing is to consider the goal of the vendor. So when it comes to Copilot app modernization, Amazon Q, etc., like they're really powerful tools, and I'm always keeping an eye on them. But at the end of the day, they have their own goals, right? Copilot wants you to use Azure, Amazon wants you to use AWS, and IBM wants you to use their runtimes, which is great, and also their new runtime service. And if you want to target those environments, these tools are definitely really helpful. Okay, so we are running short on time, so I will try and wrap up here. And so what I want to talk about now, as we get recentered here, is the approach that we use. So the first thing that we do is we analyze the code base and provide detailed recommendations. And this is based on, of course, all those other things I talked about before, like how much money you have, the cost, the time, the resources available to work on the project, all that kind of stuff, and what you want to accomplish, right? So this is something that these tools have gotten better at. Like we started doing this a few years ago, and I think the tools have gotten a lot better this year. So probably in the future, we'll start looking at using these tools to help us do the initial analysis. Some clients would prefer not to do that because they don't want it to be sent to OpenAI or whatever. But regardless, this work has to happen, whether it's done with AI or not. You have to go through and read the code base, understand the scope of it, helps you scope the work, and also helps you come up with recommendations about which things need to be done. And then we run a whole bunch of recipes. We run open source recipes for common transformations like upgrading Jakarta EE, things like that. And then we have a lot of custom recipes for the more specific work we do with prime faces and rich faces and Jakarta faces and stuff like that. Don't have time for a demo on that. But that's basically the idea, is that we go through and do that work as well. And another thing I will mention, of course, is that QA is essential. So they need to be involved from the beginning. And throughout the process, we actually use coding agents where it makes sense. And there are some key areas where we find them very useful. Working with Maven dependencies, upgrading dependencies, they're useful for that. We've used them to help with conversion from Ant to Maven. They may not do the whole job perfectly, but they can really get things started. And I find them extremely useful for that, sort of getting you to a point where it's to take care of the heavy lifting part. And then you got to say, okay, well, this dependency isn't right. This isn't correct. We're not going to do it this way, etc. But it gives you a good starting point. They're also good for translating logic. So one of the areas where I used them recently is we had changed, there's some business logic for deciding which things to hide or show. And it was done a certain way, and we needed to change it to work with the way the UI components were working now. And I was able to tell the tool, hey, here's some business logic to decide how to display this. Can you translate it from this to that? I was really good at that kind of stuff. I still had to go through and verify that it was correct, and it was, I'd say, 95% correct. There were a couple error cases, but it was really good. And as I said, they are good for writing tests. It's just that I would want to review the tests to make sure that they were good. So if I were generating thousands of tests, I'd be worried about that. But if it's great for writing tests, especially in areas where you're touching code, legacy code, and there's no test for it, great for that. Another area we can use them is writing OpenRewrite recipes themselves. So using the AI to help you do that faster is a great idea. But there's really nothing you can do that will avoid this actual doing software development. And this is what I want everyone to remember. It's like These tools are great. They get you further, but you actually are still going to have to work on the code. The AI tools are not going to do it all for you. They can help, but you're still going to have to fix a lot of bugs because things like libraries, behavior changes, APIs changes. You can have class path issues where one version is in class path, it should be a different version. Another thing that we see a lot is exposure of existing bugs. Happens a lot. So that needs to be fixed because now there's a bug which wasn't there before. It was being masked by some behavior of some library. Another thing is that different libraries can behave differently. So even if it's not a new version, if you're replacing one library with another one, well, there may be some changes required to make that work, right? So that's an important thing to keep in mind. If there is some refactoring that needs to be done along the way, you'll need to have someone actually do that. They may use AI to help do the refactoring, but someone actually needs to own it. And of course, updating look and feel, again, that does require actual software development as well. Okay, so, and what I always say at the end of every engagement like this is that what's next, right? So let's say you've gone through, you've upgraded like, from Java 11 to 25, and you've upgraded, or let's say Java 8 to 25, make it more fun. And you've upgraded from Java EE 8 to Jakarta EE 11, etc. But then you got to say, okay, what's next, right? What did you find? What did you find during the whole process, and how did you fix it? And that can be things like tech debt, UI, UX issues, architectural flaws. We see a lot of duplicated code. So we always want to encourage our clients, okay, we figured these things out. How are you going to handle them going forward to make sure they don't happen again? And then, is there any additional modernization necessary, right? So maybe you've upgraded all those libraries, but now what? Or do you need to split your application into microservices? Do you need to add some agentic AI features? Do you need to replace the front end? And are you going to do that iteratively or big bang? So I don't think the modernization process is like a one-step thing. As we saw, there's number one, within any project, there are several layers, right? And then on top of it, there's then what do you want to go next? And that's where that sort of architectural vision or architectural roadmap comes into play. And then this is the question I like to ask is, how are you going to keep your apps up to date in the future? So how can you avoid being in this situation where you have to, spend a lot of time and resources to upgrade? And of course, the answer is to do it continually, but you need to have some sort of plan to make that happen. So I believe that is it. We are about out of time. We are out of time, actually. I want to thank everyone for coming and enjoying this the great day for Jakarta EE, JakartaOne Livestream. And thank you so much for coming. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kido, for that great presentation. That was the last presentation for the day.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I cannot believe. Yeah, but I think now is the opportunity for us to talk about and introduce the top contributors of the year.
Yay! Yeah, I think that's a very important part. If we didn't have our contributors, our individual contributors, I don't think we would be here, and I don't think we would reach Jakarta 11, let alone work on the 12.
That's true.
So let's just show the slide with our contributors. So this year we decided to change things a little bit, and we're particularly focusing on Jakarta specification projects top contributors. And as you can see, we're trying really to recognize the core of our senior or well-known, I don't want to say senior, but well-known top specification contributors. So I would like to congratulate to all. You can see the list on the screen. And guess what? I want to congratulate Ivar.
Yes, congratulations
Ivar, you're
to
on
you.
the list.
Yeah, and this is a very good example that you don't necessarily have to contribute with the heavy lifting of the TCK or anything. It's enough to write the meeting minutes for the platform call, more or less. So.
I think you do more than that, though.
Yeah, you can do more than that, but it is true.
It's important. Yes.
You can do many other non-code related work and be recognized, and we will celebrate that.
Yeah.
That's right.
And as last year's, we are going to send a small token of appreciation to all these top contributors.
Yes.
So there will be a limited swag edition,
That's
like the I make Jakarta EE
That's
branded
our
thing.
tradition.
So we're looking forward to see what you come up with. And,
yes, stay tuned.
Yeah, and we will watch our mailbox to see what's coming our way.
Shabnam is in charge of that. So, you can write to Shabnam if you have some ideas.
Yes, if you have any requests, make sure to write it in the comments, and we are going to reach out to you to, collect your mailing addresses and get feedback.
Yeah, so
stay
if
tuned.
you saw your name on that list or get an email from someone asking you for your address, just give it to them. Because that may mean you get some good swag in there.
Yeah, but be careful, it's from Shabnam, Tanya, or Ivar. So we're not in charge for any other reach out.
But yeah, as we wrap up this session, because this is our closing, we want to thank you everyone for joining the JakartaOne Livestream this year, and also for everyone who contributed and helped us to make it happen, right? So thank you all.
Yeah, and it's getting late in Europe now.
Yes.
But there are still people watching from Europe and from North America and maybe from other parts of the world as well. So
yeah, let us know. Let us know. We'd like to. Did you notice that someone from Jakarta joined today JakartaOne Livestream? So
that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. So anyways, I think it's very important to mention that we will see you next year again, 1st of December. But to let you know how we made all of this happen, let's just make sure that beside my dog Gigi, you can see everyone else who is participating. So Ella, Orly, Chris, and Andrew somehow just come through. Come through.
Good job.
Yeah, good job. Thank you so very much. Here is Ella, here is, you see Chris, and here is Andrew. Thank you so very much. And
see you next year.
See you next year. Yeah. And let us know, give us the comments, how do you enjoy the live stream? What did you like the most? And yes, next year we'll make it better.
Yeah,
for sure. Always.
See you soon.
I don't know if it can be even better.
It can always be better.
Okay, so let's just see
you
if
next year.
our
See you next year.
See you next year.
Yes.
This is the end of JakartaOne Livestream 2025. But the journey doesn't stop here. We'll be back December 1st, 2026. Register now. Be part of the next chapter.